Hey, pup pup. Oh, damn it. Come on. There we go. Hey, pup. Yo, pup pup. Look at you. Sweet little thing. Talking to Cloud Car actually make landfall in Florida? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna check that out here in a bit. Oh. What I found. Monster beasts, which if you could tell, is like a hard something. Oh, whoa! This is actually surprisingly good. Holy shit! Peach perfect, huh? Hey, Monster Energy. Well, this isn't an energy drink, but honestly, this flavor at least, this Peach Perfect one, this is actually surprisingly really good. Honestly, the fuck like Four Loko? Yeah, it's alcoholic. There's no caffeine in it though. It actually has like a small ingredients list. But yeah, it doesn't have anything about caffeine. So yeah, it's not like caffeine. It's just alcoholic. It's coffee shot Bailey's. Dude, this is not caffeinated. There's no caffeine in these things. I actually think that's illegal. Like, you can't mix the two and sell it. Like, as a, unless it's like at a bar or something, you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure that, like, because Four Loko had to stop doing that because of because of legal liability. Because I think people, like, got, like, legit killed from that. Has a ton of caffeine. Not anymore. Four Lokos don't do that anymore. Dude, like, okay, bro, like, this is not a thing anymore. They don't put caffeine in, like, alcoholic beverages like Four Loko anymore. Like, I'm pretty sure that's illegal. Like, they don't do that. I mean, at least I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm, like, in a Berenstain universe Mandela effect vibe here all of a sudden. But, yeah, like, I'm pretty sure there was, like, some sort of legal liability suit or some sort, and they had to stop putting caffeine in Four Loko. And thus, basically, no one else would really, like, when I was in college, Four Loko definitely had caffeine. I'm pretty sure not, like, I heard about, like, how they stopped putting, alcohol and caffeine, like, beverages and shit like that, like, well before then, even. I was, like, hearing about that, like, in high school. So, unless people are putting caffeine in those specifically, like, after they're open, but Doubt it. Shit's nasty. Well, Four Loko, yeah, that shit's nasty. That right there, though, is actually not bad. Like, I won't say it's, like, utterly amazing, but, you know, for what it is, it's actually kind of surprisingly not too bad. Ow. I get a hotel, they gave me a hookup if at least let me do an early check-in. That's nice. So, I'm assuming you're at work right now, like, but, I mean, that kind of fucking sucks that, you know, you have to have a hotel and shit. Hopefully, at least, you know, it ain't that bad, and just, like, you know, only ends up being for, like, a night instead of, like, 2 or 3 nights. Are they just gonna, like, maybe potentially subsidize you, or are you just, like, fucked and on your own on that? Or they're like, yeah, figure it out, we ain't gonna give you, like, you know, some discount, or, like, a $50 gift card or some shit. Gonna try to get my landlord to pay for it, but I highly doubt they will. At least, like, subsidize, you know, some of it. I'd say, like, hey, pay off at least, like, one of the nights for me, please. Or something. Is this almost already done? Really? Miller doesn't communicate at all, but talk to her and maintenance people. I'm not surprised that those cocksuckers are just like, nah. Talk to the maintenance people, they'll figure it all out for you. Or then they'll be like, I'm just here to fix shit, bro. Like, I don't know much, besides just told to fix a thing, so, meh. Yeah, I haven't got a response to the complaint saying about my part being 100 plus or anything, whatever. Fucking really? I mean, that's just like some bullshit. At the very least, it would give you like some sort of flavorful PR, like, oh, we're sorry, you know, blah, 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 blah. But, wow, they didn't even give you that? That's some bullshit. That was a tough hit. Yo, what stream should I use to react to when it comes to this whole clown show? Because it looks like it was available to be streamed on YouTube because it was on Rumble, so luckily there actually wasn't really, you know, strict copyright bullshit, you know, from all this, so it seems like. So I'm gonna see what we can find. Most people are how I learned I need a hotel. I asked him what days he would be working, and he told me Thursday and Friday. Fuck, dude, that sucks. Man, that really do be bullshit. Did Richie make Sprite experience? No, but his mugshot's available now. I think the only one that's missing is Trump's now, dude. Actually, you know what? Dude, let's see if I can find a picture of all of it. Of all of them so far. Hold on. Let's see here. Let's hope his mugshot will be more hilarious. Yeah, his mugshot isn't really, like, that amusing like I thought it would be. Here, let's see if we can find all of them. There. Sex is great, but have you seen the Fulton County mugshots? I think these are all it right here. Well, these are a few of them, but yeah, there's Giuliani. Honestly, it looks like he just looks dead inside. Like, he straight looks dead inside, dude. Like, one half of his face, like, the left side, like, this side of his face looks dead inside and looks like a shell. And this side looks like some weird, like, horned up, bricked up, fucking, like, ghoul that is about ready to, like, fucking, you know, like, that's just about ready to, like, you know, diddle up some blonde or some shit, dude. Fucking weirdo. I forget these crazy bitches, but, like, she looks like a fucking weird plastic doll creature of some sort. And why is she so happy to be there? Why is she happy? Like, I mean, what the fuck? Certainly 3 levels of what the fuck going on right there. I mean, it's just like, oh my lord. I know those aren't all of them. There's a few more. But, dude, they're just so beautiful. I mean, Giuliani's is certainly pretty funny, but, I mean, I will admit, not as funny as I was hoping it to be. But, man, I love it. Bloody, just amazing. Bloody amazing, bloody beautiful. Oh, shit, hold on, fuck. I messed it up here real quick. Just gotta do this first. There we go. Cool. Right there. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there's. Here's this one that we could probably use. Let's see. Is there like any? Oh, fuck me. Probably not this one. Want to, but don't think that'll work. So fuck. We'll bring this bitch up. Where'd it be? Is it? There we go. There we go. We'll have that in the background. Cool. Man, oh man. From what I actually was hearing, at least, like, there's apparently, like, Trump was doing an interview with Tucker Carlson while this was going on, too, apparently. And, I mean, I did able to overhear a little snippet about that. I was like, wait, really? And I found it, and it was going live on, like, Twitter or whatever the fuck. And, oh my god, it was fucking comical. At one point, it's like, oh yeah, so the reason why I don't go to these polls, or to the debates, because, you know, I'm at, like, you know, 50 to 60%. You know, some polls are at, like, you know, 1, 0, 2. Like, he did that out of nowhere. He was like, it's like, yeah, some polls might have me at, like, 1 to 0 or 2. Like, he literally says it like that. I'm not even fucking kidding. I was just like, what? I was like, bro, holy shit, dude. You know, honestly, that it was a little bit of a curveball. I didn't expect out Trump for him to just do an interview, you know, like, while, like, you know, to boast his bullshit while, like, debate was going on. Like, I honestly thought he was going to be doing something different, you know, like, either just not doing anything and just tweeting as it was going on, or if he was, like, going to, like, you know, be in the audience or something, but no, like, motherfucker straight up decided to do a little interview. Just be like, nah, I'm gonna do an interview with Tucker Carlson. Which is the whole idea of, like, Carlson hating Trump and thinking he's, like, stupid or whatever the fuck. I feel it hard to believe because he's willing to, like, you know, placate towards him. He's willing to have him on shows and stuff. He's, like, he supports a lot of what he says. Like, I mean, there's a lot of elements about, like, Trump that Carlson just genuinely does like. And now, I find, like, some of the whole, like, Fox Mini settlement claims about him, like, secretly hating him to, frankly, legitimately just fucking be bullshit. Wait, what? Apparently, Trump gained weight if his pick is legit. Oh my fucking god, what a motherfucking dumper. Dude, he really has legit. Oh my god. Dude, what a fat fucking fuck, dude. Dude, what a fat fuck, man. Holy shit, bro. Dude, yeah, he really has, like, fattened the fuck up. I mean, oh my god. That is... That's genuinely pretty fucking oppressive. Like, my god, dude. What the fuck? Just, whoa. Bernard Conan took, by the looks of it, plotting his revenge. My tune, my ruckus. Win is a gift, not a gift. Oh my god. Dude, wow. That was certainly something. That was a specimen of a picture of Trump if I've ever seen one. Holy crap. Whoa. Holy oy oy. Right here. I was gonna say fuck it. Oh, oops. Say fuck it and get this going here. And have some fun with some of this Clownshow debacle. Wait, what the? He feels long over. They're still alive? They're still alive, and it's literally just Matt Bender here. It's just Matt Bender hanging out by himself.
50% didn't.
Yeah. I'm guessing they did. Yeah, they did. Okay. I guess now he's just holding up the fucking team, dude. He's like one-man army in it. It's like, all right, just gonna do it by myself now. Here, I could probably wait a little bit until that stream is actually over. Sounds like he might be wrapping it up there. Because then once it actually is over, then I don't have to worry about, like, pausing or, pausing it and stuff like that with it potentially going back to the live part or whatever the fuck. So I'll give it a minute. I'll let him do his do's so then we can kind of look at it and stuff. Because, I mean, I haven't really, like, looked into it at all yet. I wanted to kind of keep myself surprised. Though I at least, kind of tuned into a little bit of, like, kind of their reacts after the fact a little bit. And I was like... Seems like some interesting things were said, I don't know what, really. It seems like, from my understanding, it was mostly, obviously, just a drug-Jewish hellscape, but there's at least some interesting, like, little, like, pop-up points of, like, oh, shit. So, it seems like it's going to be at least somewhat entertaining regardless. And then they eventually talked to a Vivek Ramaswamy / Trump supporter in Portland, Oregon, and we were talking with that guy for, like, an hour. And I was like, okay, interesting. And by the time I started this, he finished talking with that dude, and still is rambling off and talking. It's like, my goodness. At this point, I'm just like kind of like refreshing my little history thing until it, until his thingamaboop, is done. Actually, while I'm waiting, I could just do this. Have at least, a tune or two. There were two cringe anti-Trump Republicans at the coffee shop arguing about DeSantis. Oh my fucking god, dude. Do you know what they were talking about that? Both of them boomers fuck. Well, I'm not surprised on that at all. Of course they're gonna be like boomers fuck. But were they like, were they saying like how, like were one of them saying that they liked him, the other one didn't? Like, I'm kind of curious. If you happen to know any details to it. Yeah, dude. That one was pro-choice, fiscal conservative, who doesn't like DeSantis. The other was all in for DeSantis. So one of them was probably like a secret fascist, going all in for DeSantis being his little fash boy. And the other was just a pro-choice, fiscal conservative, libertarian dorkball or something. Pro-choice one didn't mention who he's supporting. He's probably just holding it out until, like, somebody like Chris Christie or Ramaswamy or some shit, or Nikki Haley even. If it's pro-choice, then probably Nikki Haley, actually. Maybe. The pro-choice one's being in favor of the police and drug war. Well, some libertarians, as much as they're like, you know, pro-choice in the sense of stuff like even drugs and shit like that, to the extent they're not exactly anti-police. They tend to be in favor of police too. Because they're just doing their job like any other job, or following orders and all this other bullshit. Like, at least, you know, OG libertarian boomer types like my dad, they tend to make those excuses. Even if they might have their personal gripes about, you know, a cop, you know, until, like, when it comes to cops in general, that's different. I mean, when I say, like pro-choice, like, libertarian conservative type, I don't mean libertarian, like, social progressive, because they never are. A lot of them will fall in line with a lot of conservative talking points just as much as the rest of them do. I mean, if anything, a lot of times it seems like it's more or less of an excuse to just kind of be a little bit more fashy. But just say, it's libertarianism, bro. I don't know why the lady was in Trump. She didn't mention why other than not like him. Well, beats me. Man, the infighting between those two are so ridiculous. Because, like, you could just kind of see that parried down with, just random fucking dorks like that, and it's just so fucking silly for the most part. Like, it doesn't have any, like, actual genuine, like, merit into, like, any benefit in their fucking lives when it comes to any of them. If anything, it's actually more of a detriment, but yeah, they're all like, oh, I'm gonna like this person, or maybe hate this person because of decorum, or because of one tiny little thing that I finally kind of enlightened myself with, or something, because I was too stupid to not realize before. There we go. Are the anti-Trump Republicans going to write in Kasich for the third election in a row? No. Dude, like, they're going to probably look at people, I don't know, dude. Like, I would say that it's probably going to be, like, I don't know, maybe, I mean, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I guess we'll have to kind of check out some of these bases to kind of see. Because this will kind of make me solidify some of my mind about, like, you know, what some of these motherfuckers might be a little bit. Like, cause I have, like, my leanings on, like, Haley, Christie, Pence, and, Ramaswamy probably, like, you know, having some, you know, throw-outs a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, some throw-out punches. You know, like, cause DeSantis, he's just a wet cloth. He's just gonna be a fucking pure embarrassment. I think that's just already kind of a given. And then you got, fucking, like, Asa Huntingworth or whatever the fuck. They got that guy. They got Tim Scott, which, I mean, he's just like a forgettable nobody for the most part. And then there's, like, one other person that I don't even remember. Wait, hold on. I think that's what. So we got Ramaswamy, DeSantis, Christie, Haley, Penn, Ramaswamy. No, I think that's all of them. I think. I don't fucking know. Oh, yay! Looks like Matt Bender finally wrapped that fucking shit up. So now we can. So now we can use their shit. And YouTube's not going to be a butt. Oh my. Okay, hold on. Could hear all the voices while I'm horizontal. Oh my goodness. How to do it that way. But hopefully it shouldn't last forever. Anyway, here, we'll just kind of skip right to the fucking juice. Right to the juice. Here we go. Wait, what the fuck? They're actually having it on Fox? I thought it was on Rumble. Eh, whatever. Who gives a fuck? Joe, yes, too many clowns. I mean, well, one is already too many as far as I'm concerned when it comes to their stupid clown show, but, you know.
Super loud because I turned the tab up so I can barely hear anybody else.
By the way, for these things, I'm not having a beer counter, but I'm certainly going to have, you know, like, I have a 12-pack, and I'm not entirely planning on going for the whole fucking thing, but, like, I'm probably going to go for a lot of these, by the way. I'm just going to be saying that right the fuck now. Like, I have a strong feeling I'm just going to be like, fuck all this, and, you know, but we're going to do it. We're going to persist. You know, we're going all the way with this, baby.
Other people can barely hear it as well in the chat.
They are here to lay out their vision.
It's like, I can barely hear a fucking thing. Yeah, come on. I want to hear the fire.
We gotta give people something.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Martha McCall.
And I'm Brett Baer. This is the very same stage on which the Republican
Yeah,
for president will accept
I mean, if you want it, I mean.
next summer. The 8 contenders are positioned by the order they sit in the polls, with the highest polling candidates in the middle standing center stage. Florida
Who's asking? There's no
Governor
subtitles as far as I know.
Yeah, this is
Well, dude, already right off the bat, look at him. Dude, look at this Santa's looking like a weird, stuck-up, nerdy, awkward kid, like, I'm totally ready to make my speech, guys. You're totally gonna like my speech. He already looks like a fucking weird, awkward little kid sitting up there. Dude, why do they all have this weird fucking look on them? They all look like a weird, nerdy kid, like, they look like 8-year-olds ready to give off their weird, dumb, nerdy science project that is basically just like, you know, like an ant colony in a glass jar or something. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ, she is demented looking. That's Nikki Haley. Oh, God, I forgot how disturbing she looks. Hey, there's my boy. My boy, Chris. Oh, there's Tim Scott. He looked bored. He was like, wait, am I supposed to be, smiling or something?
Who?
Who? Yeah, who?
Doug Burgum.
He looked like a mob boss. He looked like a Don for the Mafia, dude.
Our voices down.
1 minute to answer.
Tulsi Gabbard making a surprise appearance. Yeah, dude, she kind of looks like a more demented white Tulsi, dude. She did look like a more disturbed-looking Tulsi, yeah.
no, it just actually the volume sort of fixed for me at least. It sounds
Very
like
pleasant.
So tonight, these candidates have a big opportunity to break out of the
It's low, even on my phone when I pulled it up.
Didn't Doug Burgum break his leg during the debate? Wait,
to the
I don't know.
Republican choice for president. At a time when the likely Democrat nominee, President Joe Biden, is working to convince the country.
You want me to try sharing mine really quick just to test it?
Looking up.
If you want, yeah.
Call my plan Bidenomics.
Bah, no.
Not sure the men in a totally complimentary way at the time. But guess what? It's working.
It's working. Oh my God, dude! I did not realize we were gonna get some Biden-isms. Listen, Jack, I just want to let you know that it's working. It's like, oh my God, when he does the Whispers McMillan shit, it's so weird.
But is it more than 65%?
The crowd booing to that.
I'm not sure the men in a
How
totally
does that sound?
Oh yeah, do you mean Joe Brandon, that fucking loser over there? Yeah, let me just tell you, what a fucking pathetic moron. Dude, honestly, Trump really should have been here, dude. They would have made these debates a lot more, lively, I guarantee it. Because I can already tell this is going to probably be boring.
But guess what?
The same.
It's working.
Same.
Yours is
Okay.
lower for me.
But
Actually, it's a little louder for me.
Let's go back to David's then.
Fuck you, Mike.
Dang. Sorry, y'all.
Food is high. A lot of people out here homeless because they can't buy food.
It's tough when you got mortgage rates at 78% versus 2 to 3. It's just you can't afford a house anymore.
Inflation is ridiculous. It's killing us out here.
We sit here tonight. The #1 song on the Billboard chart is called Rich Men North of Richmond.
Okay. Oh my fucking god, you gotta be kidding me. Dude, no, they're actually fucking astroturfing him on the debate stage. Okay, alright, I'm gonna need a lot more of these. Holy fuck, we need to start drinking these a little quicker. Oh my god, no way. We are starting this off like that. You actually kidding me, dude? They're starting with that Anthony Oliver AstroTurf chud fuck. Oh my. Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna need these a lot. AstroTurfing what? No, like they're talking about the top chart rated song Richmond, North of Richmond, and it's a Anthony Oliver song or Oliver Anthony, who came out of nowhere because he was astroturfed because of that one song directly, and has basically been making a bunch of conservative waves, you know, for like literally the past like 5 days. It hasn't even been a full week since he's been known.
Oh my god.
No one's known him since about like Friday or Saturday of last week. Like he became a thing over the weekend.
Virginia, named Oliver Anthony. His lyrics speak of alienation, of deep frustration with the state of government. Oh,
try that in Small Town? No, that's a different guy. That's Jason Aldean. I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of these retards, but I mean, but Oliver Anthony is a new one. Jason Aldean's a country singer that's been around for a while, though.
And of this country.
And people on welfare.
Washington, D.C. is about 100 miles north of Richmond.
This is the guy. This is Oliver Anthony, and this is not the Try That in a Small Town guy. This is just a different dude.
Oh, gotta mute it.
Yeah,
I don't want to get copyrighted. Yeah,
I can share that audio.
Yeah.
This is the way they start.
If 5'3" and lazy on welfare, then you get off your horse and stop eating food rounds or something. I don't fucking know.
Sure.
Like, what is the point of playing this? I don't get it.
Dude, wait.
He's their new.
Oh my god, is Fox News actually, like, making every single one of them have a reaction to this guy? Oh my fucking god, dude, this Oliver Anthony guy is legitimately, like, a psychological operation designed by the fucking GOP, dude. Like, 100%. He's not genuine in any metric, he's pure artificiality. He's nothing more than pure astroturf.
People.
Yeah.
Do you not understand?
But maybe they didn't get the memo. He said diversity good, so he's canceled.
That's true.
What do you think it means?
Our country is in decline.
Oh my god. Whoa.
Decline is not inevitable. It's a choice. We need to send Joe Biden back to his basement and reverse American decline.
Oh, wait, what? Back to his basement? Wait, what? Like, are you gonna send him back to Mama's basement? Is that how things work?
The basement.
With understanding we must reverse Bidenomics so that middle-class families have a chance to succeed again. We cannot succeed as a country if you are working hard and you can't afford groceries, a car, or a new home, while Hunter Biden can make hundreds of thousands of dollars on lousy pills.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? No, oh my god.
I'm sorry,
when the Congress spends
Dude, take a shot every time they start mentioning Hunter Biden. You're gonna die.
and trillions of dollars. Those rich men north of Richmond have put us in this situation.
Oh my god. Oh. Dude, this is so cheesy. Yeah, those north of Richmond, the Bidens, I tell you what.
Finally, we need to lower your gas prices. We're going to open up all energy production. We will be energy dominant again in this country. I showed it could be done in the state of Florida. I pledge to you as your president, we will get the job done, and I will not let you down.
He's really trying to have charisma tonight.
Oh my. He's trying. Oh my god, that weird awkward smile that he just did there. Dude, he's trying. And to be fair, that's probably the most charisma he's actually given out the entire time he's been running for president so far. Like, ever. And even then, it still felt like an anti-charisma void.
That smile at the end.
I know. Hold on, we gotta see it again. I want to see that again.
He's really trying to have...
Look at that. Oh my god. Like, oh, dude, he's so fucking weird, man.
Tonight.
Oh my god. That smile at the end.
Curse.
That was the curse.
Yeah, it's creepy.
Fuck.
Than him.
Well, look, I do agree predominantly with what Governor DeSantis just laid out. I think that if you asked every one of us up here, that we would agree predominantly with what he just laid out. Here's the difference. The difference is that we're going to have to work and make sure that we sell these ideas and be able to put ourselves in a position where we get a majority of the vote, not only by winning the Congress and the Senate,
Christy, this is not how you go out balls swinging, dude. Where's those big blusterous balls that you have? This isn't being blusterous and ballsy.
61% of the vote with a Democratic legislature against me the entire time. And we still, through hard, strong decision-making, brought them around to our point of view. We cut taxes in New Jersey. We cut debt in New Jersey. We made sure that
all right, I feel like Chris Christie is underwhelming. I was hoping he would kind of like go blunt a little bit. I mean, honestly, going after Trump's his strong suit. This is just him being typical Republican or whatever the fuck. Cutting taxes, we did things to work hard and blah blah blah. Bootstrap mentality. It's just typical Republican shit right now.
Kind of spending that's going on in Washington, because every dollar
the unnecessary spending in Washington. Another typical Republican talking point, no matter what the hell's going on.
Children, it's robbing our country and it's wrong.
Well, Governor, let me just follow up very quickly. New Jersey,
really weak start for him.
Really weak, yeah. Seriously, that was bitch made. Cuck.
Yep. Yeah, and that's what happens when you inherit a blue state that has done that. But when you look at what we did on debt, Brett, in that state, we cut debt in that state, debt that had been left to us by 3 Democratic gubernatorial predecessors of mine who ran up that debt tremendously. And what you also saw us do was to cut the unemployment rate in half.
Have some more balls, Chris. Come on.
In 2010. What we also did was cut pension.
He's having too much of the, oh, fuck you. Okay, well, there's some of that anti-worker shit, you know, that Republicans typically do. We cut pensions down. It's like, oh, yeah, like, that's a good thing. Yeah, great. Let's spend that as positive. I mean, it just also shows you that, you know, despite, you know, this softness I might have for him on the stage, like, you know, I don't like him still. But, I mean, it's like, you know, he was been kind of coming up, leading up to this, you know, kind of, swinging some fists a little bit and having little balls and shit. And now it's like, I mean, he's kind of giving the assertiveness a little bit, but he's, you know, but there's just like that, you know, bluster ain't there. So underwhelming.
Employees to make sure that taxpayers were not.
We made it more difficult for people to retire. Yeah, no shit. Now, by the way, like, for the most part, I'm just going to be kind of talking about, like, how they perform, more or less. Like, I mean, we already kind of get that pretty much whatever they're going to say is either lying, typical Republican bullshit, culture war nonsense, or just, you know, shit to make fun of, you know? So it's like, I mean, there's not going to be much outside of, like, you know, very specific shit, like, you know, like the cut pension stuff, like, we did everything that we could and worked with some of the moderate Democrat blue dog Dems and stuff to basically cut pensions and stuff like that. It made it harder for people to retire. Yes.
So by a public employee that was killing the taxpayer. Thank you, Governor.
Tim Scott, Senator Scott, excuse me. The song also goes after welfare programs. As a senator, now President Biden argued for freezing federal spending, this was back in the 80s, and dealing with sacred cows. He does not talk about that anymore. You have been a senator, though, for 10 years.
Is this the first time they brought up the welfare part of Oliver Anthony's song?
The increasing size of government.
Yeah. Tim Scott is the resident black man.
As the resident black, can you tell us about how you feel about welfare?
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Oh, you know what? Dude, that is a little cheeky. Dude, the one time they mentioned about the welfare lyrics in that song, like, they give it to Tim Scott, the token black guy on the stage.
Listening package. What we also need to understand is that Joe Biden's Bidenomics has led to the loss of $10,000 of spending power for the average family. When you see 16% inflation, your gas is up 40%, your food is up 20%, your electricity is up 20%. We can stop that by turning the spigot off in Washington, sending the money back to the states, and allowing the decisions to be made at their own houses. I helped write the tax.
How do you plan on doing that?
2017. We cut.
What does that even mean? We're going to like cut spending on the federal level and let that trickle down to the states, and then that goes to you.
Family
because
if you don't
reasons.
We can't spend it. That's good news for the American people.
Okay, but just to follow up, you did.
It's good news to not spend what? Wait, what? It's good news to not spend money?
4.4 trillion, 4.1
what?
1.7 trillion over the course of that administration. That's a lot of money.
There's no doubt that during the Trump administration, when we were dealing with the COVID virus, we spent more money. But here's what happened at the end of our time in the majority. We had low unemployment, record low unemployment, 3.5% for the majority of the population, 70-year low for women. African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians had an all-time low, but our inflation was at 2%. Under Joe Biden, we've seen the exact opposite. We've seen inflation explode, which led to 12.
Yeah, a lot of that was because of Trump's policies, you moron.
Home buyers today.
A lot of that was because of Trump. And Biden's kept some of that policy going. So, yeah, fuck you.
No, they're gonna go hard on the black man. Oh, they going in.
Mr. Ramaswamy, listening to all of this, why should voters choose you over more experienced politicians on this stage? You're basically, a blank slate for people.
So you're like the young one here. How come people should look at you who's young? Because young people obviously don't know what the fuck they're doing, and you as a young person obviously don't know what the fuck you're doing. So how should people trust you? Granted, for this guy, it's true, but for just that insult, that jab at young people in general, like, fuck you.
38 years old. You said you only voted in 2 presidential elections before this moment, this political race.
So first, let me just address a question that is on everybody's mind at home tonight. Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name, and what the heck is he doing in the middle of this debate stage?
Come on, Vivek.
Not a politician, Brett.
What the fuck is this? Like, you literally have a pre-made corporate, like, fucking PR speech of a fucking, like, intro ready for your ass? Dude, fuck you. Oh my god.
Parents came to this country with no money 40 years ago. I have gone on to found
completely ignored the question.
Companies. I did it while marrying my wife, Apoorva, raising our 2 sons.
Is he even addressing the question at all?
That is the American dream. And I'm genuinely worried that that American dream will not exist for our 2 sons and their generation unless we do something about it. And I do think it's going to take an outsider. Because for a long time, we have professional politicians in the Republican Party who have been running from something.
Guess what? That happened with Trump, you moron. We've been, like, he was an outsider.
To our vision of what it means to be an American today. If you have a
right.
You don't turn over the keys to the people who broke it again. You hand it over to a new generation to actually fix the problem. That's why I'm in this race, and we're just getting warmed up.
That's a great start.
Okay, for a corporate PR answer, it started rough, but he actually built that up really quickly.
Said I'm coming out strong.
Yeah.
He kind of had a little bit of a hiccup at first, but he kind of popped off there for a bit. Whoa.
Not a thing.
Totally didn't even bother answering the question. It just kind of popped off. It was like, sup, bitch. Oh God!
And you notice
Tulsa
no
clone.
follow-up questions for he or DeSantis.
Right now, he's beating you.
Vivek is the GOP's Buttigieg for
What
sure.
I care about the fact is that no
Yeah.
one is telling the American
Here's the Tulsa
people
Gabbard.
truth. The truth is that Biden didn't do this to us. Our Republicans did this to us too. When they passed that $2.2 trillion COVID stimulus bill,
What?
they left us with 90 million people on Medicaid and 42 million people on food stamps. No one has told you how to fix it. I'll tell you how to fix it.
We're gonna make all those people not be on food stamps or Medicaid. Fuck all of you.
Spending. They need to stop the borrowing. They need to eliminate the earmarks that the Republicans brought back in, and they need to make sure they understand these are taxpayer dollars. It's not their dollars. And while they're all saying this, you have Ron DeSantis, you've got Tim Scott, you've got Mike Pence. They all voted to raise the debt, and Donald Trump added $8 trillion to our
Fucking spitting, dude. She's not leaving hostages. Holy shit, dude. She's going after anyone on that stage. Whoa.
Our kids are never going to forgive us.
Whoa, dude. She's popping off. Holy fuck.
2024 budget. Republicans asked for $7.4 billion in earmarks. Democrats asked for $2.8 billion. So you tell me who are the big spenders. I think it's time for an accountability.
Oh, fuck, dude. She just. Whoa, dude. She just fucking dropped the mic on that. Whoa, dude. Whoa, that was. Whoa, that was actually like. Whoa. Whoa, I was a little thrown off by that one. Holy shit. Like, she just, like, called all of those motherfuckers out, basically. And it's like, yo, hey, Dems over here are being a little bit more, like, cheap about, like, how they're doing spending over here. Like, you're all the ones who vote for the more debt and blah, blah, blah. Like, you tell me who wants to, you know, decrease spending here. Like, she just dropped the fucking mic and, like, you know, did the whole, like, this you meme. Well, they're all like, we want to cut taxes and cut spending and this and that. She literally just, like, MG42 machine gun, like, it just went like this, you bitch. You know, just, like, annihilated them. Whoa, that was a really impressive start. What the fuck? I think, honestly, what was her thing about earlier? Like, she definitely is, you know, surprised Tulsi. What was the... Dude, these anti-Trump Republicans might go to her. Like, or I feel like it, dude. I mean, or at the very least, you know, she's definitely going to be a good, like, middle ground for anti-Trump and even pro-Trump Republicans. Like, she just kind of went out swinging out of fucking nowhere with all that. Like, whoa. Damn. I mean, I don't like a lot what she, you know, has got to offer for sure, but she just kind of fucking, like, spat some fucking fire right there. That was like, whoa. I mean, I can at least, you know, respect the spitting, you know, when I see it, you know what I mean?
She said y'all getting red.
4% of voters said the cost of groceries is a, quote, major problem for them. Right. You blame the Biden administration.
There's, like, definitely blood on the floor after her. Like, holy shit.
President, your administration spent more than any prior, $7.8 trillion.
Oh, now it's for the VP.
National debt, $3.5 trillion of that before COVID. So does that mean that you're part of the
Come on,
problem?
really?
Well, first off, thanks for the question. Thanks for letting me respond.
Oh my god, after those last two intros, that's how you're gonna start this? Mike, get the memo. Like, you just had two people who just kind of went out there swinging a little bit. One way more than the other, and here you are just being like, oh, well, thank you, I am honored. It's like, give me a break.
Administration's record. Okay. I'm incredibly proud of the record of the Trump-Pence administration. In 4 short years, we rebuilt our military. We revived our economy. We unleashed American energy. And we appointed 3 conservatives to the Supreme Court that gave the American people a new beginning for the right to life.
Oh, my good Lord. Ugh.
Martha, you asked earlier who's the most best prepared for this job. And I must tell you, with all due respect to all of my friends on the stage, and even to one that's probably looking on, I think unquestionably I am the best.
Wait. Even to my friend that's looking on. Dude, what? Come on.
Tested, the most qualified and proven conservative in this race. I was a leader in the Congress of the United States. I led Indiana where we balanced budgets and had a AAA bond rating when I was governor. And as Vice President of the United States, we spent funding to backfill on the the military cuts of the Obama administration, and then we were there in the worst pandemic in 100 years. All that being said, I was the first to say that we national debt issues. You got people on this stage that won't even talk about issues like Social Security and Medicare. I mean, Vivek, you recently said the president can't do everything. Well, I got news for you, Vivek. I've been in the hallway. I've been in the West Wing. A president of the United States has to confront every crisis facing America. I will put our nation back on the path to growth and prosperity and restore fiscal responsibility, just as I did in Congress and as governor and when I was vice president.
Yeah, but you did not turn the election around for Donald Trump on January 6th. Disqualified!
Yeah, and also, like, you basically didn't, like, you know, do really anything, and it's all like, like, oh my god.
They wanted to hang you. Guys, unlock American energy. Drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear. Put people back.
Oh my. It's like, we must drill, we must, you know, frack, we must do everything possible to just continue false by burning it all. Yes, burn it!
We love Vivek.
Reform the U.S., stabilize the U.S. dollar, and go to war. The only war that I will declare as U.S. president will be the war on the federal administrative state that is the source of the toxic regulations, acting like a wet blanket on the...
You would literally be a part of that, you fucking idiot, when you're elected, you moron.
But I'll let you all parse that out. For me, it's pretty simple.
Dude, he's doing like some weird culture war bullshit, like in the sense of being like an online type. Like, because he's young, I guarantee you, like, a part of his staffer and campaign, you know, like, running his campaign and shit, I guarantee you they're, like, you know, using online meme type of talking points and shit, because that's what he's doing.
President can do with focus, and I'll deliver on it.
Well, let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you, Vivek, if I can.
Wow, so understand this gonna stand there in the middle like a little...
I'm trying to hear the explanation. Is he coming with something?
I was a House conservative leader before it was cool. I actually pushed a Deficit Reduction Act. That was the last time we actually reduced the national debt in the United States, when I was the leader of House Conservatives. I balanced budgets and cut taxes when I was governor. I mean, look, Joe Biden has weakened this country at home and abroad. Now is not the time for on-the-job training. We don't need to bring in a...
Oh my god, fuck off. Like, I mean, I don't like Ramaswamy, but this whole, like, jab at, oh, he's young, so you're gonna be training while you're on the job. Guess what? Trump was basically, like, training barely while on the job the entire time he was there. You were babysitting him, you fucking idiot. You're his VP. Oh, people are booing him for it. Oh, people did not like that. Hold on, I want to hear it again. Oh, people did not like that at all.
What's that?
The first Republican debate. It's fucking Clownshow, and oh my god, it is awesome so far.
All clown shows.
Well, this one is pretty exceptional. It's fucking amazing so far. I've actually been thoroughly somewhat impressed with, like, one or two of them so far, despite me despising them to the core of their fibers and atomic particles of their being. But, I mean, beyond that, like, some of my expectations about this have certainly been subverted already, and this is, like, barely the start of it, too.
So here's the thing. Why are we in this mess? Part of it, and a major reason, is because how this federal government handled COVID-19 by locking
Oh, there's definitely going to be some highlights.
down this economy. It was a mistake. It should have never happened. And in Florida, we led the country out of lockdown. We kept our state free and open.
Yeah, and then, like, thousands and thousands of people died for it, you fucking schmuck. You
bureaucrats lock you down. You don't take somebody like Fauci and coddle him. You bring Fauci in, you sit him down, and you say, Anthony, you are fired.
Anthony, you are fired. Did he really just try to do a Trumpism? He was like, yo, you are fired. Like, dude, only Trump could do that. And the fact that you just tried to do that was just fucking pathetic and miserable. I want to hear that again.
Bring Fauci in, you sit him down, and you say, Anthony, you are fired.
Oh my god, he said that so flamboyantly, dude. Where it's like, Anthony, you are fired. It's like, you're fired. It's like, dude, you're not Trump, bro. Like, you're a cuck. You're a beta, dude.
I told you.
We're going to bring in
I put respond to Mike for 1 second because he invoked me back.
Crash,
But now that everybody's gotten their
No.
memorized, pre-prepared slogans out of the way,
Like
we're
you.
gonna have a real discussion now.
Don't fucking. Don't worry about it. No, I get.
Oh wow, that was actually a half decent retort.
You have a bunch of people, professional politicians, super PAC puppets, following slogans handed over to them by their 400-page super PACs last week. The real choice we face in this primary is this. Do you want a super PAC puppet, or do you want a patriot who speaks the truth? Do you want incremental reform, which is what you're hearing about, or do you want revolution?
Okay.
And I stand on the side of the American Revolution.
I've got to address. We're gonna take control back here.
We need everyone to have.
Whoa.
What'd you do?
Have not been back to that. We are.
You took control.
There are two people who we have not heard from yet. So let's hear from Governor Burgum and then from Governor.
I'm gonna say Ramaswamy at least knows how to kind of like regain control when he gets attacked.
The economy.
David was on the side of revolution there for a minute.
It's a big deal to make it on this stage with all these.
Hey, who's this guy?
Yeah, wait a minute. Like, this guy finally says something? Who are you, Mr. like Dawn of a Mafia? Like, I mean, who are you, bro?
No, this is the $20 gift card guy.
But when they were all wishing.
He's a gift card guy? Wait, what?
A little too literally when they said go to Milwaukee and break a leg. So, but I do want to say on this, we're missing something. We can't just talk about the Biden economy.
We're missing something. Me and me speaking. Remember me. I'm on the stage. Please let me speak a little bit.
Because the economy, energy, and national security are all tied together. We, of course, we're paying too much for our energy in our state in our country right now. But part of the reason why is because of the Biden policies on energy. We've got a plan right now, the $1.2 trillion of Green New Deal spending buried in the Inflation Creation Act is something that
Green New Deal spending. I didn't even realize. Wow,
stop buying
news
oil
to me.
from the Middle East and start buying batteries from China. We're just trading OPEC for Sinopec, and then belatedly, the Biden administration says, no, we're going to put sanctions on Russian oil. Well, we put sanctions on Russian oil, well, then it's 20% off. Who's buying it? China. So if you buy a battery in this country, you buy a solar panel, it's being produced in a plant in China powered by coal, or it's being powered by oil and gas at 20% off. And every farmer in this country would like to buy diesel at 20% off, just like they're buying it in China.
Governor Hutchinson, quickly.
What the fuck was he even talking about? I was so trying hard to, like, something about, like, you know, buying oil, like, 20% off or something? And, like, China's getting 20% off oil because sanctions against Russia or something? What the fuck was that about? What?
Guys, real quick, people are saying that we're too loud compared to the debate itself. Folks,
dude, the debate itself is quiet as fuck.
We can't turn it up, but we'll try to be more
boost it. Something.
Yeah, I'll turn myself down. You can do
We can all
that.
turn our mics down.
Yeah, you turn our mics
If
down.
we all turn our mics down, then it may be better.
Conservative
Everyone half your mic.
which
Put
I
half the
lowered taxes
DBs.
in Arkansas as governor.
Okay, I've lowered it to half.
$2 billion
I've lowered it too.
surplus.
Do I sound
that
lower,
passed
everybody?
over to my
Do I sound
successor.
quieter, everyone?
And
Everyone want to do
made
sound
sure
off?
that we
Yeah, I sound the
shrunk
same.
size
Just
of
mute.
government. We have 14% fewer state employees in Arkansas.
Does it sound better? Is it
after
good?
I left government than when
Yeah.
I took over as governor 8
That's
years
in half
ago.
as well.
I tell that because that's what we need in Washington, D.C.
Honestly, the fact that they're, like, you know, louder than this debate, like, I mean, are we missing anything if we, like, you know, happen to not hear anything specifically?
That can actually reduce the size, and I've pledged to reduce by 10%.
Hey, Mr. Boring Stuff Suit, get off the stage and have some of the other people that are more entertaining be on stage. Go away. Go fuck off.
And let me applaud some of the business partners that are here.
Oh my god! No, fuck off!
Let me tell you,
I want some, like cane to just, like, yoink! You know, just, like, take him by the neck and just go, like, yoink! Just take him away, dude.
Times of crisis,
Get out of here, you fucking dork.
experience that is important for the future of our country to be the president of the United States that can lead with positive solutions and be held accountable.
Thank you. We have a
Boring.
lot of topics.
Lame.
to do, and I
Yeah,
promise
head of the
we're going to
DEA,
get to
cringe
everyone
as fuck.
who play with
Oh, head of DA, nah, ACAB, fuck you.
Okay, next topic. More than 1,000 people are still unaccounted for in Maui. After the deadliest U.S. wildfire in more than a century. Hawaii's governor and White House officials said that climate change amplified the cost of human error.
And a tropical storm hit California for the first time in 84 years. The ocean hit 101 degrees off the coast of Florida. And in the last month, the heat wave in the Southwest broke records nearly 50 years old.
This is going to be good.
Diaz from
Yeah,
America's Foundation.
they're talking about climate change. You know this is going to be fucking cringe.
Question.
Polls consistently show that young people's #1 issue is climate change. How will you, as both President of the United States and leader of the Republican Party, calm their fears that the Republican Party doesn't care about climate change?
Deny it.
We want to start.
We're literally going to be like denying it and tell you to go fuck yourself and pull yourself by the bootstraps, you stupid peasant. How about that?
They're asking this question.
Do you believe in human behavior is causing climate change? Raise your hand if you do.
Look, we're not school children. Let's have the debate. I mean, I'm happy to take it to start. Alexander, so do you want to raise your hand or not?
Oh my god, it's like, I'm willing to have the debate about it because, you know, there's obviously, you know, a debate to be had about this, even though it's obviously objectively factual and a consensus and non-debatable. But no, let's have a debate about it.
I don't think that's the way to do. So let me just say to Alexander this. First of all,
citrusy.
One of the reasons our country's decline is because of the way the corporate media treats Republicans versus Democrats. Biden was on the beach while those people were suffering. He was asked about it. He said, no comment. Are you kidding me? As somebody that's handled disasters in Florida, you got to be activated. You got to be there. You got to be present. You got to be helping people who are doing this. And here's the deal.
Let's just answer the question. So, is that a yes? Or is that a yes? Is that a hand raise?
You do not.
I think it was a hand raise for him, and it's my hands are in my pockets.
No, I didn't raise a hand.
Let us be honest as Republicans. I'm the only person on the stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this. The climate change agenda is a hoax.
What the fuck? Wait a minute. Wait. Did he just say, I'm not the only one who's bought and paid for, so I'm allowed to say this? And literally every single person on stage was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And half the crowd started booing and says, it is a hoax? Are you fucking kidding me? This, like, Ramaswamy is honestly legit a fucking fascist. I mean, make no mos about it. This dude's a fucking fascist. I mean, and this just really confirms it. Like, this dude is, like, literally willing to accelerate climate change in order to, like, make sure that everyone but him and his, like, power group and his, like, you know, like, cult of personality, you know, fucking, like, suffers and shit.
Alright, right there.
Dude, everyone is booing him. Dude, he just fucked himself with that. That was, ooh. You should not said that, you fucking retarded piece of shit.
Getting booed for that, right? Or was he getting booed for the other comment?
Bought
And so the
paid.
reality is that more people
Yeah.
are dying of bad climate change policies than they are of actual climate change.
Governor Haley, are you bought and paid for?
Down by
Hold on. Listen. No, wait, hold on.
This guy's gonna feel really stupid in a couple years.
Of a guy who sounds like ChatGPT standing up.
Oh! He worked on that line.
In one of these debates,
That
who
was
stood
too
in the
good.
middle of the stage and said,
That was actually kind of good. All right, Chris. All right.
what's a skinny guy with an odd last name doing up here was Barack Obama, and I'm afraid we're dealing with the same type of amateur standing in stage tonight.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's a low bar, Chris, but you love your low bars, you know. Ooh, that. Ooh. Damn, Chris. They're throwing fucking shade at Ramaswamy, dude.
Got him.
Hold on. Hey, Governor Haley, would you like to respond? Are you
So,
bought and
Brett,
paid
what
for?
I would like to say is the fact that I think this is exactly why Margaret Thatcher said, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, dude, the fucking girl boss feminism. No! Oh my god. Dude, literal girl boss feminism, bro. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Oh my god. We're gonna have girl boss feminism. If you want things done, then just ask a conservative woman.
Now that's fair.
My
sounds woke.
Woke, yeah, dude, for real.
Air, clean water. We want to see that taken care of.
Hey, if you want to do imperialism of America and do things, you know, for corporate, you know, and for like the military-industrial complex and be a total Republican conservative fuck, do so with wokeness and be a girl boss with it.
Right way to do it. And the right way to do it is, first of all, yes,
It's
it's climate
ignore
change
it.
real. Yes, it is. But if you want to go and really change the
What's the right
environment,
way?
then we need to start telling China and India that they have to
Oh my
lower
God.
their emissions. That's where our problem is. And these green subsidies that Biden has put in, all he's done is help China, because he doesn't understand all these electric vehicles that he's done, what that does. Half of the batteries for electric vehicles are made in China. And so that's not helping the environment. You're
Yeah, because of corporate outsourcing.
putting money in China's pocket, and Biden did that. So, first of all, I think we need to
So China
acknowledge
bad,
the
fuck
truth,
the Earth?
which is these
Yeah, China bad, so fuck Earth. Fuck climate change, because China and India bad, and they should actually, you know, fix the Earth instead of America. We could destroy it as much as we want, because we were good.
are not working. We also need to take on the international world and say, okay, India and China, you've got to stop
Take on the
polluting, and that's when
international
we'll start
world.
to deal with
Yeah. Gotta take on the whole world. We're America, we will take on the world. Fuck you. Oh my god, is she also like a weird, she is like a weird blend of like Tulsi Gabbard, Hillary, and like Bush almost. Dude, she's fucking like, she's fucking weird, man.
I mean, here's what the American people deserve.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Blackbird's on the panel.
To decide on the next leader of our country. Number one, wait a second. And number two, as a kid who grew up in a single-parent household mired in poverty, I wondered, was the American
Oh my god, yeah, I doubt you grew up in poverty, bro.
kids who were devastated by poverty, devastated by the challenges of life, I came to the conclusion that America can do for anyone what she's done for me if we focus on restoring hope, creating opportunities, and protecting America. If we want the environment to be better, and we all do, the best thing to do is to bring our jobs home from China. If we create 10 million new jobs in my Made in America plan, we will have a better economy and a better environment. Let me tell you why I say that, Brett. America,
Do it quickly.
America has cut.
Jesus.
Fuck, wow, what, damn, well, fuck you, Brett. Damn. It's like, here, one more thing, you know, it's like, well, do it quickly. Like, Jesus, like, goddamn.
Yeah, that was quick. America has cut our carbon footprint in half in the last 25 years. The places where they are continuing to
Did it, though?
Africa, 950 million people. India, over 1 billion. China, over 1 billion. Why would we put ourselves at a disadvantage, devastating our own economy? Let's bring our jobs home.
We have a lot of different topics to get to.
Yeah, we do. We thank you all. Thank you.
Oh my god. I feel like, I mean, if they want to do the whole bring, you know, American jobs back, I'm not even inherently against that, but, I mean, like, I mean, just the way that, you know, they're phrasing and shit, and a lot of the policies that they advocate for is literally antithetical to all that bullshit. I mean, it's just fucking, you know, two-faced bullshit. I mean, they're just lying.
Defining issue in the 2024 campaign. The first Republican debate continues moments away.
Ugh.
Wow.
People are still saying our mics are too loud. Guess we gotta turn them down a little
Nothing
bit
we
more.
can do at this point. I mean,
Jesus
I
Christ!
might
If you
even
guys just
lower
want to watch the debate, then go to Fox News. Like,
Fuck you, David.
Well, right now it's a commercial.
I don't want to give them a view. I'm using you guys.
So we can have a little bit of back and forth. Yeah, that was.
I guess I could do Vosh, I suppose. Could use him. I know he reacted to this shit.
So that came out strong. So you guys were right in your initial.
it's
prediction.
Vivek.
Oh,
Vivek. Vivek like steak.
I thought it was
Oh.
Vivek.
I thought it was Vivek. Yeah, whatever. Who gives a fuck? Let's see, can we skip just ahead to the rest of it? No, I have to like literally do this, I guess. Bam, 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 bam. Skipping ahead to keep watching the shit. Cause it be crazy as shit. Oh, well, a little too far ahead. Here we go.
Shout out to all the right-wingers watching us currently. We are also conservative, so stick around.
Thank you, Martha. I'm unapologetically pro-life. Not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband was adopted and had trouble having both of my children, so I'm surrounded by blessings. Having said that, we need to stop demonizing this issue. This is talking about the fact that unelected justices didn't need to decide something this personal, because it's personal for every woman and man. Now it's been put in the hands of the people. That's great. When it comes to a federal ban, let's be honest with the American people and say it will take 60 Senate votes. It will take a majority of the House. So in order to do that, let's find consensus. Can't we all agree that we should ban late-term abortions? Can't we all agree that we should encourage adoptions? Can't we all agree that doctors and nurses who don't believe in abortion shouldn't have to perform them? Can't we all agree that contraception should be available? And can't we all agree that we are not going to put a woman in jail or give her the death penalty if she gets an abortion?
Well, you're talking to Republicans. No, they can't. I mean, I could, maybe. I'm willing to compromise on at least some of that stuff. The late-term abortion ban, I don't know. I mean, there needs to at least be medical and, you know, like social exemptions, I think. And honestly, even with that, I think, you know, fuck it. Just let it be personal choice, because most of the time, abortions don't happen during that point. Like, they're all early term, not late term, for the most part. Like, you know, so it's pretty uncommon for, like, early onset abortions to happen. So it's like, I mean, I just think that's just kind of bullshit. I mean, you know, but at least, you know, for a lot of other stuff, like, yeah, you know, contraception and stuff like that, blah, blah, it's like, yeah, okay. Honestly, Nikki Haley's kind of, like, throwing me off a little bit with, like, she's kind of coming off more, it's like a rhino, like, not rhino, like, a fucking, like, blue dog Democrat almost. Like, I mean, this just seems like, you know, a typical, like, you know, like, Joe Manchin style Democrat almost. Like, I mean, did she, like, move, like, liberal, like, or something? Because it seems interesting.
Treat this like a respectful issue that it is, and humanize the situation and stop demonizing the situation.
Well, all right.
I mean,
all abortions matter.
Okay.
President Pence, DeSantis, you signed a 6-week abortion ban in Florida. One of your biggest financial backers said that you need to, quote, shift to get moderates or you will lose. What do you say to him and others who say politically that is a tough thing to sell nationally?
Well, I would say we sold the biggest election landslide victory in the history of the Republican Party in the state of Florida in 2022. That's what I did. We can win. But second of all, look, you got to do what you think is right. I believe in a culture of life. I was proud to sign the heartbeat bill. I remember one of the most impactful moments of my life was when I heard the heartbeat of my oldest daughter.
That's unfortunate.
In my wife's womb, and then saw the sonograms of all 3 of my kids. What the Democrats are...
Your wife should have swallowed. How about that? Fuck you. I guarantee you diddled those fucking kids or something. You disgusting, parasitical, narcissistic fucking nightmare of a human being, or barely a human being, you literal ghoul demon.
...to do on this issue is wrong to allow abortion all the way up to the moment of birth. I know a lady in Florida named Penny. She survived multiple abortion attempts.
What? Oh, God, what the fuck? Hold up.
Left, discarded in a pan. Fortunately, her grandma...
What? Wait! What type of fake news trash is this? Discarded in a pan. Oh, yeah, like, yo, Penny, who was, like, 8 weeks, like, like, she was basically, like, a month or 2 in, in that pregnancy, her fucking, mom decided to just, like, abort her ass, rip her out of that fucking pussy, lay her on a fucking dish plate, and just left her out on the street. I saw her myself, and I picked her up, and I took care of her and raised her as my own. Like, get the fuck out of here, you worthless piece of bastardized shit. Worthless fuck. Fuck you.
Different hospital. We're better than what the Democrats are selling. We are not going to allow abortion all the way up till birth, and we will hold that.
And he is so traumatized.
Dude, it's such a fucking dramatic, bullshit, fictional story that only fucking Tolkien can dream of writing.
She survived being in a pan?
Yep.
Yeah, she was like pan-fried or something. Yeah, once she was aborted, she got pan-fried in the oven for about 350 degrees, for a little extra cooking, and she survived and was able to, just be a regular human being afterwards. Total functional member of society, yeah.
I understand Wisconsin is going to do it different than Texas. I understand Iowa and New Hampshire are going to do different. But I will support the cause of life as governor and as president.
Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head.
Have a national.
Hold on, Senator. Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head.
Well, look, I'm not new to this cause. After I gave my life to Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, I opened up.
Oh my God! Ah! Fuck your God, Ave Satanas, fucking bitch. Ugh.
Before I formed you.
I understand, sanctity of life, so I gave my life to the Lord Jesus Christ. Let me prophesize to God and hope I can convert some of you.
See, I set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life.
Oh my God!
Life had to be my cause. And I've been a champion for life in the Congress, a champion for life as governor and as vice president. And to be honest with you, Nikki, you're my friend, but consensus is the opposite of leadership. When the Supreme Court returned this question to the American people, they didn't just send it to the states only. It's not a states only issue, it's a moral issue. And I promise you, as president of the...
No, it's not. It's a human rights issue because fucking women's rights are violated when you ban it, you fucking worthless twit.
States. The American people will have a champion for life in the Oval Office.
Oh my
Can't
God,
we have a
this
minimum
is
standard
so cheesy.
in every state in the nation that says when a baby is capable of feeling pain, an abortion cannot be allowed. A 15-week ban is an idea whose time has come. It's supported by 70% of the American people. But it's
wait, what? Wait, hold on, wait, what?
Ban is an idea whose time has come. It's supported by 70% of the American people.
Says who? What? Bullshit. Says who? Like what? Some random obscure poll that you found on the internet? Bullshit.
It's going to take unapologetic...
Like, I mean... like, most women don't realize that they're pregnant within the 12 to 16 week period. Which is, like, between, like, the 2 to 4 months... Like, because once it's about, like, 3 to 4 months afterwards, that's when you actually start having legitimate signs of pregnancy and stuff. Like, usually, before that time, you don't really know 100% unless you actually do pregnancy tests and... like, get checked up about that. Like, some women don't totally realize that until, like, they actually start, feeling the bump and shit like that. I mean, so, like, it's, like, even, like, that's bullshit. The idea of, like, oh, yeah, 14-week or 15-week or whatever you said, like, a lot of women barely realize that they're pregnant by that point. I mean, most realize around the 12 to 13-week period. So it's like, what, you give them, like, a week or two to figure out if they want an abortion or not, if they want to raise a child or not? Yeah, like, yeah, like, the idea of having a kid or not, yeah, like, that's something to not contemplate for a minute or two about. So it's like, really?
Leadership that stands on principle and expresses compassion for women in crisis pregnancies. I'll do that as president of the United States.
My name's Sarah. So first of all, I will say it is in the hands of the people, and that's where it should be. But when you're talking about a federal ban, be honest with the American people. We haven't had 45 pro-life senators in over 100 years. So no Republican president can ban abortions any more than a Democrat president could ban all those state laws. Don't make women feel like they have to decide on this issue when you know we don't have 60 Senate votes in the House.
70% of the American people support legislation to ban abortion after a baby is capable of experiencing pain.
Where's this whole 70% thing coming from? Because that is just, like, I doubt, like, that's even true.
70% of the Senate does not. You have to be honest with the American people.
All right, let's get Governor Bergman for one minute here. But the Supreme Court overturned.
Let's get this dunce cap who hasn't said a word.
Yeah.
Let's get him talking.
So that's where it is right now.
Look at this fucking dork Dude, I swear to God, if he doesn't drop out after this debate, I'm gonna really I actually might feel bad for him.
You can just talk over him. He gives a fuck.
Yeah, like fuck this guy. I mean, some literal Dawn Mafia boss looking fuck who just like wandered on stage, dude.
For donating $1 to him so he could get on the stage. Because you needed 40,000 donations. So he said, donate $1 to me and I will send you a $20 gift card.
Well, first of all, I'm a pro-life.
So that's why he's on the
very
stage.
pro-life state.
So so people got $20 gift cards just for donating to him.
And this issue is, of course, very important. But I am on the.
Why is he wearing other people's skin?
I know. He doesn't look real, dude.
Abortion ban.
Now.
We should not. And the reason why we shouldn't is very simple. It's the 10th Amendment. In the Constitution. In the Constitution.
Did he just pull out a little Constitution handbook or something? What the fuck did he... What? Did he just pull out a Constitution out of his pocket?
States created the federal government, not the other way around. It says that
what the fuck?
Delegated to them by the states. The rest are left to the states.
Oh my God! He just pulls out a little Constitution handbook out of his fucking coat pocket, dude. Oh my God! This fucking dork, get off the stage! Holy shit!
We need to get back to freedom and liberty for the people in this country, and we can't have Republicans who fight for 50 years for this great cause and to return it back to the states, and then the next day. They turn around and go, no, the feds should do that because the feds are stepping into people's lives. They're stepping into people's businesses over and over. If we say that the feds should be in on this one, where do we stop? I say that we follow the Constitution and this is returned to the states. This is where it should be.
But Governor Burgum, you signed a 6-week ban. Time out. You signed a 6-week ban. Governor Burgum, you signed a 6-week ban. So you're saying federally, it's all going to go to the states.
Yes, and what is going to work in New York will never work in North Dakota, and vice versa. That's why
If it doesn't work in New York, but strangely can work in fucking North Dakota, then it doesn't work at all. Like, just as, I mean, the idea that this, like, bullshit just fucking, like, somehow mysteriously can just work in one place but not in the other is retarded. It's bullshit. Like, just because the idea that, like, oh, like, you know, more people happen to be, quote-unquote, poor life around here doesn't mean that abortions don't happen and, this, you know, like, in medical or, like, social necessity abortions and shit are, you know, are needed. When I say social necessity, I mean, like, incest, rape, or both. Like, I mean, that's what I mean by that. Like, you know, if someone is, you know, raped, or, like, has, you know, ancestral, like, you know, sexual assault, you know, and shit like that. Like, I mean, it's stuff like that. Like, that's, you know, what I consider, like, social, you know, exceptional, like, necessities when it comes to abortion. And plenty of these type of things fucking happen all the time, unfortunately, all over the fucking country. It doesn't matter if it's in North Dakota, New York, or Oregon, wherever the fuck. And yet, like, you know, for some reason, it, you know, magically works in some places versus others. Bullshit. That's not how that shit works at all.
This is too important of an issue that I have to address. First of all,
who the fuck are you?
The board gave it back to the elected representatives,
Hutchinson?
whether it's the states or whether it's the United States Congress. So there is authority, and that's why President Biden is pushing for a Democrat proposal, which is, in essence, abortion on demand through the term. So they have their extreme position at a national level. It's most likely going to be addressed in the states, but it's certainly fine for it to be addressed at the national level as well. Arkansas has the record of being the most pro-life.
Okay. Who the fuck are you? Get off the stage, you weirdo. Who the fuck are you again? Who in the actual fuck are you again there, old man? Who cares? Go away.
While I was
sorry to all those kids dying in those work.
And every state can determine a different outcome here. And it is the most important issue for women and for the unborn child and for our country that we get this right. It's going to be a continued debate. Let's talk about it in terms of
1 in 5 kids in Arkansas live in poverty.
The life, and also understanding how we have to
child poverty rate of 26%, over a quarter of kids under the age of 18 in Arkansas live in poverty.
So over a quarter of, you know, children in Arkansas are in poverty. Yeah, that sounds like a very pro-life state. Go fuck yourself, Asa Hutchinson, you piece of shit. Like, you actual parasite. Oh, so pro-life? Then how come you're not uplifting the life that already exists? I fucking hate pro-life, you know, pro-lifers, fundamentally, dude. They are such scum. Like, cause they are nothing more than fucking lying, manipulative pieces of shit. They want people to be born because they're pro-life in the sense that they want life to be born, but they want that life to fucking suffer as much as possible. They don't give a fuck about, like, you know, uplifting that life in any fundamental way. If anything, they take the glee of the idea of having that life suffer so it can force itself to pull itself by the bootstraps, and then it can exploit that life. Like, these pro-lifer motherfuckers could give a fuck about actual life. Like, yeah, let's not uplift, you know, life that exists already. We have to, like, you know, force life into existence, you know, because that's what really pro-life is being about. Fuck you, parasites. Like, fucking hell.
There are a lot of issues that are very important.
Yeah, fair.
Senator, I'll let you weigh in.
We cannot let states like California, New York, and Illinois have abortions on demand.
Hey, Tim Scott, you should mention Oregon. Oregon is, like, got the most loosest laws when it comes to abortion rights in the United States. Like, in the United States, Oregon is the one that has, like, the most lax laws when it comes to abortions and abortion rights for women. Like, for all intents and purposes, you can have it whenever you want. Like, and guess what? Most women have it, you know, about any other circumstance that most women would. Like, during their early, you know, time when their abortion, you know, when, like, you know, during abortion, it's like in early terms. Like, the first, like, 3 to 4 months, give or take. Like, when most abortions tend to occur. Like, I mean, it's pretty rare for it to happen afterwards, unless it's, like, you know, usually due to medical cases. Or, like, medical exceptionary things, like the mother's, you know, life is at risk, or the baby, you know, has a terminal defect, or whatever the fuck. Like, there's various different factors, you know, where abortions in late-term abortions, you know, where there is legitimate reasons as to why those happen. But when it comes to more personal choice factors, that happens like 95% plus, you know, percent of the time, you know, during like the first like term, you know, and like maybe barely into the second one.
The day of birth. That is immoral. It is unethical. It is wrong. We must have a president of the United States who will advocate and fight for at the minimum a 15-week limit. I am 100%.
Dude, man, the only reason why they're saying this 15-week limit because they know goddamn well that most women don't realize that they're pregnant until about the 12-week to 13-week period. So basically, it literally gives women less than a month to maybe, you know, consider if they want an abortion or not. You know, like, and the thing is, like, you know, like, a heartbeat doesn't happen until about, like, 4 to 5 months in, and, you know, because that's when a lot of the organs start, you know, to develop and shit. Like, a nervous system doesn't really start developing until shortly after that. Like, I mean, there's a lot of factors that come into play when organs and the nervous system and, the, you know, heartbeat and all sorts. Like, there's a lot of factors that come into play. And just because you might have, like, a heartbeat or, you know, a few organs develop doesn't necessarily mean that, like, the baby is literally alive. It's just that it's, you know, surviving off of, you know, nutrients in the blood flow and the life of the mother. You know, like, if, you know, you tried to have that thing survive on its own, it wouldn't. It would die. So it's, like, it is fundamentally dependent, you know, on the survival of the mother and shit when it comes to that. It's basically dependent on life that already exists. Like, it's not, you know, like, dependent on the fact of just, like, oh, the virtue of the morality of the thing. It's, like, plenty of times, you know, there are, like, it's just a choice in the matter. And there's plenty of times where there's legit factors where, you know, women's health, you know, legit could be, you know, at risk, you know. Like, there's been plenty of times where women have, you know, died trying to give birth. And sometimes that's caused, you know, complications, you know, to the baby as well. I mean, it's like there's a lot of fucking, you know, reasons why it's there. And as, you know, fundamentally as a choice. You know, and as a right, you know, for women to have. Because it should be between, you know, doctor and the patient. That's really what it comes down to as the root of it all, fundamentally. I mean, you could really expand this whole thing into any specifically, like, medical type of thing. It's just like, because it all comes down to, like, the best interest of the patient, because, you know, and the doctor, and what they think is the best, you know, case scenario for the patient's needs. Like, I mean, and sometimes, shocker, women have, you know, abortion might be that case. Or, you know, the patient feels like it's their best needs for them, you know, to have one, and the doctor, you know, because there's no real reason to say otherwise, you know, is willing to, you know, accommodate for that. And so the fuck what? Like, it's, you know, the choice of the woman, right? Like, but they don't give a fuck about that.
Pro-life conservative. I have 100% pro-life record. I got to tell you, though, we must fight for life. Our Declaration of Independence says our Creator gave us inalienable rights that include life. That is a list. That is an issue we must solve.
You know what? I hate this god-bothering bullshit, but even if it is the case that, like, one of your inalienable rights is to life, well, guess what? You have to kind of be born in order to take advantage of that now, right? Like, you actually have to be a living thing in order for that to be the case. You actually have to be born and raised and, like, developed as a little human larva for that to be the case now, right? Like, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, those inalienable rights don't start until you're fucking born. Because, like, I mean, you know, the thing is, though, it happens indirectly for you when you're in the womb, though, because of your fucking mother, at least when it comes to which state you happen to live in, though. Because, like, I mean, frankly, when it comes to the right of a fetus, really, fundamentally, that right should be more so the right of the woman. And when it comes to uplifting their, you know, health, their life, and their social needs and their social standards when it comes to, especially being a mother. Like, and not just that, but as a fucking human being. Like, and if you really want to be pro-life, that's actually how you do it. How do we get a basic, you know, comfortable standard of living for everybody, especially those who may potentially want to raise a family? So then that same standard can at least continue for those that, you know, are born and do get to, you know, be raised and have those rights. Like, I mean, that's, you know, what the fuck it really fundamentally should be, you know, the standard for. But that's not what it is, and these cocksuckers will never give an iota of a fuck about, you know, the people that, you know, are already alive. Unless they happen to be, you know, loyal dogs, you know, to the fucking ideology, and mostly white. Or token, you know, exceptionary, you know, fucking pick-me like this fucking dickwad.
Leave it to Illinois. We can't leave it to Minnesota. We can't leave it to Illinois. We must solve that issue.
He said Illinois twice.
He said twice.
Yeah, wait. Yeah, he did.
Must solve. We can't leave it to Illinois. We can't leave it to Minnesota. We can't leave it to Illinois.
He did say it twice.
Must solve that
issue. He said Illinois twice. He said twice.
Fucking schmuck.
What I would love is for someone to ask Biden and Kamala Harris, are they for 38 weeks? Are they for 39 weeks? Are they for 40 weeks? Because that's what the media needs to be asking.
Yeah, they absolutely are. If it's in the best interest of the mother, if her life is at risk, if it's in the interest of the people involved.
People are moving out.
Yeah,
as
absolutely.
Homelessness, drugs, crime move in. There are problems accelerated. They did accelerate during the pandemic and are still rising, actually.
Murders in Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, all up 30% between 2019 and 2022. Homelessness is up 11%, the largest jump in recorded history.
Yeah, because of social economic instability, you know, and a lot of that's due to Republican policies, but they'll never mind. Let's just keep making fun of these fuckers. There's no reason to try to take this shit seriously. The only winner of the debate was Bigamous, Dickamus, the most worthy of the clowns. True.
How much of what
homelessness isn't a crime
happening around this country?
Depending on what city you live in, yeah, and unfortunately it is. And a lot of that, funny enough, is also due to Democratic policy, but a lot of it's also due to Republican policy fundamentally as well. Like, because a lot of those, Democrats that do that tend to collaborate with a lot of Republicans, you know, to try to do bipartisan work and thus, you know, do a lot of anti-homeless policies that effectively make their existence illegal. Did one of them actually say homelessness isn't a crime? That's surprising. No, that was one of the guys over here.
The result.
I'm just kind of responding to what I think it was Lance from the Surfs, which is way down there. Actually, is there a way to maybe potentially do this really quick, so maybe we can at least like see their faces a little bit. There's a lot of them down there, so in that little left corner, so it's so it might be a little difficult to see them. Here we go. Yeah, that's at least a little better. Yeah, it's Rebecca. Then there's, Lance from the Surfs. And then, Benjamin Dixon's hanging out with him. And then Matt Bender. Then it's Mike Figueredo. Then David Dole. So.
COVID lockdowns, and is your administration in part to blame for how we got here?
Well, I think what's in part to blame is the Democrats been talking about defunding the police for the last.
No, that's not happening at all. Like most of these Democrats are more about like either keeping it the same or expanding their funding. You fuckwad. I mean, my God. Wasn't Kyle soccer ball there? Well, he's not part of the Leftist Mafia podcast, so I think that's why. Basically, here, I'll explain it really quick. So David Dole, Mike Figueredo, Matt Bender, Rebecca Zor, and then Lance from the Surfs. They all started, Rebecca's new, so she didn't start it, but she's a new host. But, Lance, Matt, Mike, David, they're part of one of the 4 originals that started the Leftist Mafia podcast. And along with Ole and then Blair from Illuminati. But then they found out Illuminati was like a landlord and a piece of shit and, claimed, that people are stealing her content or stealing her editing style and some other shit. So they kicked her off. And then Ole was getting a lot of harassment and a lot of racist bullshit. So, and not just with the podcast. I mean, not that any of the hosts or anyone in the community necessarily was doing it, but people that got wind of Ole and got wind of the show and stuff like that, they kind of started harassing her directly, especially being one of the few black women on the show. So she kind of, for her own mental health sake, decided to step down while doing her own projects and doing her own show and stuff like that. But one of her best buddies, Rebecca, decided to kind of, take her place. So, so now she's one of the newer hosts. But either way, they all decided to do their podcasts, but they basically have various different lefties on. From small creators to bigger guys. They had Benjamin Dixon on their last Leftist Mafia, and I guess they invited him to react to the debates and stuff like that. But tomorrow they're going to have their next Leftist Mafia podcast, which I'm sure they're going to kind of talk a little bit more about this type of shit and maybe what they liked and what they didn't like and stuff like that and whatever the fuck else. But they're pretty fun. I like to tune into it, send some super chats, stuff like that. I actually have been getting to Matt Bender a lot because he's a hardcore punkhead, which he's right there. And cause he knows a few punk bands and stuff like that, and knows a lot about punk history and stuff. So every now and then I'll send super chats talking about it a little bit and kind of referring to some different bands to check out. And it's him and I will have some fun back and forth. So I want to try to do a call in at some point with him because he's pretty open about doing stuff like that. It's just on Skype, so it's kind of hard to gauge that shit out. And try to get one.
We are funding law enforcement,
that's why they're homeless.
Major cities at unprecedented levels. I mean, it's extraordinary to think about the violence that's claiming innocent lives literally every week in every major city in this country. And yet Democrats and liberal prosecutors in major metropolitan areas continue to work out their fanciful agendas, to do bail reform and go easy. What we need is strong commitment to law enforcement. We need leadership in Washington, D.C. that'll marshal the resources of the states, marshal the resources of the American people. But let me also say it's about opportunity. I mean, a lot of people don't know that
we need to marshal all these resources so a bunch of innocent people can get shot at traffic stops and then at no-knock warrants and all that shit. Because we need to make sure that we marshal our resources.
Trump-Pence tax cuts that we got signed into law go away at the end of 2025 if we don't have a Republican president and a Republican House and a Republican Senate. When I'm president of the United States, we're actually going to cut taxes further. We're going to extend those tax cuts.
Oh my fucking God. That's supposed to improve literally anything. That makes things worse. You fuck.
Education, block grant all that funding back to the states with a growing economy and educational choice and law enforcement. We will bring our cities back.
Governor Christie,
they are insane.
You are a retard. Hey, my boy Christie's back. Oh, look at him.
Add that to the.
Do you think he's thinking about a dozen box of donuts? Or do you think he's thinking about, like, the Chinese buffet that might be down the road, and, like, about all the lo mein and, the Mongolian beef that he can chow down on, you know what I mean? Like, what do you think he's thinking about right now? Like, he's thinking about some food. I was like, yeah. Like, I mean, hold on. I mean, because the way he was just kind of, like, sitting there licking his lips for a second.
Every fucking year.
Like, he's thinking about some food. He's thinking about something to scrunch down on. He's feeling the bite to eat, dude. He wants to eat. What do you think he might be looking at some of the people, like, on either side of him on, the debate stage, but like, I could eat you. And I don't mean, like, in a weird way. I mean just, like, yeah, I can literally, like, take a stick, shove it up in you and put you all over a fire and turn you around like a rotisserie and season you up and eat you up right now. Give it 4 hours and you'll be good eating. Like literally Campbell style.
Add that to the big increase in school shootings around the country. Democrats blame this crisis on easy access to guns. They also blame Republicans.
That tends to be kind of accurate. I would, even as a pro-gun lefty, would argue that. Yes, that tends to be a problem. Yes.
Gun control legislation. What would President Christie do?
I'm proud of the fact, right, that I'm the only person along with Governor Hutchinson up on this stage who's actually running United States Attorney's Office. I ran the 5th largest office in America in a state where there is significant urban...
You're not even answering the question.
And the problem is not going to be solved by more money. The problem is that these...
Okay. I mean, no shit. Duh? Yeah, throw money at the problem. That fixes everything. Well, no shit, it doesn't. I think anyone can understand that unless they're like some unfettered, literal, like free capitalist fuck or something. Like, I feel like Christie isn't that far. I mean, but, like, goddamn, dude. GOP's version of Democrats is better than a real thing. I mean, it really is, dude.
These localities in the states are refusing to do their job.
I honestly wish the Democrats were just as, like, unhinged as the Republicans make them out to be.
And to arrest violent criminals. So what a President Christie would do is appoint an attorney general who would instruct each of the 93 U.S. attorneys that they are to take over the prosecution of violent crime in every one of those cities that are failing to do so. We have plenty of room.
Okay, Chris Christie, you do realize that a lot of, like... I actually looked at this at Reddit earlier. Like, it was actually on the r/Idaho subreddit, funny enough, where it's like, hey, just a reminder, guys, and it was showing, like, the violent crime index and about, like, which states have increased and what have decreased and what stay the same in comparison to how severe it is. Like, Oregon, Washington, and Idaho, like, the 3 PNW, like, most northwestern states outside of Alaska, like, they're actually lower, in comparison to a lot of other states. Like, Montana is actually way more significantly higher in comparison to those states. And surrounding states, too. And then, like, a lot of, funny enough, the Southwest and the South tends to be kind of high up in violent crime rates. And California is, like, in comparison to the, 3 states in the PMW, like, it's a little bit, higher up, like... If I remember, like, Washington, Oregon, and Idaho were, like, different layers or different, like, colors of green, while, like, California was, like, just, like, this weird yellowish green, so just, like, maybe, like, a few, data points up a little bit, maybe, give or take, and I think a lot of it is probably just due to, like, capita, due to, like, LA and places like that, I would probably imagine. But if you were to, take that out of the equation, it probably would actually probably be the same, if anything. But a lot of these southern states were, curiously enough, which are all Republican-ran states, tend to have a lot more higher violent crime rates. Weird. It's not like, an absolute. I mean, like, Idaho is one that doesn't have a lot of violent crime, just like Washington, Oregon. I mean, their violent crime rates aren't really as high in comparison to, like, Montana or like, Texas or Alabama or, like, any of these other states. But, like... I mean, for some reason, so many of these conservatives think violent crime is, like, spiked in these, like, deep blue states and shit, and it's, like, fucking literally antithetical. I mean, at least, for some of these, like, some red states, like Idaho, for example, at least they might have a little flex, but, I mean, it's not saying much at all. It's like, what's the biggest city you got there? Boise? Wow, congratulations. Like, Like, oh yeah, you're definitely flexing on the rest of the country with that shit.
Federal prisons to lock up these violent criminals and clean up what's going on all across this country in these individual cities. Secondly, what we need to make sure that each and every one of these criminals understand is that the law is for everybody.
I will make sure I look at each and single one of these criminals deep in the eye as president. I'll look them in the eye and let them know and remind them. I'll eat them like a good old Chinese buffet that I see down the block.
And when Hunter
I'll eat them up.
Fills out a fake
bingo.
Did he just like really drop Hunter? Oh my god. No. Oh my god. Dude, they're gonna bring this guy up a bunch of times in this debate, are they?
Application for
there's a bingo.
And then
No, but that's one of the keys. Sorry.
Mandated by legislation, sponsored by his father.
Yeah, they said it earlier.
And then you have
Thank God we're not drinking every time they say Hunter.
walks away from those charges.
Hey, you can beat me. Taft is only 322 pounds. Trump might legit beat it. Oh my god, no shit, dude. Taft only 322 pounds? Bullshit, dude. That guy literally had to have a tub custom designed for him because he couldn't take a bath in the traditional White House bathroom, bro. Like, they had to custom design a whole bathtub for him. Dude, no way. There's no way, dude. Like, I think Trump is about 322. Like, Taft being 322? Nah, dude, that motherfucker's at least like 375 or some shit, bro. Dude, there's at least an extra 50 on that bitch. There's an extra 50 on my boy Taft. My big boy Taft, dude. There is at least an extra 50 going on that big boy, dude. Like, Chris Christie right here is about like 322, 325. Like, there ain't no... Like, Taft is not that small. Taft is like twice that size, man. Like, there's no way, dude.
We're telling people that the law doesn't apply to everybody. In the Christie administration...
Unless he was short. The only way that makes sense is he was like 5'4" or something. So him being a big boy, you know, makes more sense than being that size if he was shorter.
For 10 years. What about...
Go higher. Oh, for Chris Christie? Yeah, who am I fucking kidding? Of course, this motherfucker's about, like, you know, 350. This guy's about 350. He's trying to maintain that nice, good 350. That's his lucky number.
So the reality is we have a crime wave in...
Okay, why is this, like... Why is Brett here just always looking fucking serious? Like, he's, like, hyper-judging every tiny little, like, atomic particle of everything? Like, look at him, he's like... Like, I mean, this dude straight up, like, has had, like, the most serious, like, look on his face every time you see him, dude.
And we know how to fix it.
Who's heavier, Trump or Christie? Trump. I mean, both of them are heavy boys, but, dude, Trump is kind of gaining weight with all the stress and potential, like, you know, Big Macs and Diet Cokes he's probably been consuming a little more often. I feel like Trump now. If you told me this question about, like, 3 to 4 years ago, I would say Chris Christie, but at this point, Trump. That picture you showed me earlier, like an hour and a half ago, that picture you just sent me earlier, dude, Trump. Dude, he is bigger than Christie now. Like, for sure.
Do we actually
have has front butt. Well, if Christie has front butt, then Trump's got, like, badonkadock booty, you know, going on, you know, for his front.
To do it. More cops in the streets who are on the streets able to do their job.
We need more fucking Gestapo boot steppers. Yeah, alright, you know, fuck off, you fucking fascist, you piece of shit. Like, I mean, Ramaswamy is like a psychopathic fucking fascist. Like, this dude is freaky, dude. Like, I kind of delved into this guy a little bit prior to this whole debate. This guy is fucking psycho.
Looking over their shoulder for getting sued. And we also have a...
For getting sued? Fuck you!
Health epidemic in this country. Just over the same period that we have closed mental health institutions, we have seen a spike in violent crime. Do we have the spine to bring them back? I think we should. As president, I will. But it's not just drugging up people in those psychiatric institutions with Zoloft and Seroquel.
We need to do lobotomies again.
It's a deeper issue. I think faith-based approaches can play a role here, too.
Oh, God, that's worse. I would argue that's actually worse. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. No, not conversion therapy, a Christian. Oh, fuck.
Come the fuck on.
Fuck you.
Identity crisis. And I say this as a member of my generation. The problem in our country right now, the reason we have that mental health epidemic, is that people are so hungry for purpose and meaning at a time when families...
Yeah, okay. Oh my god, I can't do it. Oh my god. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. The reason why that's the case is because of motherfuckers like you bastard. Like, the reason why people don't have so much purpose is because of fucking, unfettered capitalism. The fact that climate change is, like, getting worse and worse. The fact that, like, people's wages haven't, kept up with your fucking parasitical ideological policies. Like, all these fucking factors lead into this bullshit of this idea of lack of purpose and all this other garbage. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Like, oh my god. Quit pretending and, you're some sort of, like, bastion for this idea of trying to give people purpose again. Your fucking policies is what, people, like, lose meaning of purpose, you fucking parasite. Oh my god. Okay, I pretty much have been set in stone that I have a lot of intrusive thoughts about this guy from here on out. And, yeah. Share Putin you to see. Oh, yeah, I was talking about that earlier this afternoon. And, I'm not surprised, man. Progson should have literally kept going with that fucking coup that he was trying to do.
Patriotism, hard work have all...
I mean, not that I give a fuck. I mean, good riddance. I'm glad he's dead as far as I give a shit.
What we really need is a tonal reset from the top, saying that this is what it means to be an American. Yes, we will stand for the rule of law. Yes, we will close the southern border where criminals are coming in every day. And yes, we will back law enforcement because we remember who we really are. And that's also how we address...
Are you gonna do a fucking Sieg Heil after the end of this too, you piece of shit? Because you basically might as well be talking like a fucking fascist, you worthless dog water fucking shit.
Mental health epidemic in the next generation that is directly leading to violent crime across this
Governor
country.
DeSantis, really quickly. Governor DeSantis, we don't...
He should have been bullied in school.
He should have been bullied. Dude, absolutely. That motherfucker should have been bullied ruthlessly.
Nobody else.
American people.
Literally just him.
Freedom-loving, idealistic, hardworking people the world has ever known. We just need government as good as our people.
Well, Mike, I think the difference is you might have, some others that like you may have on the stage, it's Morning in America speech. It is not Morning in America. We live in a dark moment, and we have to confront the fact that we're in an internal, sort of cold cultural civil war. And we have to recognize that.
What the fuck? Did he really just say that? We're basically, like, America's in a cold civil war? Dude, is this fucking mentality seriously ramping up with these fuckers that they're, like, some dickwad on stage, on a debate is just saying that? I mean, what the fuck? Like, the dude is straight up, like, saying, like, we are in, like, a cold civil war because, like, who said that? Ramaswamy. Here, I'll go back a little bit.
The difference is you might have, some others that like you may have on the stage, confront the fact that we're in an internal, sort of cold cultural civil war. And we have to
we are in a cold, cultural civil war. We're in, like, an internal cold cultural civil war. Like, he just straight up, like, said that shit. Like, a lot of these right-wing fascists, and shit, like the Tim Pool types and a lot of these online far-right extremists are the ones who, continue to call for this shit. Dude, he really is, like, the online right-wing, griper fuck, dude. Like, he's the one who's basically just kind of, like, pushing this whole fucking narrative of just, like, oh, yeah, there's, like, this whole, like, civil war going on, this whole, like, woke thing, and we need to, like, back our law enforcement and have them basically goose step in every fucking neighborhood and crack down on these criminals and Antifa and these trans groomers and blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, he's a fucking Nazi as far as I give a shit. Fuck this worthless parasite. Wait, so, he was an immigrant or something like that? Like, I mean, hey, well, I mean, you really think that these motherfuckers are gonna be looking at you and being like, yes, like, You know, it's like, you are totally worthy of being assist. And I mean, you have to placate to every fucking, like, extreme of their ideology in order to be so. If you weren't like this, you'd be one of the first motherfuckers they'd be deporting you, you fucking worthless rat motherfucker. It's like, it's why I hate these pick-me piece of shit, dude. Because they know deep down, if they didn't placate to these fuckers, they would basically be, like, you know, like, one of the first in line. Because they fucking know. So they have to be, you know, to this level of fucking extreme to try to, like, you know, galvanize, you know, whatever sympathy they can out of these fucking pieces of racist dogwater shit.
People with a failed government in Washington, D.C. We just need government as good as our people again.
So I can addressing that slogan because I don't know what that slogan means. We need to shut down the administrative state. That's actually how we translate.
Crime has been on the rise in Florida, Governor DeSantis.
Never had a chance, which is even funnier. Well, that's why we're checking it out, because we're making fun of it. And every now and then, you know, maybe having some analysis and shit. But, I mean, I'm here to fucking make, you know, poke fun at it and shit. And see in which expectations are subverted and shit. Which, honestly, there have been some. Like, Krispy Kreme has been, like, kind of underwhelming. And this dork is, well, I mean, everything about my expectations of this rat has been pretty much, you know, accurate so far. He's about as, you know, charismatic as a damp, wet, dirty paper towel. So, you know, that's about, you know, that I kind of expected, and that's been playing out pretty much accurately. There's two other nobodies, I don't even know who they are, and don't give a fuck. And then, like, Nikki Haley and Mike Pence have actually so far been, like, kind of flexing a little bit. Ramaswamy too, but I mean, like, it's kind of those three that have been the ones that have been kind of thrown in the heat. Like, I didn't really think, you know, it would be those type of people throwing the heat a little bit, you know what I mean? I thought, you know, DeSantis would be trying to, like, throw some shit out there, but he hasn't really been saying that much. And when he does, he's just like, I mean, you know, like, Christie's been kind of underwhelming. I thought he would kind of, like, be, you know, like, popping off a little bit. Ramaswamy and Nikki Haley especially, like, at the very beginning kind of, like, came out balls swinging, like, what the fuck? Like, especially Nikki Haley, I was genuinely, like, kind of impressed with that. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, she went swinging harder than Ramaswamy. I mean, and I was kind of genuinely somewhat impressed with that. I was like, started real rough, but I was like, okay, what the fuck? I mean, like, so there's been some subverted expectations with this for sure, but I'm just like, it's still a clown car show. I mean, you know, despite that, I mean, if anything, that just makes it better. I mean, it just makes it more enjoyable because it's just subverted the expectations of what I thought it would turn out to be. And because it hasn't, it's unpredictable. This is interesting. I mean, I kind of like this a little bit.
How do you stop crime?
Well, actually, crime's at a 50-year low in Florida.
Split them by the throat.
Wait, hold on. On here.
Crime has been on the rise in Florida, Governor DeSantis. How do you stop?
Oh, he just, yeah, slit his throat with that. Yeah, he did.
50-year low in Florida. Split him by the
throat. A 50-year low? No, it hasn't. Bullshit.
Well, the statewide, it's a 50-year low. And so here's the thing. These hollowed out cities, this is a symptom of America's decline. And one of the biggest reasons...
Including yours. In fact, a lot of the crazy shit that I see, like, on public freakouts or online or random shit, tends to be from Florida. Why do you think the whole Florida man meme exists? Like, excuse me? Sir, this is a Wendy's. Go fuck off.
You have George Soros funding...
Oh my god! Oh, fuck out of here! No way! Oh my god! The George Soros funded money that exacerbates these problems! Like, fuck out of here! Oh my god!
Bingo again, jeez.
Dude, I should have actually maybe set up a bingo card, dude, because holy fuck, I did not expect Soros to be, like, mentioned. But, oh my god, dude. Ah! Oh my god, okay.
Soros mentioned?
They disagree with the inmates start running the asylum. There's one guy in this entire country that's ever done anything about that. Me. Did he really just, wait, hold on. Did he do that, like, Trump thing that, like,
happened like a few days ago before this happened, where it's like, everyone, like, no one gives a fuck about the debates because they only really care about me when I was at the Ohio State Fair or Iowa State Fair, whatever the fuck. They're only there for one person, me. Like, he literally did that. Dude, DeSantis is literally just some gay-ass flamboyant little fuckboy version of, doing Trump mannerisms. He's doing, some weird gay flamboyant version of Trump mannerisms on this stage, dude. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you really are trying to be the Trump on the stage? Like, are you serious? No one can try to be Trump. Stop doing that. Like, this is like the third or fourth fucking time he's done this. Every time he speaks, he does it. Like, why does he keep doing that? Is he seriously trying to, like, be like the Trump 2 Electric Boogaloo? Because guess what? It ain't gonna work!
These district attorneys in Florida.
Dude, his goose is so cooked, man. This guy is done. He is done, dude. Like, there ain't no way this motherfucker's ganging in the polls after this shit, dude. He's fucked.
With Soros funding, who said they wouldn't.
He mentioned it again!
I removed them from their posts. They are gone.
Oh my god! Holy fuck! This guy's a clown! Oh my god! This guy is ridiculous! Holy shit! Oh my god, this guy's done. Does he, like, what the fuck? Like, does he not care? Like, does he really think this is gonna get him bumped up in the polls ID metric?
Go after all of these people because
oh my god, this is so gold, dude.
Victimizing innocent people in every corner of this country, and it will stop when I get into office.
Okay.
Is that like kind of a cuck maneuver to the Jan Sixers? Did you just like, did he, wait. Hold on. Let me, I want to hear a little bit. Hold on.
Because they are hurting the quality of life and they are victimizing innocent people.
Dude, he's talking about Jan 6. Wait a minute. Didn't this motherfucker, like, a few days ago be like, oh yeah, I don't know what you're talking about when it comes to Jan 6? And then Chris Christie was like, no, like, Chris Christie literally fucking rebuked him on this, like, a few days before the debate stage. Where it's like, I mean, dude, you fucking kidding me? Wait a minute, so before this debate, you're gonna imply that you don't know anything about the fucking Jan 6 shit, so you have little opinion about it, and here you are making an opinion saying that there's a bunch of innocent people being persecuted all over this country. Which is it, you fucking lying weasel worthless motherfucker? Which is it, you fascist Nazi worthless scum? Like, what is it? Are people being persecuted left or right in this country? Who are innocent? Like the Jan Sixers in your mind? Or do you not have an opinion about stuff like that and you don't really know anything about it? Which is it, you fucking worm?
Corner of this country, and it will stop when I get into office.
Okay, one more here.
Dude, that's like a complacent, like, element to try to get Trump voters right there. That was like a jab, not really to Trump or the Trump supporters, but kind of like a jab of, like, casting the net out and seeing who he can grab as Trump supporters, when it comes to, making a comment like that. Without being overtly stating that, he's being defensive, to Trump or his supporters on that. I mean, this is why, honestly, like, I'm kind of glad his goose is cooked, because it does kind of show how, like, Machiavellian and competent he really is, despite being an uncharismatic fuckwit. I mean, because, like, if this dude really were to have that type of power, like, I mean, he would certainly be, like, not really, like, bending the knee to Trump, but, like, giving him an out to be like, hey, take this out, you'll be pardoned, but, just be a Mar-a-Lago and just shut the fuck up and go away for a while. Like, I mean, and people will love you when you come back in 5 or 10 years. Like, I guarantee he would do some fucking deal if he were to be president with him, and then he would just, like, invoke his supporters and just, like, basically, inherit, his supporters as, like, some airship and pass, the fucking crown, and it would be, like, the competent fucking fascist that Trump basically wishes he could be. It's like, I mean, that's honestly why I'm glad this motherfucker's, cooked on this shit, dude. Because it's like, if not, I mean, the fact that thing could probably have been a thing, I'm glad we were not, we avoided that shit at this point. I mean, because as far as it stands now, yeah, Trump's going to be a nominee, at least as it currently stands. But I feel like he has other contenders besides DeSantis at this point. DeSantis is cooked. But Nikki Haley kind of popped off there for, a little bit, so far. So, I don't know. Maybe she might be able to challenge it a little bit. But it kind of seems like, if anything, all these people are just debating on who's going to be Trump's VP. I mean, realistically, that's what it feels like. And Nikki Haley's kind of vying for it. That's what it feels like. Same with, like, Ramaswamy, almost. I feel like those two kind of realized what the debates are about since Trump ain't there. And they're kind of vying for that. They're vying for the VP pick. I mean, it's either those two or Carrie Lake, and I highly doubt that she's going to be picked because she's not in this. And, and she's not really making her case to the American people, and she's not really going to be known outside of the fucking debacle of Arizona. So she would be kind of a liability. So Nikki Haley, though, or Ramaswamy, nowhere near as much. I mean, they still will be, to an extent, to be frank, because the Republicans, they always have liabilities just inherently built into them. But, I mean, hey, like, I mean, they're more viable to be a pick. And honestly, especially for Ramaswamy, he's a lot more concerning of a VP pick. Like, actually, I would generally be a little bit more okay with a Nikki Haley pick, but that would actually probably fare better for Trump, honestly, so maybe Ramaswamy being his VP pick would actually maybe be better, at least for the Democrats' case. So, I mean, you got like a psycho-delusional insurrectionist, and then you got like a fucking random young, like, fresh political, buck, in the political ring who's also a fascist. I mean, it's like, I don't think that's going to go well with, just anybody for the most part. I mean, Ramaswamy's already kind of getting fucked on for being young anyway, so it's like, I don't really see that working out that well. So, you know what? Maybe Trump should pick Ramaswamy as a VP pick.
Brett and Martha, I just thought it was interesting. You asked your question.
Might be better for everybody.
Having in big cities. Nobody ever asked the question of,
who are you again? I keep forgetting your name.
What about the crime wave in small
You just
towns?
look like a fucking Dawn of a mafia, dude.
People understand each other. If a
like, am I wrong? Because this guy got like that fucking mafia, like Italiano, like the Fredo, like, like haircut going on, dude. Like, I feel like he would take like a silenced 9mm and fucking whack me, like, be like, hey, you want to come, take around the corner, go see sights, something, and I go join him because I'm an idiot, and then like, it's like, hey, some of these beautiful mountains out there, they're pretty beautiful when I kind of have to look at them when I think about my girl sometimes. He just takes the alcohol wipe, just rubs everything off. Just, like, literally everything, including part of my body. It's like, alright. Just, like, leaves the car. It's like, this guy looks like he would just, like, whack me or something, dude.
He comes together and helps them get the crop off. There's accountability. There's transparency. One thing that I think this country could use is somebody in the White House that understands small town values, because that's our road back.
Try that in a small town. Are you trying to fucking, like, do some Jason Aldean, like, reference or something there, buddy?
Country on track again.
Oh my God. Try it out in a small town.
As former head of the DEA, I understand the drug crisis in America. And right now, whenever you look at the challenges in our inner city, there's three simple words that would be helpful. One, enforce the law when it comes to crime. Secondly, let's deal with the challenge of fentanyl. And it's both about stopping the fentanyl coming from Mexico, but it's also about education of our young people, making sure
sometimes it's China, sometimes it's Mexico.
The tools that are needed for addiction counseling. That's what we expanded in Arkansas as well. Whenever you look at
the addiction counseling, I highly doubt that.
Underlying challenge of America, though, no one likes to see an America with smash and grab in our inner cities. As President of the United States, that will stop. It starts at the top with the respect for our justice system that a former president who's under indictment has undermined by attacking judges, by attacking prosecutors, by attacking the system and saying he's aggrieved. And so we have to have respect for our justice system and the rule of law, and it starts at the top with the President of the United States.
Thank you. Hold on.
Take a break.
Well, that was a very boring way of being agreeable. So, wow, what a way to just, like, be like, okay, cool. Like, I mean, you could, like, man, if that was, like, said by Christie or something like that, like, that would probably been more impactful. But that guy just was so fucking boring, dude.
So, speaking of that,
I just want, like, one of those, like, stage clown, like, canes or whatever that just, like, I really just want that so bad, dude, to just, like, yoink him away, dude.
I'm actually surprised. Someone went there.
President Donald Trump will be processed tomorrow. So next,
oh my god, I cannot wait for those mugshots, dude. I cannot wait.
The coming trials of Donald Trump.
Oh shit! All right, maybe Chris Christie might pop off after this.
My god.
All right, go to full screen again.
All right, cool. We'll skip around so we can go check out more of that shit. Gotta do that so we can. Oh wait! Oh fuck! Oh wait! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh wait! Hold up! Was that Trump? You know, in his weird interview with Tucker? Oh, it is
for Tucker.
Wow. Mr. President, joining us.
Thank you.
Why are you at the Fox News debate tonight in Milwaukee?
Well, you know, a lot of people have been asking me that, and many people said you shouldn't do them, but you see the polls have come out, and I'm leading by 50 and 60 points. And, you know, some of them are at 1 and 0 and 2.
Some of them are 1, 0, 2.
I sit there for an hour, 2 hours, whatever it's going to
be. Dude. Okay, look. I mean, I hate that fucking Cheeto bastard, but oh my god, is he fucking funny, man?
I want to hear that again.
He's generally funny.
We're at 1 and 0 and 2.
Focus on that.
I sit there for an hour, 2 hours.
This is way better.
This is better. Oh my god, this is so much funnier.
Shouldn't even be running for president. Should I be doing that? And a network that isn't particularly friendly to me, frankly. You know, they were backing Ron DeSanctimonious like crazy, and now they've given up on him. And it's a lost cause. It reminded me very much of 2016. You know, in 2016, I went through the same stuff.
No, Tucker is
and
not.
had to fight them all the way.
Oh my god, you know, honestly, it's not even wrong. Yeah, this is like, honestly, in a weird way, a repeat of fucking 2016, dude. Oh my god, like... what the man.
Yeah. It became very friendly after I won, or just about when I was winning. But I just felt it would be more appropriate not to do the debate. I don't think it's right to do it. If you're leading by 50, 60, I have one problem leading by 70 points, and I'm saying, why am I doing it? And I'm going to have 8 people, 10 people, whoever made the debate. I don't know how many it is, but I'm going to...
All right, it's back.
You don't even give a
Dang,
fuck.
I wanted to hear that. But
dude, he don't give a fuck, dude. He's like 8, 10, 11 people. I don't know. There's just a bunch of people there. Like, dude, he don't give a fuck, dude. Dude, he legit does not give a fuck about those debates, man. You know what? Honestly, I might have been wrong about my initial assessment. Like, I don't think he literally gives a fuck about that shit at all. I don't think he has had, like, you know, really thought besides, like, oh yeah, I'm pretty, yo, talking to Lee, fuck yeah, I don't care. Like, I don't think he even has a contingency about it. I think he just legit is that confident, dude. I honestly might have been wrong with my assessment, you know, before these debates and shit, when I was mentioning, like, he might show up at, like, the last 1 or 2 of them. Like, I don't think he will. You know, now at this point, it doesn't sound like he will. I think I just might have ate my words. I mean, I don't know, it's still open. I mean, I'm willing to still grant that prediction, but, I mean, it's certainly, like, more unlikely at this point, just given that. Like, I feel like I just kind of ate my words a little bit on that one, so, I don't know, I feel like I might be proven wrong on that.
Take it back to the debate.
Yeah. By the way, real quick, I could not find the 70% poll that Pence was referring to.
Yeah, because it doesn't exist. He was lying. Yeah, it's bullshit. It doesn't actually exist. And if it does, it's probably some artificial bullshit poured by, like, the Epoch Times or something.
Yeah, I think he made it up.
Or like the Christian Times or whatever the fuck. I don't know, like some weird Christian news outlet or whatever the fuck.
Here you are on China, Ukraine,
China, Ukraine.
Wait, I love how much room Martha McCallum's name took up on the Chiron compared to...
Wait, hold on.
Wait, I love how much...
Oh my god, yeah, for real. Holy shit, look at that.
Ukraine.
Martha McCallum. Dude, her name just takes up so much of it, dude. Oh my god.
Caleb's name took up on the Chiron compared to Fred Bear. I've never seen that before.
Has been indicted in 4 different states on 91 counts. He will be processed tomorrow in Georgia at the Fulton County
So way to
Jail.
turn this up. I honestly want to really tune into this. Ah, fuck. Okay, I guess not. Alright, I'm max volume on that. What about you, Bluetooth? What about you? I'm pressing this plus button. I don't know if I have to press a bunch of times or just hold it down. Maybe I should hold it down. I figured it would probably make a beep or something, being like max volume or something, but it
Relating to the 2020.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
The eventual Republican nominee. If former President Trump is convicted in a court of law, would you still support him as your party's choice?
You should, because I did everything right and they indicted me. You should support me. You realize that I'm actually, you're an innocent good angel. I'm definitely not a solipsistic narcissist. Definitely not. I did everything right and they indicted me.
Raise your hand if you would.
Dude, that is, oh my god, like, I guess that's the silver lining about Trump, at the end of the day. Is that he will be the most funniest fucker, as a president to have ever exist. Like, honestly. Like, there's always like some goofs, there's some laughs, there's always something about him that's just funny. Alright, like, I mean, there's at least that. Like, he's just like a funny, weird-ass individual. So, I mean, like, as much of a cretinous worm, as he is, I mean, he's at least funny. I mean, that's like the only silver line you can really get out of him, but hey, at least it's silver. It's not a lot, but it's something. Wait,
what?
Ron. Wait, what's going on here? Wait, what's everybody raising their hands for again? Hold on.
Support him as your party's choice. Please raise your hand if you would.
If you would, what? God damn it.
Jail for charges relating to the 2020.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
To support the eventual Republican nominee. If former President Trump is convicted in a court of law, would you still support him as your party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would.
Oh, so if you want to bend the knee to Trump, if he's the nominee, would you still support him? Who did that? Ramaswamy raised his hand up first, so he didn't give a fuck. Oh my god, yeah, okay, this confirms my idea that Ramaswamy is, in this, doing these debates in part to be a VP pick. He fucking knows what the debates are about. It's being VP pick to Trump. He knows. He rose that hand up quick because he wants recognition. He's like, me, Trump, please, me, pick me as VP. Like, dude, he's doing it, dude. He's so badly wanting it. Nikki Haley did it too. Like basically everybody over here were like, fucking raising their hands quick. Like, these three right here raised their hands real quick. Like, these two right here, Nikki Haley, Ramaswamy, raised those hands real quick. Ramaswamy just like an eager kid, like, oh, I'm the smart one, please answer my, let me answer the question, teacher. Like, I mean, he's doing that shit, dude. And then Nikki Haley was like, oh, hey, I actually know the real answer. She came up right in second, dude. And then, Pence rose his hand. Pence raised his hand. And Mike Pence and DeSantis. Christie ain't raising his hand. And he ain't. Dude. Oh, and he did too. Wow. I didn't think Mike Pence would raise his hand, but he did. Wow. Cucked all of them, dude. This just shows who really is in charge of the Republican Party when it comes to the voter base. It's Trump, dude. They all know.
What?
Ron. Did you see Ron?
DeSantis had to look at everyone.
This is
waited for a while to raise his hand.
That's what
They're looking at.
Dude, look at Ramaswamy. He's still raising his hand.
Everyone else.
So nobody knew?
No, I'm doing this. Look,
It's goddamn cold.
I'm doing this.
And I know you didn't. Well, no, come. What's
And then look,
He said he didn't raise
here's
his
the
hand.
bottom line. Someone's got to stop normalizing this conduct. Okay? Now, whether or not you believe that the criminal charges are right or wrong, the conduct is beneath the office of President of the United States.
Oh my God, cheer.
It's mixed. I heard some boos in there. It started really coming out at the end, but yeah. He seems like he's getting some mixed messages out of that one.
And you know, this is the great thing about this country. Booing is allowed, but it doesn't change the truth. It doesn't change the truth.
Oh, no, don't do that, Chris. No! You subverted my assumptions about what you were going to do. No, why? What are you doing? Don't go after the crowd. Just go after Trump. Why are you doing this whole like, oh, this is a great thing about America. Y'all could boo me and I won't give a fuck. That's the truth. And more people boo you because of it. And you're just like, eh. Like, don't, come on. Oh my God. Krispy Kreme Christie, dude. You're supposed to be the, like, boisterous one on stage, man.
Crowd, classic mistake.
I'd like to
Classic heel maneuver in pro wrestling. He should know better.
I believe was the best president of the 21st century. It's a fact.
It's a fact. It's just a fact. I'm just gonna say right now, it's a fact. Please make me VP Trump. I will literally suck and caress those balls myself. I'll take those balls individually and suck them up like they're oysters. I don't give a fuck. Please let me fondle those balls, Mr. Trump. God damn, Ramaswamy, like, I didn't realize you were that much of a gay for Trump, but, I mean, fuck, dude.
This time.
Trump is motivated by vengeance and grievance would be a lot more credible if your entire campaign were not based on vengeance and grievance against one man. And if people at home want to see
God, wow. Christie, you got decked on by Ramaswamy. Oh my God, man. Oh my God, why?
people blindly bashing Donald Trump without an iota of vision for this country, they could just change the channel to MSNBC right now. But I'm not running for president of MSNBC. I am running.
Is he trying to say that Chris Christie is running for MSNBC? Is he trying to say that? Yeah, okay. Maybe Chris Christie is running on trying to maybe eat up, MSNBC for the next buffet he's going to go into. But, like, I mean, beyond that, I mean, I don't think he's running for that.
The United States, we're skating on thin ice, and we cannot set a precedent where the party in power uses police force to indict its political opponents. It is wrong. We have to end this.
Well, tell that to your own political party because they're doing it to themselves. On top of the Democrats, you fucking troglodyte.
Of justice in this country.
30 seconds, Governor DeSantis.
Let me tell you,
I'm sorry. 30 seconds, Governor.
You make me laugh because you sit here in an answer right.
Dude, Ramaswamy is eating it up, dude. Look at him. Dude, his fucking smile disturbs me, dude. Look at that shit. Like, I mean, honestly, look at this. I mean, look at this shit. Dude, he is fucking creepy, man. I did not realize how fucking creepy this guy really is. Oh, dude, that fucking smile is so fucking creepy. It's not that it's fake. It's just like Ted Bundy-ish or Jeffrey Dahmer-like. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like this would be the smile that like Ted Bundy would get before you like slits your throat, or like Jeffrey Dahmer before he like puts bleach in your fucking cranium after you like carved it out and shit, dude. I mean, it's like this is like the smile I imagine. This is like the smile I imagine on John Wayne Gacy, dude. Like, this is like a smile of a killer. The smile of like a serial killer that has like his victim's skin, like, you know, made into like furniture in his basement, okay? Like, that motherfucker has like human skin furniture in his basement, dude, okay? Like, I guarantee you, if you fucking raided his house, you would find that shit. No cap. 100 fucking %, bro. That fucking smile reminds me of a fucking serial killer. I mean, my god, dude. Fucking, like, freaky. Like, dude, that's so freaky to me, man. There's something about this guy. Like, I mean, I already knew there was something about him, but there really is, like, honestly, some extra level shit going on with him. There's, like, something he's hiding, I feel like. You see the other mugshots? Yeah, I saw some of the other mugshots. They're pretty funny. Dude, the very first one of, like, John Eastman, dude, that guy literally looks like a demon. He's like... Like, it's just, like, it's freaky. I mean, Giuliani kind of, like, has, like, this half, like, Two-Face thing where, like, one side of his face looks like it's just dead inside, and the other side of his face looks like he just kind of, like, saw a woman that he's been fantasizing about all day, you know, because, like, he happened to take a glance at her, you know, at the Starbucks before he got, you know, turned in. He's all bricked up. Like, his eyes are also kind of dazed into two different places. Like, one is, like, dead inside looking straight, and the other one's, like, boop, kind of ever so off looking off and being, like, in a weird daydream gaze. Like, it's like his hemispheres, his brain, like, one was, like, recognizing that he's fucked, and the other one was, like, I like the way that girl's legs looked at the Starbucks. If only I can just get my weird, ghoulish fingers all up in her ass. Like, I mean, you know, it's like, I mean, there's, like, two things going on in his brain at that moment when that mugshot was taken, dude. There was certainly, like, I mean, I'm pretty much convinced of that.
Oof. You sit here today.
What? Uh-oh. Chris Christie ate the live stream. So shit.
Okay, pause.
Ooh. This is bad.
Well,
yeah.
So listen,
for Christie,
the more time we spend doing this, the less time they can talk about issues you want to talk about.
Oh shit, dude, the moderators are literally fucking, like, yelling at the fucking crowd. Dude, the crowd is reacting so hard to them that the moderators are like, the more you do this, the less they have to talk. Shut up. Damn. Shit. Dude, like, Brett Breyer ain't giving, dude, like, that serious, like, look that he had there, dude, that there was kind of some, like, actual genuine, like, anger, I guess, you know, during that. I think it was building up because of the crowd. Like, he was getting angry because, like, the crowd kept, you know, making reactions and shit. Damn, don't get on his bad side.
Well, let's just get through this section.
These are your viewers.
Governor Christie.
Yeah, those are your viewers, bro. Like, don't condescend them. They're gonna go on OAN and One America News Network and shit. What, you want to lose viewership more?
I'm here talking about how you want to stand up for the rule of law.
Yes.
And law and order. And the fact is that it can't be selective. In your book, you had much different things to say about Donald Trump than you're saying here tonight.
That's not true.
Well, it is very true.
Oh my god, Ramaswamy had a fucking book that he was trying to shill. Okay, I'm not surprised. I really shouldn't be surprised.
It's very true. I read it, and I know. Look,
why would you read it? Okay, I don't think he read it. He probably ate it, for one, and two, he probably, like, read a synopsis of it.
By the way,
definitely did read it.
By the way, should know you know what? I know a lot better.
There's a difference between bad behavior.
I know a lot better than you do. You've never done it like you've never done anything to try to advance the interests of this government except to put yourself forward as a candidate tonight. And here's the thing. We've stood up for law and order. I did it as U.S. attorney. I did it as governor. And I am not going to bow to anyone when we have a president of the United States who disrespects the Constitution. He said,
I stumble. He stumbled that.
He's done.
He was kind of building up to something there.
We have to call out the
Martha, it's important to say that the president said, Donald Trump said, it's okay to suspend the Constitution. Now, the oath you take is to preserve, protect, and
do people really just boo that?
Defend, not suspend. I will always stand up for our Constitution, regardless of the political pressure.
We have another question for you. We're going to get everyone in on this issue, but I have another question. Hold on, you will. All right. So President Trump's former vice president is on this stage tonight. He has faced hecklers on the campaign trail over his actions on January the 6th. On that day,
there was a guillotine for him out on the Capitol.
There was
news for him.
So do you
believe... Noose, right? Was it noose? I don't remember.
I think there was a mixture of, like, there definitely were nooses and guillotines and, like, gallows. Like, I think it was, like, a mixture of everything. I think there was, like, a gallows designed specifically for Pence, I think. I think they had, like, guillotines for, like, the Congress and Senate, folk, and then they had, like, a gallows for Pence, so he could be, like, I guess, like, kind of how Mussolini was, like, dangling, kind of like the, people's, like, piñata, to kind of, like, take advantage of or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, they had a fucking psychopathic, weird-ass fucking mentality about how they, were gonna go with it, and honestly, there were weird little gallows/guillotines and all this other shit that they had made up. Didn't even look like they would even work. I'm not even kidding. Like, that shit looked like it was, like, some, like, shit that, like, would break if you, the guillotines and the gallows they made, like, it looked like it would legit collapse on itself if you tried to use them the first time. Like, I feel like it wouldn't actually harm anybody. I mean, for the guillotine part, it might, like, maybe get some minor injuries, maybe a scrape or a cut or something like that from the blade itself, but, like, realistically, I highly doubt that would actually kill you. Like, the fucking things they had set up were just so, like, redneck rigged, like, that it was, I just feel like there was no way that they were actually going to work.
Wanted his head. You believe he did the right thing?
Absolutely. He did the right thing. Number one. Number two. We should be asking ourselves a bigger question about the weaponization of the Department of Justice. When I'm president, the first thing I'll do is fire Merrick Garland. The second thing I'll do, fire Christopher Wray, because we need Lady Justice to wear a blindfold. Without that no one has confidence in our justice.
Yeah, wait a minute. Was it like the last person, like a Trump appointee?
It's a Trump appointee.
Republicans have confidence in our Department of Justice. Here's why. We keep seeing not only the weaponization of the Department of Justice against political opponents, but also against parents who show up at school board meetings.
Oh my God. Oh, wow. You're really going to make a fucking point, for these fucking weird, like, Moms for Liberty fucks and these people that are, like, going after teachers and, people that, might be teaching, like, proper sex education and, the fact that queer people exist and trans people exist. Oh, fuck off.
Under this DOJ, they're called domestic terrorists.
Because they are.
But that's not
shut down the FBI. Actually have the courage to get it right.
Let me finish my comments.
Yes.
Not only that, in addition to that, we see the SWAT team show up at pro-life activist homes with guns drawn because this deal...
Yeah, because they're probably insurrectionists and they're probably got, like, fucking warrants for their arrests,
uses their power, uses
this
their
fucking little
not
bitch,
just
bro.
Against political opponents, but against...
I mean, he's pretty fucking smart with the idea of trying to be subtle about what he's talking about, but oh my God, this fucking worm, dude. Holy shit. I need to take a piss really quick, because holy fuck. I mean, it's a good time to at least, take a moment to take a break for the clown show, at least, for a second, but... Dude, what the fuck? The weird, subtle, jabs of this whole, culture war bullshit without even, really overtly, explicitly mention it. Dude, it's pretty Machiavellian and pretty fucking, masterful, I'll admit, but, man, it is so disgusting. I mean, a lot of people, I think, could generally recognize it. At least, I don't know, at least progressives can. At least I certainly can, because it's pretty fucking obvious. It's just, really... fucking gross. Hey, little sleep boy. Hey, little pop up. Oh, little boy. Man, that shit got my fucking goat, dude. That, little jab about, these people, who, go to school board meetings and protests and all this other bullshit being, domestic terror, and just, dog whistling this whole, culture war, groomer fucking anti-trans, anti-queer narrative and shit without explicitly saying it. That shit, shit like that gets my fucking goat than motherfuckers who are just brazen about it, in my opinion, honestly. Because, I mean, frankly, this motherfucker is defending and normalizing the brazen extreme ones who are actually fucking brazen about it. And a lot of these type of people are, that do this type of shit, are either just, hardcore radical fundamentalist Christian types or literal fucking Nazis. And the reason why he's saying it the way he is when it comes to this fucking thing is because he wants to try to, make people think about, the Christians that may potentially be lumped in with those Nazis who are more extreme. And, he wants to try to, make it seem like he's more broadly dismissing that shit while still being in favor of, the Christians that are maybe more peaceful, so to speak. I mean, even though they're all on the same fucking team. In either way, they're stochastic terrorists at fucking minimal, and some of them are legitimate domestic terrorists. So it's this idea that, just because a few of them aren't, overtly militant shit, what the domestic terrorists, yeah, you know what, yeah, they fucking are. Because if they're willing to defend them and be by their side and join them, or they join them when it comes to their fucking movement, then yeah, they're kind of complicit with that, aren't they? I mean, it's that shit got my fucking goat, dude. I was thinking about piss. I was really fucking thinking about that. I mean, that shit really fucking pissed me off. Fuck this piece of shit. I mean, if this really is who Tim Scott is, then fuck this rat. I mean, he's nothing more than a dog whistle for the fucking extreme right, then, at this point. Because honestly, a lot of the fucking things he has been saying have been kind of dog whistly for the, far right in a lot of ways. I mean, granted, most Republican talking points are anyway, but this guy's been more overt about that. And that right there kind of sealed the fucking deal for me. He's just, trying to be the more, civil, decorum-based far-right extremist, without necessarily having to be, looking like a militant, type and shit. And considering that, he's black and a, token far-right conservative in this case, it makes it a little bit more palatable. it makes it see like, hey, see? We got this guy right here that supports it, so what? You think it's some white supremacist type of thing? I mean, you know, it's a cop-out. Like, this motherfucker knows what he's doing. And this is what I think really what pisses me off about it. Because he's being the pick-me as, like, the far-right minority conservative type that's on the stage here. And, you know, exacerbating more of the fucking, you know, extremes of shit that fundamentally would be against his own fucking best interests. And yet, you know, he thinks he can be exempted from it by being an advocate, you know, and pivoting towards those type of fucking positions. And, you know, whether it's more brazen, you know, like Candace Owens, or like more dog whistling like this guy's doing, these type of pick-me's, you know, always do this type of fucking shit. I mean, because they think that it's a way to, like, you know, be in the back of the line, or maybe hopefully out of the line entirely when it comes to their fucking persecution. And guess what? You're never going to be getting out of that line. Yeah, you might be back of the line a little bit, or maybe even be last in line, but guess what? You're still going to be in line, and they're never going to kick you out of that line. They're always going to find a way to eventually persecute you once time is done. Because once they persecute every single one of you motherfuckers, they're going to go after you. They don't give a fuck. They see you as a means to an end. You're a fucking liability once the time comes.
Causes. It is time for a change in America, and I will bring that change to the greatest nation on God's green earth.
Is he really?
Yeah, and guess what? You might fucking regret it there, bitch.
Oh my god.
Fucking ridiculous, dude.
In the weaponization of these federal agents.
Right, but I will do that. That's not the question.
I know, but here's the thing.
Did you just say he would weaponize federal agents? It's like, I did weaponize federal agents. I will do. Wait, hold on. Did he just say that? Really?
I heard it.
I heard that.
To end the weaponization of these federal agents.
Right, but
end it.
That's not the question.
I know, but here's the thing. This election is not about January 6th of 2021. It's about January 20th of 2025, when the next president is going to take office. I know what the Democrats would like to do. They want to talk about all these other issues, but we've got to focus on your future. We've got to focus on reversing the decline of our country. Right. I learned in the military, I was assigned with U.S. Navy SEALs in Iraq.
No, you weren't. Wait, what? No, you weren't. That's a fucking lie. You're fucking lying right now. Like, you're, like, stationed in Gitmo being a fucking torture fetishist. You're being a fucking sadistic fetishist, fucking, like, taking, like, sexual pleasure of the idea that fucking people are being tortured in Gitmo. You fucking demon worm. You fucking inhuman fucking, like, ape. You fuck. Like, are you serious? Like, no, you weren't. You were never in Iraq, motherfucker. You were never in Iraq. You were fucking in Gitmo. Like, jerking off at the idea and laughing and smiling at people being tortured. You fucking animal.
On the mission above all else. You can't get distracted. So Republicans, we've got to look forward, and we've got to make sure that we're bringing the message that can win in November 2024.
Vice President Pence,
people cheer that, really?
Defend the Constitution of the United States. I think the American people deserve to know whether everyone on this stage agrees that I kept my oath to the Constitution that day. There's no more.
I actually do want to hear what they think. That's a great question right now.
I mean, honestly, I do agree with that. That's like the fucking rare thing that Mike Pence has probably say that is genuinely unequivocally true. Yeah, you actually did upheld your fucking oath to the Constitution that day. Like, you know what? I'll grant you that. You did. I mean, he honestly did. I mean, he really did. I mean, you could grant him fucking that. I mean, so, hey, that's, you know, yeah, that's actually a point.
So
I want
your funeral.
I mean, it's not like a point, you know, like of respect or anything else. It's just a point of of a gotcha to these other people, especially to people like DeSantis, where it's like, hey, if there's any record of upholding the Constitution, I at least did. Like on Jan 6, I did. Like, I mean, and you know what? He did. Like, he didn't, you know, like, go against the Constitution by trying to overthrow the election with Trump. Like, he went against that. And, you know, so if there's at least, you know, anything you can grant him, it is that. And he kind of almost did political suicide, you know, doing so. But if anything, it might have actually, you know, been like a perfect, you know, launching point for his, you know, political career. I mean, I think if anything, Trump might have fucked himself, you know, from the very beginning, making this guy VP. I mean, honestly, because, like, the idea of this, you know, of him, honestly, you know, being able to be, like, launched from this type of shit is getting to be a little bit more accurate the more I see this debate. Like, Pence, I mean, like, he's kind of holding his own for all intents and purposes. Like, he's got groaners, and I don't like him, and I think he's just fucking annoying and just, you know, and it's whatever. But he's holding his own in this. I mean, you know, for, like, conservatives and Republicans, like, I guarantee you a lot of them probably will look at him and be like, yeah, he held his own.
Here's the thing. Is this what we're going to be focusing on
going
forward? The rehashing of this? I'll tell you, the Democrats would love that, and they will win if we let them get away with it. I'm not letting Biden hang out in the basement this time. We're going to run.
I think we should hear whether.
Wait, what? Like, dude, the crowd cheered so hard that I couldn't even hear what he was saying anymore. Like, I mean, what the fuck was he even talking about? Like, dude, he's going like some weird Hillary Clinton shit. It's like, we're gonna be moving forward, stronger together. Like, dude, is he gonna be the Republican Hillary Clinton right now? I think it's gonna be like the Republican Party's Hillary Clinton, but just miserably fails. Because, I mean, that's what it feels like a little bit. Like, because this idea is like, we're going to be moving forward, and we're not going to be undermining the law, and blah, 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 and we're going to be stronger together. Like, it just really feels like that. Like, oh my God, dude. I think he's going to be, he really is like a Hillary Clinton, but, like, Republican and Nazi. Like, oh God, dude.
They think
a Nazi Hillary in a man. Oh, a male Nazi Hillary. Oh my God. I mean, I never really thought about what that would look like, but it looks like this. This is what it looks like. This is what a male Nazi version of Hillary Clinton would look like. Right there. That's like a Republican Nazi, like, you know, if Hillary Clinton was a male. Like in some alternate universe. But, like, some schism in the universe happened, and thus we have all these fucking weirdos that came from an alternate fascistic timeline, and now we're stuck with a lot of these weird fucks that are in our timeline now that have, like, co-opted our timeline. And now I've fucked with everything. And he's one of them. So it's just like, fuck. Like, I mean, yeah, it's like, I kind of tongue-in-cheek it a little bit, but there is, like, a tiny part of me deep down inside that thinks, like, multiverses are a thing. But I don't know, like, if the idea of them bumping into each other or, like, you know, causing little singularities or rifts or anomalies where, like, people from other universes, I don't think that happens, really. But it's fun to think about. And you know what? I like to at least play around with it, at least in a fun way. In a non-serious manner. And, you know, at least, you know, softens, you know, the bullshit that we have to deal with. You know what I mean? Like, it at least kind of softens the whole, like, seriousness of everything. At the very minimal.
My dad should have been killed on the steps of the Capitol. I want to know this.
By 30, 40 points in many polls. So it is a factor in the GOP primary. Governor Hutchinson, you did not raise your hand.
I did not raise my hand because there's an important issue we as a party have to face. And over a year ago, I said that Donald...
You have no idea, but yeah, it's fun to speculate. Exactly. I mean, honestly, like, that's kind of the thing about some of these, like, conservative weirdos, too, since we're kind of on the topic anyway. Like, they think, like, all these weird things about the Democrats and these conspiracy theories, like, a lot of what I kind of, you know, consider kind of, like, fun to think about, these motherfuckers will actually think as serious. And, like, are conspiracies and shit. And it's like, and that's why in some part I kind of, at least mostly in jest, say that, like, I kind of wish that their fucking weird theories were true. Because, like, man, our world would be more entertaining, it would be more fun, and honestly, like, the Democrats would actually be better. And, like, you know, the broader, like, progressive left would actually be, like, a force to be reckoned with, actually. It's like, god damn, I wish. Like, I mean, I wish that was the real thing, but it really ain't. It's like, motherfuck. Like, it's some part of it, it's just because, like, they really make up the, like, the broader left, you know, whether, like, liberals or, like, full-on, like, pinko commie types or whatever the fuck. They make them far more of a sinister threat, you know, than than we really are. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, it's like, I wish your weird, delusional, conspiratorial, like, multiverse reality was real. That's why I, like, speculate, at least, and have at least a little fun with it, and with the idea of, like, oh, yeah, they just came from another multiverse where, like, those pinko commie types, you know, were ruling the world, and, like, they're, like, a legit persecuted minority, and they just, you know, there's some weird anomaly rift where it happens, and they all just, like, bloop, you know, came to our multiverse, and all the people that replaced them went to their multiverse, you know, which probably made theirs better. So it's just like, I mean, you know, ours more fucked. So it's like, god damn it. It's just one of those things where it's like, you know, if they're gonna play around with these weird ideas, you know, it's like, at least in some merit, in jest, at least, you know, you might as well a little bit too. But at least we can recognize that we're playing around with it. Like, these fucks don't. Like, none of these fuckers don't. Like, Ramaswamy earlier was like, I'm not bought and paid for it, so I can say this. Climate change the hoax. Yeah. Like, I mean, dude, that guy's unhinged and detached from reality. Like, I mean, these motherfuckers, if they're willing to, if they can do this shit, then you know what? Fuck you. We can do it too. Fuck you. Like, I mean, we can have fun with this too.
Again, as a result of what happened on January 6th. More people are understanding the importance of that, including conservative legal scholars who says he may be disqualified under the 14th Amendment from being president again as a result of the insurrection.
You're a boring, weird stuff suit nerd, so this is falling on deaf ears, buddy.
This is something...
I don't disagree with what he's saying necessarily, but...
that could disqualify...
The fact that he just got immediately booed after all that just proves my point.
Under our rules and...
Everyone booed him, dude.
And so, obviously, I'm not going to support somebody who's been convicted of a serious felony or who is disqualified under our Constitution, and that's consistent with RNC rules, and I hope everybody would agree with me.
I'm following the RNC rules.
I am following just the basic qualifications of the law, and I'm a good tooty shoes boy, I tell you what.
And that's going to make me really stand out.
Vice President Pence?
All right, I'd like to answer the question you asked and not give a pre-canned speech. Mike Pence stood for the Constitution, and he deserves not grudging credit. He deserves our thanks as Americans for putting his oath of office and the Constitution of the United States.
This is weird. Like, okay. Where's it leading up with this?
Before personal, political, and unfair pressure. And the argument that we need to have in this party before we...
I know, Pence is like, thank you. This will help me with my support as president. Like, is he trying to... Like, is Chris Christie trying to bomb his own support? I mean, oh my god, none of these people know, like, how to properly fucking deal with any of this shit, dude.
To the issue
maybe he doesn't want his praise
talked about. Yeah. We have to dispense with the person who said that...
I mean, it wasn't really moving around a lot. He didn't really look around or anything. He didn't look at him and be like, thank you. He didn't even say anything. He just, like, stand there. So, like, yeah, maybe he didn't want it. Maybe he didn't want the praise. Maybe he just fell on deaf. Chris, man, dude, this guy, like, legitimately, like, I thought Chris Christie was gonna kind of, like, go in, like, you know, like, fist swinging, but, you know, balls hanging and shit, but no, like, he really didn't, dude. Man, I was hoping for some good shit with you, bro. I put some chips on you, man. I put my bets on your fat ass, and this is what you have to offer? Boo!
the Constitution to put forward his political career. Mike Pence said no, and he deserves credit for it.
Okay.
I think it'd be pretty funny if he didn't.
Well, what about you?
Yeah. Like,
I mean, why? Wait, why did you just like fucking fluffed Mike Pence's dick up on public stage, dude? Like, I mean, what the fuck? Why did you just like suck his dick on stage? Like, I mean, why? Like, are you supposed to try to like make yourself more compelling, not him? Like, I mean, come on, dude. What was that? Why, like, what was that weird, like, fluff, like, oh my god. Oh my god, Chris, come on, man. What are you doing?
I do think that Vice President Pence did the right thing, and I do think that we need to give him credit for that. But what I will also tell you is, look, I mean, when it comes to whether President Trump should serve or not, I trust the American people. Let them vote. Let them decide.
Wait, so, like, people's fee-fees matter more than the quote-unquote rule of law? Like, when it comes to the matter of Trump? I mean, are you fucking kidding me? You just contradicted yourself. Like, yeah, like, we should give credit for Pence for not for not helping overthrow the election and at least holding him accountable, and then, along with this whole, like, with this whole bullshit, with him and stuff like that. But, and then it's like, oh, but the American people should decide whether that, who should be their president. So, like, well, if the American people are too stupid, right off the bat, frankly, to fucking realize that, like, maybe he shouldn't be president. And maybe the whole broader law and order should supersede that in this circumstance. What? Like, are you really going to be that fucking, like, contradictory? Not even in, like, two different sentences? Literally in the same fucking sentence? Like, I mean, come on. Oh my god, dude, this is fucking driving me mad. How long does this last? I mean, please tell me this isn't this long. Like, oh my god, we're like an hour, 16 minutes in, and I know they had like a little pregame before they really started, so it's probably more or less like less than an hour. It's probably like 50 minutes. Oh, fuck. Oh, god. Oh, okay, we push through, power through.
That it is time
Let's
for
go.
a new generational conservative leader. We have to look at the fact that
non-answer, yeah, dude. Oh my god, yeah. Let me just have a non-answer.
And we have to face the fact that Trump is the most disliked politician in America. We can't win a general election that.
Are you sure about that? Oh, yeah, that was a really good point you just made. A lot of Republicans love him. I mean, on a national level, that's probably debatable. I mean, he's probably at least, one of the most hated, in the midst of, like, the top 10, for sure, probably. But at least when it comes to Republicans, oh, no. No, he's the top 10 most loved when it comes to the Republican Party. In fact, not top 10, top 3. So it's just like this idea that, like, he's the most hated politician, that's kind of bullshit. I mean, I wish it was the case, but there's a literal fucking religious cult built around him. So, yeah, no, like, that's just not true. I wish it was, but it ain't.
Hopefully she's not wrong.
I mean, frankly, she kind of is. I mean, like, I wish she was, but, like, if 30% of people in this country are loyal and diehard, to Trump, then that means that, like, there's at least 30% favorability to Trump right off the bat. And there are definitely other politicians that have less favorability than that. On average, Congress has, like, between, like, a 15 to 20 something percent, like, approval rating, and, like, the 20% is on a good day. Like, so they have less of an approval rating than Trump really does, just on a national level, just on average. So it's just like, He certainly is not the most unfavorable politician. I mean, I wish that was the case, but he's not. I wish he was, but he ain't.
Right. To answer the question, Mike Pence did the right thing on January 6th. But I would say you started off the top of this hour saying we're going to talk about China, Ukraine, education.
We are.
China is the number one threat to our country. And
what the fuck? Who are you again, Doug Burgum? Like, you're like, hey, we're, starting this debate with, like, China, Ukraine, and, like, education, and we never talked about that. So I'm going to hear a fearmonger about China and say we need to go to war, damn it. Like, who the fuck are you? Get off the stage, you fucking weird mob boss looking weirdo.
That these 8 candidates spend talking about the past instead about the future is time that is just you know who loves it? Biden loves it, but China loves it when we're talking about the.
What was that weird shit? Hold on.
Just you know who loves it? Biden loves it.
Like
talking about the past.
What's this? What happened here? What's this going on?
The future is time.
Just like shows up and disappears.
But China loves it when we're talking about the past.
China!
Spend a few questions on it.
We must do fire and fury to China because of Xi Jinping. We need the pooping.
You
did answer on this. You did answer.
I thought we thought you were done, but you please.
Well, Mike, why don't you say this? Join me in making a commitment that on day one we will pardon Donald Trump.
What the fuck is going on? Is there just chaos ensuing?
This guy's really
bingo. Say it.
The perfect troll. The perfect troll.
Dude, Ramaswamy is an internet troll embodiment. Like, he's a right-wing conservative internet troll embodied into the human being and is on the debate stage on the Republican presidential, like, elections, dude. Oh my god, this motherfucker is straight up like the embodiment of a right-wing troll on Twitter, but on a presidential stage. Oh my god. I'm allergic to this.
These crimes.
You should be able to make a commitment. The same justice system that was this corrupt.
What's the difference between you and me?
Yeah, I'm not a professional politician. That's the difference. You can answer a question.
When I was governor of the state of Indiana, it usually follows a finding of guilt and contrition by the individual that's been convicted. So.
Hold on. Like, why did, like, Pence look like he was about to, like, like...
And contrition by the...
What's going on here? Like, he looks like he's about to, like... If his arm was, like, a laser weapon or some shit, he's about to, like... Like, he's about to, like, unleash some shit. Like, if he had, like, fucking... like, one of those, like, gauntlets, like, from Fallout. Like, one of those, like, like, fist gauntlets, ballista gauntlets. Like, if he had, like, a ballista gauntlets, like, I'm going to... Like, I mean, what is he doing?
That's been convicted. So, look, if I'm president of the United States, we'll give fair consideration to any pardon request. But if I may,
the deck needs. Oh my God!
It's not about looking back at January 2021. It's about January 20th, 2017.
DeSantis.
2017. Wait, we got to go farther back. Wait, what? We have to go further back? Hey, I know you're an old man and you like to reminisce of the old days, I say. But hey, don't drag us into it, you weirdo.
Reagan's Bible, I raised my right hand. And I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. And it ended with a prayer, so help me God.
Oh my god, shoot me. Oh my god, someone put a fucking bullet in me. Oh my god. Ah! Fuck this guy, man! Oh my god! So help me God, I wanna fuck. Oh my god! Oh, dude, this is fucking ridiculous! Oh my god! Dude, this fucking god-bothering fuck, dude! Alright, you know what? Alright, we gotta... We're doing 1.2. No, not 1.5. That's gonna be too fast. 1.25. There we go. A little equilibrium. Oh my god. I gotta get through this. Like, holy fuck. No.
It was a promise that I made to the American people.
Oh my god.
But I also made it to my Heavenly Father.
Oh god.
Every day for 4 years I sought to keep that oath.
You're kidding me right now.
And everyone on this stage needs to make it clear whether or not they'll do the same if they earn this job and the confidence of the American people. Now, look, I've made it clear. I had hoped that the issues surrounding the 2020 election and the controversies around January 6th had not come to this, had not come to criminal proceedings. I would rather they had been resolved by the American people. and the American people alone. But no one's above the law. And President Trump is entitled to the presumption of innocence that every American is entitled to. And we will make sure and extend that to him. But the American people
is he seriously fucking going to straight up be like, oh yeah, you know, like, you know, potentially Trump might be innocent, okay? Like, we have to, like, you know, look at the whole case and blah, 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 blah. Dude, he's doing the middle ground. Is he really trying to get back in Trump's good graces? Because guess what? That ain't gonna happen, bro. Trump supporters want to hang you. Like, Trump supporters see you as a traitor. They'll never forget whatever happened on Jan 6 with you. They'll never forget that. Like, in this idea that you're going to try to get back in their good graces with this weird fucking middle ground talking point bullshit is fucking silly. And it's fucking pathetic. You're cucked, man. Like, the idea that you're going to be able to fucking, like, you know, win their graces back is fucking sad. And kind of hilarious, but mostly sad.
No, that the president asked me in his request that I reject or return votes unilaterally, power that no...
Man, dude, these Monster energy drink, are they seltzers, malts, beers? What the fuck are they? Hold on. Let's say, oops. Original crew has been making drinks for 30+ years now. Favorite brand Monster Energy is about turn 21. Oh, I guess that explains why they have these alcoholic beverages. We figured why not celebrate the big day by making an adult beverage. We hit delete on the energy blend, cut out the caffeine, and ditched the sugar. Next, we brewed the smoothest tasting alcohol ever. Bullshit. I kind of feel like that's skeptical. I mean, it's good. I mean, yeah, these aren't bad, but and blended it with our tried and true flavors. The beast is unleashed. Great taste, 6%. Oh my. Oh my. To weigh you down. Get ready to celebrate and don't be afraid of the big bad beast. Cheers. That's it? Wait, it doesn't say if it's like a malt or anything? Okay, I don't know if it's a malt or not. It doesn't say. It doesn't explain it. I mean, honestly, these are not bad, I will admit. These are actually surprisingly pretty decent. In a weird way, like, now it kind of reminds me of, like, you know, when I was going to house shows and shit, because I was still kind of drinking energy drinks after high school and stuff, and the energy drinks I would drink were Monsters. And, like, this kind of takes me back, dude. Like, because I wasn't, like, you know, really drinking too much, but I would have, like, a little bit here and there. And at least I was more open to weed at that point. So, like, honestly, these are kind of, like, in a way, taking me back to, like, you know, the high school / post-high school days. Like, I mean, these kind of taking me back a little bit. In a weird way, these are actually genuinely not bad. And this one right here, this Scary Berries, this is actually pretty good. You know, Monster, these are actually not bad. I hope these aren't limited. These are actually not bad. These are pretty good. I know they're just, like, you know, taking advantage of the whole, like, you know, everyone doing hard seltzers and also the bullshit and blah, blah, blah. Like, I know they're taking advantage of that. But, you know what? Those are generally not that fucking bad. I mean, they're not the most amazing thing ever, personally, but, I don't know, they're good. I like them.
As American history had ever exercised or taken, he asked me to put him over the Constitution. And I chose the Constitution, and I always will. I had no right to overturn the election.
I always will choose Constitution Nation.
When we beat them in 2024.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
That didn't hit hard like he thought it would.
No, that didn't hit anybody.
Yeah. The U.S. has committed nearly $77 billion in aid to the Ukraine war. The administration is now asking Congress for $24 billion more. Regardless of that, the specifics of that plan, is there anyone on stage who would not support the increase of more funding to Ukraine?
We would not support it. Europe needs to step up. I
mean, so DeSantis is just, like, not raising his hand, but just, like, you know, blindly yelling in the fucking cheers. And Ramaswamy is just holding his hand up, be like, I am a puppet of Russia. I would love to make sure that Russia conquered all of Ukraine. And in fact, not only would I not give, you know, anything to Ukraine, I would give things to Russia.
step up and do their job.
Mr. Ramaswamy.
Not Pence, but like DeSantis is just like, I want Europe to step up and do their job. I mean, oh my god, this issue is such a pickle. Because honestly, like, I think the United States should at least give, like, infrastructural, like, supplies and medical food aid and stuff like that. And, like, you know, at minimal, maybe, like, some ammunition, small arms ammo and stuff like that. But when it comes to, like, military equipment, like, I mean, a lot of our equipment tends to be, like, either licensed, you know, and produced third party by other countries, like in the UK, France, Germany, etc. And they have their own, you know, production going on that they could honestly legit supplement, you know, some of the arms directly that are going to Ukraine specifically. You know, we can, you know, pick up, you know, slack in other factors, but, like, you know, maybe, you know, Europe could at least, you know, pick up on the more arms aspect of things, and we can kind of fuck off on that front, but still help with humanitarian aid, medical aid, food, medicine, you know, infrastructural and supply, and, you know, building efforts and stuff like that to help rebuild places that, you know, that are recaptured, you know, and rebuild them and stuff like that. I mean, you know, it's like, it's not like, you know, I don't think we shouldn't not aid Ukraine. I think we should. But I'm just a little bit more picky about how we should do that. But that doesn't mean that, you know, we just say, fuck them, you know, and just, like, hope for the best and what happens. Like, nah, fuck that shit. I mean, there's still a sovereign nation that got fucking, like, unconditionally invaded for literally no fucking reason, basically. So it's like, yeah, I mean, there's at least some interest, you know, I think, in my opinion, to help them, you know, but, like, you know, granted, I might be picky about it, but I still want to help them, because, like, no one deserves to go for fucking war and, you know, being invaded and any of that bullshit. So, I mean, at the very minimal, you know, it's like, whatever we can do to aid them to minimize and end that conflict as soon as possible, that's what I would advocate for. So I might be picky about, like, the more militaristic aspects of aiding them, but, you know, I'm not against aiding them, period. Like, I definitely think we should.
But you're saying you would not.
But, like, there's a few of these motherfuckers that are straight up being like, nah. In fact, you know, let Russia just, like, have it all. You know, fuck it.
I will have Europe pull their weight. Right now, they're not doing that. And I think we need to do.
I think Europe is pulling their weight. Like, hasn't Germany and, like, France and, like, Poland and, like, some of these other countries, haven't they, like, been more proactive about, like, you know, upping their defense budgets and production and stuff like that? Like, is he just straight fucking lying about this?
On them doing it, and I would have support in China to be able to take.
Dude, why is he? Dude, what is with Ramaswamy, like, doing this, like weird fucking smile, man? Dude, it's so fucking creepy.
China.
Oh, he's such a troll. He's such a troll.
Fair weather. Okay. Support an increase of funding to Ukraine.
I would not, and I think that this is disastrous. That we are protecting.
Disastrous? I want to describe it as that there, buddy.
From somebody else's border, when we should use those same military resources to prevent it across the invasion of our own southern border here in the United States of America.
It's the Mexicans, that tells you.
Further into China's hands. The Russia-China alliance is the single greatest threat we face, and I find it offensive that we have professional politicians on the stage that will make a pilgrimage to Kyiv, to their Pope, Zelensky, without doing the same thing for people in Maui or the south side of Chicago or Kensington. I think that we have Americans first.
Wait a minute. Did he just say... Wait. We're going back. Wait, what? Hold on. Did I just hear that?
The Russia-China alliance is the single greatest threat we face, and I find it offensive that we have professional politicians on the stage.
Wait. Okay, hold on. I didn't even catch that part. Hold on. Before we even get to the part that I initially caught, I didn't even catch that. The Russia-China alliance is the biggest threat on the world stage. Then why are you adamant about, like, not, you know, at least helping Ukraine in some measure? I mean, even if it's, like, you know, via, like, you know, medical and food and stuff like that, or, like, or arms, like, whatever, how you think it should be done, like, why aren't you, you know, in that position? Like, I mean, because fundamentally the idea of helping, like, a more liberalized style fucking nation, even granted whatever fucking flaws and bullshit's going on, And frankly, there are a lot of criticisms I do have about Ukraine and their government, you know, for sure. But, like, the idea of them becoming more, like, democratic and more progressive and all this other bullshit, you know, like, that doesn't happen under a Russian puppet government or Russian rule. Like, I'm just gonna be fucking blunt with that one. So, the idea that, like, you know, that, like, just fucking off from that whole issue is, like, a little silly. I mean, granted, we shouldn't be, like, super hyper-focused on it. I mean, to an extent, like, because we should, like, really address things at home, because there's a lot of fucking shit going on, for sure. Like, when it comes to our crumbling infrastructure, or fucking horrible healthcare system, when it comes to, like, the fact that, you know, when it comes to labor with our wages and work conditions, and the fact that people can't pay rent, there's a lot of fucking problems domestically that we need to put a lot of money and invest in and shit and put back into us, you know, as a people, you know, for sure, you know. But, like, I mean, it's like, that doesn't mean that you just say fuck everybody else. I mean, but I mean, it just means that, like, you know, we have to at least, you know, be more appropriate and prioritize what the fuck we're putting our money into. And you can put plenty of fucking money into us domestically and uplift us, and put a little bit of cheddar, you know, here and there for people that also need it elsewhere. You know, Ukraine being one of those places. I mean, you could do both at once. I mean, it's not like it's impossible. So it's, you know, and if that's the, you know, so if the idea that, like, oh, this whole Russia-China alliance, you know, is like some sort of big evil, like in the major, like, dual axis of the world, then you should be more supportive of Ukraine than Ramaswamy. So what's this idea that it's disastrous to fucking support them? That means that you want to enable and support, and, or at least, maybe not necessarily support, but at least enable and exacerbate this whole, like, Russia-China alliance, you know, and basically exacerbate the idea that there could potentially be a fucking conflict. Which, is that in your fucking best interest? Maybe for a political talking point. But I think when it comes to, you know, the brass tacks of it all, it really isn't. Like, and I think you fucking know it, Ramaswamy. Come on. This idea, I mean, he's just, like, catering, you know, to a lot of these weird right-wingers that are, like, more pro-Russia than anti-Ukraine. You know, and shit. Like, it's just, like, so fucking weird, honestly, in my mind, that there really is that case, because, like, so many conservatives were just like, oh, those fucking Russians, those Ruskies, and blah, blah, blah. Like, that was such a big thing for such a long time. And now it's like, all of a sudden, because of this whole, like, Ukraine war, it's like that shit shifted so quick. I mean, it's just kind of confusing in a way. It's like, were you all, like demonizing and antagonistic towards them? Like, not even, like, 2 decades ago?
Pilgrimage to Kiev, to their Pope, Zelensky, without doing the same thing for people in Maui or the South Side.
Oh, God, okay. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Okay, I forgot about that second part. Like, I focused on that first part, that I forgot about that second one that that I was initially caught. Their Pope Zelensky. Like, Zelensky ain't a fucking pope, for one, and for two, like, I mean, what is that supposed to imply? I mean, like, what, some sort of, like, a religious leader and hero or something? I mean, honestly, for the leader of his people of Ukraine, I mean, sure, you know, I could grant him being, you know, at least a lot more braver and heroic in comparison to most national leaders, especially these fucking days. I'll grant him that for sure, absolutely. I mean, I still think, you know, there's certain elements about him that I think are kind of corrupt a little bit and stuff, but I think, honestly, considering the circumstances, I mean, I think a lot of his more genuine humanity has superseded a lot of that. I mean, it's not like it hasn't gone away, but, I mean, you know, the idea of just like, hey, Ukraine should probably still be its own state, and we should at least have some way to have a buffer so this doesn't happen again, you know, when we can fight this off and blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, I get where he comes from in this shit. I mean, like I said, there's probably certain layers of corruption and bullshit that comes with this. I mean, just like, frankly, any other form of politic, you know, when it comes to the broader international body politic. I mean, that's just kind of par for the course. I mean, he ain't exempt from it. But, like, I'd at least argue that he comes from a more humane perspective considering what the fuck is going on over there. You know, it's just like, I'll grant him that. It doesn't necessarily excuse, you know, the corruption elements of him, but that, you know, that at least, you know, still grants the idea that, like, you know, he's putting his priorities, you know, first, and those priorities are obviously making sure that, you know, this war fucking ends, and it should. And it needs to be quick. And a lot of that is making sure that they have the means, you know, to do so. And being able to rebuild quickly and efficiently so they can get back to a more stable, normal life and not have a power vacuum and instability after the war. Like, there's a lot of fucking variables that can, you know, help, you know, Ukraine and shit, and he's considering those things, and a lot of the international world in some way, shape, or form should recognize that. It should, at least in some part, help with that. I mean, America included. I just don't necessarily think, you know, like, at least, you know, America could be doing that for arms and stuff, considering the military industrial complex, you know, will love to make a fucking profit and prolong, you know, the war with, you know, things like that. So that's why I think America should do so via, like, medical aid, food aid, you know, infrastructural aid and stuff like that to help rebuild, especially places that have been recaptured, and, you know, and places that have been, you know, like, retaken, you know, after invasion and stuff like that, like, and all this other shit. Like, I mean, I think that would certainly be a far more bigger benefit, but I mean, that really isn't really discussed as much, because it's like you can't, for some stupid reason, when it comes to this whole war, you can't really have a nuanced position about it. It can't, you know, it has to be black and white. You can't have, like, a position where it's like, hey, I don't necessarily agree with these aspects about, you know, what should be done, but I think we should certainly prioritize these type of aspects and do these things. It's like, you can't have this type of nuance type of thing. It's like, nope. It's like, if you immediately are, like, unequivocally, like, you know, supportive of anything going to them, you know, like, as a blank check, basically, then you're somehow pro-Russian. It's like, literally, no, I'm not. Like, I'm criticizing them, I'm against Russia and all this other shit as a government. Like, I'm still supportive, like, nothing I'm saying is against Ukraine. I'm very supportive of them, you know, but it's just a little bit more nuanced in comparison to just being like a blank check, you know, and send whatever the fuck we can and want, you know, to them. It's like, I'm just a little bit more picky about that, but nonetheless, like, I still want them to be supported. And, I mean, I guess in a way, to bring it full circle, like, a lot of these European nations, you know, could and have been, you know, like, kind of picking up the slack. Like, you know, Britain, Poland, Germany, like, they've been sending arms and munitions and all these other things, you know, to Ukraine that have certainly have helped, you know, significantly with their war effort. I mean, it's not just America that's been doing that. So, I mean, if anything, like, some of these other countries, I mean, they have a lot of our own equipment too, licensed, you know, so they can manufacture it themselves, or, you know, it's just given to them. You know, so it's like, they could send that shit too. So if anything, you know, a lot of our military equipment can be third party sent to them just because it's already given to other, you know, nations that are already supporting them in the first place. So it's like, we don't really necessarily have to, like, directly, you know, do so with that. Like, if, you know, other nations that we already have these contracts when it comes to, like, giving them Abrams tanks or, you know, M4 gun, you know, like, rifles or fucking, like, whatever the fuck, you know, like, all that type of shit, and, you know, those nations decide they use that equipment to send to Ukraine, it's the decision of those nations that have our equipment to make those, you know, choices if they want to send that over to somebody else. I mean, we gave that equipment for them to do whatever they want with, right? So if they decide that they want to send that to, you know, Ukraine shit, then that's their decision. Like, I mean, you know, and honestly, if anything, I'm kind of implying there's a loophole with that, you know, so, like, you know, basically just maintain military contracts, and when it comes to arms and stuff with our, and, you know, with our fellow nations that are aiding Ukraine, and, hey, our munitions and our arms and stuff like that still get sent over there. It's just more via third party. Might take a little longer to get there, but, I mean, it's not like they're not getting it. And honestly, at the end of the day, that shit takes time. Like, a lot of stuff that Ukraine's been getting when it comes to modernizing their military and stuff with the war, like, it didn't really happen up until, like, 6 months down the line when it came to when the war started. I mean, and even then, there's still a bunch of, you know, parts of the front line that haven't been totally modernized yet, you know, when it comes to a lot of this equipment. So, I mean, and to a degree, I can understand, you know, you're probably maybe picking up slack. I mean, because honestly, the reason why European military funds haven't really been as exacerbatory as like America is because in some extent they've relied on the United States, you know, to basically be their form of defense. Like, and basically their national defense, you know, industry is basically kind of like a supplemental backup, you know, for the American defense that is in their countries when it comes to our military bases being stationed there. So it's like when, you know, we have our soldiers on rotation going into different European countries and shit, they basically see them as their, like, you know, military force. Like, we're their military force, basically, that, you know, collaborates, you know, with some of their auxiliary forces, which is their military. Like, I mean, you know, that's kind of what's going on, you know, with some of these countries, especially with places like Germany and UK and shit. Like, and, you know, it's not like they don't have, like, a military or a military industry or anything like that, but they just don't invest, you know, that much into it because they rely on us. And if they, you know, frankly, if we, you know, divested our military significantly, where they had to kind of rely on their own genuine defense and, like, acclimate their federal budget, you know, to at least accommodate for a genuine, like, budget that would, you know, at least be good enough for their own defense and stuff, then, you know, they might actually be able to maybe fork over a little extra, you know, for another nation in need, or, you know, be able to not have to be supplemented by another country like the United States, you know, essentially proxy occupying them, you know, but they happen to be allies, so they're okay.
Or Kensington. I think that we have the interest of Americans first to secure our own border instead of somebody else's. And the reality is, this is also how we project strength by making America strong at home.
We heard the name. All right, look, I did go to Ukraine.
Holy shit, like, everyone's talking over each other.
And I went to Ukraine because I wanted to see for myself what Vladimir Putin's army was doing to the free Ukrainian people. And let me tell you, I want you all to look around this arena.
Did Chris Christie actually go to Ukraine?
Tonight, and imagine that every one of these seats was filled. And if every one of them was filled, there would still be 2,500 more children outside to make over 20,000 who have been abducted, stolen, ripped from their mothers and fathers, and brought back to Russia to be programmed to fight their own families. They have gouged out people's eyes, cut off their ears, and shot people in the back of the head, men.
Being a little dramatic, are we? I mean, I'm not saying that these things haven't happened because war is hell, but, like, I mean, bro, you're being a little dramatic, are we? You're trying to regain a lot of the shit that you lost. I mean, because you've really flopped this entire debate, Chrissy.
Homes and raped the daughters and the wives who were left as widows and orphans. This is the Vladimir Putin. This is the Vladimir Putin who Donald Trump called brilliant and a genius. If we don't stand up against this type of autocratic killing in the world,
he's not going to play well.
That ain't playing well at all, dude. People keep booing him, dude. Like, dude, he fucking lost it. Chris Christie, man, I honestly thought you were going to fucking be, you know, throwing some fucking, you know, balls out there, throwing your fists, you know, to the fucking faces of these motherfuckers, but nah, dude, you flopped, bro. Man, that's bullshit. I actually am a little butthurt about that. I had a soft spot for him, dude. Dude, that soft spot for Chris Christie has now moved on to Nikki Haley at this point. Like, I weirdly enough have a soft spot for her ass at this point. It's like, what the fuck? Because honestly, she's been kind of popping off and on, you know, during these debates. Not a lot, but way more than fucking Chris Christie. And I was hoping he would. Because he did before, and now he's just like, ugh. Fucking pathetic.
You were mentioned. Vice President Pence was mentioned. You get 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, let me be clear. Anybody that thinks that we can't solve the problems here in the United States and be the leader of the free world has a pretty small view of the greatest nation on earth.
That is incorrect.
That's a good line.
All right. Okay. All right.
We've been the leader of the free world and the arsenal of democracy.
That definitely is going to be clipped.
The Reagan doctrine years ago made it clear. We said, if you're willing to fight the communists on your soil, we'll give you the means to fight them there so our troops don't have to fight them. But Vivek, if we do the giveaway that you want to give to Putin to give him his land, it's not going to be too long before he rolls across a NATO border. And frankly, our men and women of our armed forces are going to have to go in.
Dude, look at him. Dude, what the fuck? Ramaswamy? Hold on. Dude, I'm not lying. Look up a Benito Mussolini speech. Dude, Ramaswamy is like doing some Benito Mussolini mannerisms. He's like he's doing like a lot of like this like Mussolini-esque like like, very hyper-expressive mannerisms. I'm not kidding. Look at a Benito Mussolini speech when he's making one of his speeches where he's like, we're going to be a fascistic spaghetti dictatorship. Like, it has, like, this very expressive, like, face. And honestly, Ramaswamy's really got that going on, dude. And it's really, that Mussolini-esque fucking, you know, sinister shit about him is really coming out right now. Because honestly, like, I mean, this motherfucker's got a serial killer vibe on him. Like a Jeffrey Dahmer vibe, John Wayne Gacy vibe and shit. But he's got, like, a Mussolini vibe going on, too.
I want to let the Ukrainians fight and drive and the Russians back out into Russia.
I want to just briefly address Vice President Pence. I have a newsflash. The USSR does not exist anymore. It fell back in 1990.
Did I say real threat?
1991. Oh my god, get your history right, you fucking idiot. It was 1991, you schmuck. Like, I'm pretty sure it was Germany that unified in 1990. Like, not the Soviet Union dissoluting. Like, the Soviet Union dissolving happened in 91. Like, the two Germanys unified in 1990. But you're fucking wrong. You're an idiot.
And the real communists that we have to address right now
have any idea what
you already spoke. Now I actually have something to say.
Vladimir Putin has been saying he wants to reestablish the old Soviet...
Is it, like, why is Ramaswamy trying to make this gotcha of, like, oh, we don't have to deal with communists anymore, so what's your point? It's like... Does he not realize that Mike Pence is making a figurative, symbolic point about, like, Reagan's politics with the Soviet Union at his administration time, and how he wants to kind of, like, have a similar position when it comes to Putin and his autocratic authoritarianism? Like, I mean, does he not realize that he's being analogous and symbolic and figurative when it comes to his, like, point with that? Like, he's having a, you know, like, dude, you know what, maybe Mike Pence has a point. Maybe this young buck, like, Ramaswamy is too much of an idiot to be in politics, dude. Yeah, maybe run for, like, you know, state senate. You know, run for city council before you fucking get into presidential elections, bro. You don't know what the fuck you're doing, dude. Like, you really don't. Like, you genuinely are inexperienced. Like, I mean, what the fuck, dude? I feel like I would have more experience than this motherfucker. Like, honestly, if I was like a right-wing grifter fucking, you know, replacing me with this motherfucker, I probably would do a better job. I mean, like, what the fuck? This guy does not know what he's really doing.
You've made your point.
I mean, his staffers do. I mean, he knows how to make a nice, you know, coordinated speech, you know, that gets some cheers and stuff, but that's about it. He's a talking head.
I'm sorry, I insulted him by calling him a communist. He is a dictator and a murderer, and the United States of America needs to stand against authoritarianism.
Mr. Ramaswamy, 30 seconds. The real threat we face today is communist China.
Dude, Mike Pence made the same point I did.
China's arm.
Oh my god, dude, Mike Pence made the fucking point I made. More quickly, and more bluntly, and in a conservative way, but he did. He says, like, I'm making fun of Putin, you know, by saying communist because he's an autocratic authoritarian dictator who's a murderer and shit, and blah, 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 blah. Like, he kind of made a similar point that dude, what the fuck? Dude, Mike Pence is kind of like, he's kind of the fucking, like, bronze that I thought Chris Christie would have. Like, damn.
The Russia-China
do any of them know what a communist
is the single greatest threat.
No.
Nobody in either political party talks
No.
about it. And I am the only non-neocon on this stage.
Mr. Vice President, we can't hear.
Mr. Vice President, give them a promise that Ukraine will never be in NATO, and then somehow China will not think about taking Taiwan. We achieve peace through strength.
Mr. Vice
America needs to stand for freedom.
Okay, here we go.
I think we need to establish the ground rules here.
When we hear this bell, that means your time's done.
You're kind of late about... Wait a minute. Are they really enforcing this rule this late in the debate? Like, that was... Like, you should have told that at the very beginning. Dude, every single motherfucker on the stage so far has not give fuck one about that bell. No one cares. That's like irrelevant. You might as well not even have the bell. Like, really?
Mr. Vice President,
You're establishing that now. 3/4.
I know. Like, why are you establishing it now? What the fuck, man?
So the reality is that today, Ukraine is not a priority for the United States of America. And I think
Dude, you got a lot of boos over that.
same people who took us into the Iraq War, the same people who took us into the Vietnam War. You cannot start another no-win war. And I do not want to get to the point where we're sending our military.
America is not like directly. The United States is not at war with Russia. We are what? What do you what? Just because we are sending like aid to Ukraine doesn't mean we're directly at war with Russia. You fucking idiot! What are you talking about? This isn't like Vietnam or Afghanistan. I mean, maybe for Russia, like for Russia's case or for Russia's government, yeah, it is like Vietnam. It is like Afghanistan. Well, Afghanistan too, electric boogaloo, because they did it once already with like the Soviet-Afghan war. I mean, so it's like, yeah, I mean, for the Soviet not Soviet, for the Russian government, yes, but for the American government, no, it ain't. Like, we're not directly at war. Like, what are you talking about?
When we could be better using them here at home to protect our own borders, protect the homeland. All right. That will be my top priority for policy.
We gave you more than the 30 seconds in the rebut. So I do want to get to some other people because everybody, we respect everybody's time here. So.
Sorry about that.
Haley, you did not raise your hand, meaning that you would support more funding for the Ukraine war. You have said...
Girl, I'm going to take another piss real quick. Take another little respite from this bullshit, because, oh my god. Man, this really is a clown show, dude. I'm glad this fucking happened, dude. This is fucking great. And take the expressway. Going on here. Look at that little tail. Oh my goodness, this is a good boy. Oh, this is a good boy. Yes, it is. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah. Oof. Oh, you big butt. I brought back a Doge. A Doge. Who's a big butt? Yes, it is. Oh my goodness. Yes.
That you didn't appreciate it when he initially called it a territorial dispute. Why?
First of all, the American president needs to have moral clarity. They need to know the difference between right and wrong. They need to know the difference between good and evil. When you look at the situation with Russia and Ukraine, here you have a pro-American country that was invaded by a thug. So when you want to talk about what has been given to Ukraine...
A pro-American country invaded by a thug. I mean, I'll grant that. Yeah, it was invaded by a thug, but the idea that the country was just inherently pro-American, okay.
3.5% of our defense budget has been given to Ukraine. If you look at the percentages per GDP, 11 of the European countries have given more than the U.S. But what's really important is go back to when China and Russia held hands, shook hands before the Olympics, and named themselves unlimited partners. A win for Russia is a win for China. We have to know that. Ukraine is the first line.
Dude, they are really fucking hardcore anti-China, are they?
For us. And the problem that Vivek doesn't understand is he wants to hand Ukraine to Russia. He wants to let China eat Taiwan. He he wants to go and stop funding Israel. You don't do that to friends. What you do instead is you have the backs of your
He wants us to stop funding Israel.
Said,
oh my God.
Once Russia takes Ukraine, Poland and the Baltics are next.
Well, you can tell she's funded by AIPAC a little bit.
Look at what Putin did today. He killed Prigozhin. When I was at the UN, the Russian
oh shit, she's messaging you Grozin, dude.
This guy is a murderer, and you are choosing a murderer.
He is a murderer. Dude, she's just going all out. I mean, I will grant that. She's just going balls to the wall about it, but I mean, good lord, dude.
You know, Nikki, I wish you well in your future career on the boards of Lockheed and Raytheon.
But the fact of the matter, and you know,
Boeing came off of it, but you've been pushing this lie. You've been pushing this lie all week, Nikki.
You want to go and defund Israel? You want
okay, let me address that. I'm glad you brought that up.
Come on, Nikki.
Address each of those right now.
I feel the same way.
America less that you have no foreign policy experience, and it shows.
And you know what?
Ooh. You have no full foreign policy experience, and it shows. Damn, dude, she's kind of fucking popping. And I mean, I don't like everything she's saying, but like, she is definitely kind of popping a little bit.
Bitch ass. But it's not a client relationship. It is a friendship. And you know what friends do? Friends help each other stand on their own 2 feet. So I will lead Abraham Accords 2.0. I will partner with Israel to make sure Iran never is nuclear armed. But you know what I love about Israel? And I've been there probably in the last 10 years.
What, so you're going to bring back the Iranian nuclear deal? Because that's what it did, but then Trump revoked it. Oh, wait, you're going to be, you know, enforcing that type of idea, are you?
You know what I love about them? I love their border policies. I love their tough on crime policies. I love that they
wait, what?
I love about Israel, and I've been there probably in the last 10 years more than most people on this stage. You know what I love about them? I love their border policies.
He loves Israel's border policies? Dude, this makes me want to drop my dog, dude. Like, I just want to, like, collapse my fucking body, and that would make him fucking fall and cause disaster, and I don't want that. But, like, the idea that, like, the genocide and apartheid, the border policy of apartheid, and the border policy of genocide and mass death and fucking... Like, I saw a bunch of videos, like, you know, about, like, you know, how these fucking Zion Nazi fucking scum... you know, have been, like, you know, fucking, you know, like, you know, perpetrating, you know, against these, you know, fucking Palestinians, dude. Like, I mean, like, one of them, like, I saw one video where one of them, got, like, heckled and, like, assaulted by, one Israeli, and one of them was saying, it's like, oh yeah, Palestinian doesn't exist, it's in your dreams, you know, this is now Israel, and this is now BB government land, this is not your land, that's your dream, la la la, you know, being kind of, you know, this fucking weird, like, cockamamie fucking, honestly had, like, the most ugliest fucking hair, the most stupidest, gross, fucking matted ass, fucking weird, little side hair things such as, you know, fucks have and shit. All this other garbage, you know, just literally look like a fucking neck beard if you've ever seen one. Just happen to be, well, Jewish. Just a literal fucking scum of the earth. And just being like, oh yeah, you don't exist, you're basically nothing but an Arab, you're Palestinian, this is our country now, this is Israel, this is not you. It's like, this is us, blah blah blah, like... It's just fucking disgusting. And then there's like a bunch of other videos, you know, of Israeli troops just literally brutalizing and beating on fucking, you know, people that are just like getting mad at the fact that tear gas, you know, like civilians and shit in their fucking neighborhoods. Like, there's like one Palestinian father that was getting mad and got angry and confronted some of them, being like, hey, like, your tear gas is fucking, you know, causing, you know, trauma and harm to my fucking kids. And one of them's like, you know, toddler. And they didn't give a fuck. They fucking beat the fuck out of him, you know, with their rifles. They beat him with their rifle butts and shit. And, you know, basically threatened to shoot him and kill him. Like, they didn't give a fuck. Like, and then there was, like, another one where, of course, they were open firing, you know, a bunch of protesters and shit. This is all from, like, you know, from what I saw today alone. And then there's, like, another one where, like, there was a wounded Palestinian from a sniper. And then another Palestinian was running up to go check on him, and he got fucking shot in the head and just, like, collapsed right on the fucking road. Dead. Just fucking blacked out, done. Like, because of some fucking Zion Nazi fucking sniper decided to fucking, you know, snipe some civilian running away from them. You know, to check up on another wounded that fucking parasite decided to shoot. Like, they're fucking scum. These apartheid Nazis are fucking scum. And Ramaswamy thinks that is good border policy. That's good fucking policy that America should adopt to our fucking border. You're, like, this Ramaswamy is literally a Nazi. He is a fucking scum. He's like, literally the diuretical shit of a fucking animal, let alone an animal. Like, he's a fucking diuretical, byproductical shit of a fucking animal. He's barely an animal. This guy's a fucking piece of scum of the earth. He's a demon. Fucking evil. Like, actual fucking scum of the earth. Like, not even the scummiest muck of the Mariana Trench could fucking compare to this motherfucker.
They're tough on crime policies. I love that they have a national identity.
Tough on crime and a national identity. Just translate into Israel's policies of what the fuck that means. This guy's fucking evil. This guy is actual scum. Like, I guarantee you, this guy's probably a serial killer. This dude has probably killed people and has their fucking skin made of furniture in his basement. Like, this guy is fucking nothing more than a literal demon, dude. A fucking demon.
An Iron Dome to protect their homeland. And so, yes, I want to learn from the friends that we're supporting. And what puzzles me is, I want to learn from those and apply those to protect our homeland.
Israel needs America. America needs Israel.
Okay, Governor DeSantis.
Nikki Haley trying to fucking simp more for Israel than Ramaswamy. Honestly, considering the fucking literal, like, cock bathe that, you know, he just gave Israel, there ain't no way he's, you know, any one of you motherfuckers is gonna top that. He just, like, basically, like, gave a fucking bath with his tongue, like, to the, like, Israeli government's cock. Like, I mean, he just, like, fucking filleted that shit like his life depended on it. Like, I mean, look at him. He knows. Look at his fucking smile. He's happy and proud that, you know, he went so hard. And he has to make, you know, Republicans, you know, by his side, like Nikki Haley, you know, try to fucking, you know, one-up him. Like, he knows what he did. Fucking literal Nazi piece of scum.
The territorial dispute, not only...
No, it's not a territorial dispute
President
either.
of the United States.
Wait, did Ron DeSantis just really fucking actually be the middle ground position and be like, it's a territorial dispute and we should probably be a diplomatic approach about it and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, is he really actually making... Wait, did Ron DeSantis really just start making this point?
First obligation is to defend our country and its people. And that means you're sending...
Okay, he decided to dismiss it. Never mind.
Money, but you're not doing what we need to do to secure our own border. We have tens of thousands of people who are being killed because we're not handling both. And so I am going to declare it a national emergency. I'm not going to send troops to Ukraine, but I am going to send them to our southern border. When these drug pushers are bringing fentanyl
Stone Cold Dead.
Yeah, we're going to kill a bunch of Mexicans, El Salvadorians, Chileans, and Argentinians, and Brazilians, because fuck them. We're going to send our troops to just shoot them up. This is basically Ramaswamy's position, but he's not, you know, like, making Israel as an example. He's just, you know, deciding to do the, I'm not going to send troops to Ukraine. Like, he's doing the whole, like, you know, America first position about it.
Last thing they do, we're going to use force and we're going to leave them stone cold
dead. We're actually going to
right there.
China.
Dude, wow. That was actually right at the same time. Dude, is this debate, like, honestly, like, just an admission that the Republican Party is at least, like, at the barest fucking minimal complicit with fascism, and at worst, just fucking fascist? I mean, because, like, I mean, seriously, like, half of the fucking people on the stage, at minimal, have played around with fascism, like, you know, when it comes to their fucking talking points, and when it comes to their advocacy, and when it comes to what they are talking about. Like, I mean, honestly, at least, like, 5 or 6 of them have. Most of them have. And if they haven't, they're just being typical Republican, capitalistic, fucking free market dipshit dorks, like, you know, the weirdo, like, Asa Hutchinson or whatever the fuck. Or, like, Doug Brugham or whatever. Like, besides them, they're all just, like, you know, playing around with it or just being open with it when it comes to, you know, these fascistic ideas. And they're just all, you know, like, playing around with, like, how to, like, pitch that to people. Like, I mean, like, when it comes to, like, you know, defending Israel and their fascistic policies, or doing America First policies like DeSantis is doing, or, like, you know, fucking Nikki Haley taking a more broader populist approach and just trying to kind of go on all the above and just kind of shoot from the hip a little bit. Like, I mean, they're all kind of taking some sort of a position that, you know, if at the very minimal, like I said, is complicit with, you know, a lot of this fascistic element that is within the Republican Party. And at worst, it's just really a part of the Republican Party, which I would say it is. If anything, it's middle. Like, I mean, like, the Republican Party is certainly absolutely influenced by fascism. But, like, I mean, there are some elements of the Republican Party that aren't quite yet, but, I mean, to some extent, they certainly are fucking complicit with it. Because the Republican Party, throughout its history, especially after the party switch, especially since Reagan onward, has always been complicit with fascism. And since Clinton onward, I'd argue the Democrats have been, like, very, very super softly, you know, kind of complicit with it, because they're willing to be bipartisan with that party that is complicit with fascism. So if another party is willing to be bipartisan and work with and be complicit with another party that is openly okay with fascism and shit, then they're just helping the process. So it's like, I mean, this type of shit has just been a fucking big, you know, web that's just been building up, and no serious motherfucker wants to actually address it on a federal level. I mean, just fundamentally. It's like, here and there, sure. Like, I mean, we got some motherfuckers on Jan 6 and stuff like that, but, like, nowhere near to just, you know, to the extent it really needs to be addressed. Because it is an actual problem in this country, and it's going to continue to get worse. And it's just going to accelerate, you know, as these fucking, you know, like, you know, as this, you know, fucking, you know, election continues to slowly but surely ramp up. It's just only going to get worse. And these motherfuckers, all 8 of these pieces of shit on stage, you know, on this fucking debate stage, are complicit in enforcing that shit and making it more fucking viable and make it more likely for it to be a thing.
We're going to talk about China.
Okay.
Governor Burgum. China has the biggest navy in the world, the biggest army in the world. Now they have warships.
Oh, whoa. No, that's not even true. China does not have the biggest navy in the world. The United States unequivocally, just utterly and objectively, unequivocally, like, has the largest navy in the world. That's bullshit. That's just bullshit. Like, China's navy is growing. I mean, there ain't no doubt about that. And definitely rapidly. But the United States is still the fucking lockdown fucking daddy when it comes to the biggest navy in the world. Like, that's just fucking bullshit. That's just a fucking lie. That's not even true. And with their army, because they have a mandatory service for, you know, China when it comes to their government, yeah, at least when it comes to quantity, yeah, they got, like, the largest military. But when it comes to, you know, just fundamental, like, equipment and funding, and when it comes to, like, you know, strength and capabilities as an apparatus as a military, the United States still has that on lock when it comes to their army. On lock. Like, I mean, like, the U.S. is still the big fucking dog when it comes to this shit. Like, that's just bullshit. All that right there is just fucking bullshit. There's just no truth to that. Like, there could be merit of them, you know, rapidly expanding those, you know, aspects, you know, when it comes to Navy, the Army, and stuff like that. I mean, I'll grant that for sure, but we're still the top dog. America's still top dog on shit, especially in the Navy. Like, how many U.S. aircraft, you know, like, how many aircraft carriers do we have? Like, what is it? Like, 12 or something like that? Or, like, 15, 16? Like, we got a fuckload. And the next Navy after us, which is Britain, you you know, when it comes to the most amount of aircraft carriers, it's like 6. Like, we got just so many carriers. Like, I mean, and honestly, a lot of these carrier task forces, just one carrier task force has more of an Air Force capability with the U.S. Navy Air Force, you know, like with one task force alone, to basically have total air superiority to a landlocked fucking Air Force. Like, whether it's Romania or like Germany or like any of these countries. It doesn't matter which one. Pick one. And if it ain't one task force, send 2, send 3, or 4. Like, given enough of a number, eventually we'll have an air superiority with our Navy alone versus a landlocked nation, even with their fucking Navy Air Force. Like, even China could too. Like, when it comes to our Air Force, like, our fucking military is the biggest, baddest bitch in the fucking world. Like, I mean, that's just, you can't just fucking, like, debate that. Like, honestly, that's just unequivocal. Like, I mean, are they, like, is Fox News seriously trying to, like, do that? Because they always push the idea that we're, like, the biggest, baddest military and we're the biggest bad dog in the world. And now they're trying to say that we're the weakest and shit, and we're not, and China's the biggest bad dog. So which is it? Are we the most strongest, or is China the most strongest? This is the fascist talking point. That's fascist rhetoric. The idea that your enemy is the most weakest because we're the strongest, and at the same time, you know, your enemy is the most strongest, and we are almost at, you know, the prime to be the most weak, and we must leash out now before it's too late. Like, I mean, it's always one or the other. Like, so it's like, what the fuck is it in with this case then? When it comes to the military, because, I mean, it's just, when it comes to funding alone, that's just, it's unequivocal. I mean, so, really? You're gonna fucking throw that bullshit out there?
Off the coast of Alaska, they are threatening Taiwan. In coming years, China will have 1,500 nuclear warheads, it's believed. The U.S. just arrested 2 sailors accused of spying for China within our military. So the question is, how would you deter China?
War with Christ, you fucking gish gallop over here.
It would be the stupidest fucking thing in the world.
Well, this is the #1 issue we're facing. Of course, we haven't been talking about it, and we act like that letting Russia win in the Ukraine is like a gimme as opposed to a gift to China. Russia has become China's gas station. But how would we do?
Wait, what's the difference? A gimme versus a gift? Wait, what's the difference?
The Biden administration is a complete fail. China imports 10 million barrels of oil a day, more than any other country in the world. They do not even have all the food they need to feed everybody in that country, so they don't have energy security or food security. But the Biden administration sends Blinken, Yellen over there. They're over there. They don't even bring up energy because they're too busy trying to kill the U.S. energy here. And what we need to do is not meetings.
What's he even talking about? What is he talking about?
Releases because something that would send
something about like Biden like undermining U.S. energy because he sent people to China to discuss energy deals or something. Dude, what is he talking about? Every time this weird mob boss is talking, he's malfunctioning. Like, who just let some random mob boss, you know, walk up on stage, you know, to be a part of this debate stage because they don't know what they're talking about?
More than a press release is actually Harpoon missiles. We need anti-ship missiles on Taiwan. The way that you have a war never start, which is the goal, the way you have peace through strength, is that you actually have strength. You actually have deterrence. And what we have in what we've got going on in Ukraine is an example of when deterrence fail. What is an example there of Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the fact that he green-lighted Putin moving into Ukraine, and then now they see weakness, and when they see weakness, they make a move. And we have to be strong, and we have to be strong both in Ukraine, and we can solve the southern border, absolutely.
So we need to stay in Afghanistan because that being in Afghanistan prevented Ukraine war? What? What? I'm pretty sure the Ukraine war would have still happened whether we were in Afghanistan or not. What the fuck is he And didn't the pullout of Afghanistan happen shortly after the Ukraine war happened? Or am I getting that timeline mixed up a little bit? Like, because I'm pretty sure, like... No, it was just before. Yeah, because it was like, it was just before the end of the year, and then the next year was Okay, yeah. No, yeah, it was just before. But, like, I mean, how are they equivocal? Like, Russia was in Afghanistan back in the 80s, and it was miserable for them. Like, I'm pretty sure they would have done that war either way, whether we were in Afghanistan or not. In fact, they probably would have been more likely to start it sooner if we were still there in the first place. Just because they, knew that we would be more invested in having, some of our budget, militarily, put in Afghanistan instead, putting some of that into Ukraine, maybe. So it's like they would have saw an interest in maybe even doing it sooner. Like back in 2014 or some shit, right? Like, they would have, like, done this way sooner if that's the case. Because America would have been at its more weaker point and distracted with places like Afghanistan, to where they're not sending a lot of different arms and munitions and stuff like that into Ukraine because a lot of it ain't being put into places like Afghanistan. So, that don't make sense. Like, hey, mob boss weirdo, you don't make sense. And that's saying something.
Because guess what? There's only 19,855 authorized people for the Border Patrol, but they're not all staffed because the Biden administration doesn't enforce law enforcement. But Biden administration wanted to put 87,000 people in the
Dude, Biden is continuing the fucking border policies of Trump besides continuing the border wall. That's basically the main difference. What are you talking about?
As opposed to giving the money in this war we need to our own Border Patrol.
Okay.
I don't know. George Santos, maybe?
Let's fire the 87,000 IRS agents and hire or double the number of Border Patrol agents. I just left Yuma, Arizona.
Everyone loves the border.
The most pressing need of the American people from a national security standpoint is our southern border. It has led to the death of 70,000 Americans because of fentanyl. Plus 6 million illegal...
What? Dude, they really do love their border, but 60,000 Americans died because of our border? Directly from fentanyl? The fuck is he talking about? That's just not... What? They're just making shit up. Is he just making shit up as he goes?
Since President Biden has taken office, and 200
no one blaming Purdue Pharma for that.
Our national security watch list have been caught at our border. How many have not been caught at our southern border? If we just spent $10 billion, we could finish the wall. For $5 billion.
Oh yeah, but guess what? Like, 10 billion of those dollars, could be used for way better fucking things and would have a better outcome for the American people, you fucking parasite. But oh no, we have to do it over a worthless wall that is literally worthless. Like, Deep Fat Fried actually did an episode years back, I think 2 or 3 years ago, about this whole wall idea, if it would even work or not. And there's a lot of data out there, and I'm sure a lot of it's been updated and still very fucking concurrent and pretty consistent when it comes to this whole idea of a wall where it would just literally be worthless. Because just with the virtue of trying to maintain the wall itself would cost billions upon billions of dollars that could easily be used for other fucking better projects and infrastructure works and shit. And, outside of that, when it comes to a wall, guess what? The first man to make a wall, the next man, to fucking walk up to the wall and look at it and be like, huh, how do I get over this? How do I go over this wall? When the fucking first motherfucker that saw a wall, like that and thought, how do I get over it? That basically nullifies the point. Because it's as some way, shape, or form, some motherfucker's gonna figure out how to get over that wall. Whether by digging a tunnel underneath or going around it, because they can, go enough of a direction one way and they'll eventually find a way to go around it. Or they can go over it by having a ladder or some sort of a way to get up, and over and shit like that. There's a lot of various different things to where, legitimately, it's easy to get over, a wall. It's an easy tactic. Especially digging underground. Like, I mean, like, there are legit, like, thousands upon thousands of cartel/coyote tunnels that are dotted all over the American border. And those are the ones that we are aware of. And it's just like, that's, I mean, considering of how many that we are just aware of, like, I mean, just by proxy, there's going to be a bunch more that we're not aware of. And if that's the case, then, I mean, it just nullifies the idea of wall. Unless you want to, like, you know, with a wall, build, like, extra fucking, you know, wall underground that's, like, going down, like, 50 fucking feet or some shit. And that's beyond impractical. And because there's a lot of terrain and geography in the border region that you can't do that. I mean, you might be able to build some shit within, like, the first 10 feet and shit, or, like, the 20 feet. But beyond that, you really can't. You know, so it's like, it's impractical. So, I mean, like, it's ridiculous. So if you want to solve that fucking issue, you have to look at fucking other metrics. You have to look at other fucking, you know, issues. And if anything, it's just better to just, like, you know, if anything, if people are, like, crossing the border, you know, to, you know, basically be like, all right, we'll send you to an area to where you can get access of citizenship. And, you know, or, you know, a visa or whatever the fuck. And if not, then, okay, well, you just, like, go just immediately back to exactly where the spot you came from or whatever. I mean, it's like, there could probably be at least, you know, a metric of this that can easily be, you know, far more humane. But our entire policy has been very consistent of just, like, militarizing and just, like, you know, basically trying to, like, wallify and, like, you know, have a xenophobic approach, you know, towards, you know, the border, and none of that works. It's like having a more humane approach actually does. I mean, you know, it's like, because, shocker, like, you know, having a wall or, like, you know, doing a, you know, like, a deterrent method or, like, more xenophobic approaches seems to have more of a detriment, not just in, you know, broader budget and funding, you know, financially, but also when it comes to, like, social, when it comes to, you know, like, you know, people's, like, you know, livelihoods and stuff like that, and it comes to their own humanity and shit. Like, look at the Rio Grande of Texas. Like, Greg Abbott's been, like, having buoys with, like, buzzsaw razors in between them and, like, you know, razor wire all over it and shit, as a way to deter migrants, you know, from crossing the fucking Rio Grande and shit. And that has legitimately led to deaths. So it's like, I mean, it pretty much every approach that we take to the border is fundamentally inhumane and fundamentally built on the idea of just, like, dehumanizing anybody that happens to cross that shit because they didn't take the appropriate approach. Which, fuck that. I mean, they're still a fucking human being. Like, I mean, treat them as such. I mean, regardless if they took the improper approach or not. I mean, they're still, you know, an individual and still a fucking human being. Like, who gives a fuck if they, you know, are doing so via coyote or, you know, illegally crossing or whatever the fuck. I don't give a shit. They're still a human being. They're still an individual. Treat them as such. I don't give a fuck what the background is.
Military-grade technology to surveil our southern border to stop the flow of fentanyl and save
How's the surveillance state going to help with that? Oh yeah, we're gonna track people's faces and stuff. That's gonna stop fentanyl. Like, oh my god, what a fucking not answer to this. What a not solution to a problem, dude. Oh my god, dude, fuck these parasites.
1,000 Americans a year. That should be the priority of this government. And as the next president of the United States, I will make that border wall complete.
I will make that border wall complete. Dude, what a fucking robot, bro. Oh my god. Please tell me I'm at least halfway over with this. Please tell me I'm at least over halfway done with this shit. Oh my god. I don't know how long I can deal with this. Oh my god.
I want to say I couldn't agree more. It's not just the 70,000 for fentanyl. We've lost 200,000 people to overdoses since Biden took office. That's 300 people a day. We're taking mass casualties, and that's a statistic, but these are sons and daughters, nieces and nephews that we're losing. We've got North Dakota troops down there flying night helicopter missions from San Diego to the Gulf Coast, trying to stop these transnational criminal organizations. They've got better funding on their side than we've got on our side.
Speaking of which, Governor Hutchinson, images...
I doubt that.
from earlier this month, Governor Hutchinson,
with Mexico,
Vice President Pence,
Mexico.
images from earlier this month.
We secured the
Vice President Pence, it really doesn't help. I'm asking a question. Earlier this month, images showed suspected cartel members.
Did you just shush the audience?
Crossing into Texas with rifles. Do you consider this an invasion?
Oh shit. We got some cartel guys with... That doesn't even look like a rifle. That looks like a pistol or something. Or like some sort of like short-barreled, you know, like carbine or something. And then it got a dude ticked out in some gear, bruh. Oh shit. A literal invasion. A literal invasion, bruh.
Would you authorize lethal force along that route?
There would be lethal force.
I mean, no. I mean, like, have you heard of a thing called rules of engagement? Like, I mean, they teach you this in the military, by the way, where it's like, hey, even if someone may or may not have a rifle like that, okay, that's a rifle. But, like, if someone, like, you know, may or may not have a rifle like that, you know, you don't necessarily just openly just, like, go blasting at a motherfucker unless they start blasting at you. Like, at least that's, like, one element of the rules of engagement. Like, you don't shoot unless you get shot at. Like, when it comes to, you know, the op force, so to speak. Like, I mean, so if you caught these guys and were able to get kind of upper hand and be like, hey, put your guns down, shit, you know, and when it comes to the whole rules of engagement and they don't do that and start shooting at you, then you're certainly within your right to do so. But if you, like, showed up out of nowhere and be like, hey, put your guns down, but they're like, oh shit, put it down, and you just blast them anyway, that would be, well, I mean, at that point, a war crime. But that would be at least, you know, like, against the whole broader rules of engagement anyway. I mean, because the thing is, like, if you ambush these dudes at the border or some shit, I mean, maybe they might pop off a little bit, but if one or two of their buddies died, you know, and shit, I'm pretty sure, like, a dude like this would be like, oh, the fuck, Senor, don't shoot me. Like, I mean, you know, at a certain point, he would get freaked out and probably piss his pants and be like, I don't want to die. Like, I mean, these aren't, like, fucking trained soldiers and shit, you know what I mean? These are, like, fucking random, like, kids, basically, for all... I mean, this guy looks like, you know, my age almost. I mean, this dude looks like he's in his 30s or whatever. But either way, they're like, you know, young bucks, basically. Probably, you know, picked up in a fucking neighborhood that's impoverished as shit because the cartel probably, you know, runs a lot of the fucking area to an extent. And, you know, as a way to make a living, they tagged around with them and got enveloped into that fucking lifestyle. And unfortunately, that is a genuine common thing for a lot of, you know, people in Mexico, unfortunately. Because there are different places in Mexico where the cartel has more control in comparison to the government or anyone else. And if that's the case, then it's more likely for people to potentially, you know, find a, you know, like a potential income or a life, you know, enveloped with them in comparison to anywhere else. I mean, if they're in control, I mean, it just unfortunately, you know, it's one of those factors where it makes more sense. If someone's desperate enough to, you know, fucking join up with them, they're gonna fucking do it.
Is by the Border Patrol, law enforcement as needed to protect the border. Absolutely. When you look at the military has to be used for intelligence gathering purposes. This is not unusual. Whenever I was in the Bush administration, we went down there and met with President Vicente Fox of Mexico and asked his help in going after the cartels. And he looked at me and said, they're a problem to us as well. And so we joined together and we took down the Ariana Felix brothers leading the Tijuana cartel. And that made a difference. Ramon was shot and killed.
No, it didn't. Shut up. Like, because guess what? Like, if this was in the 2000s and you were doing the same pitch, you would say the same thing for Pablo Escobar in Colombia. You know, with the Medellin cartel. And you would probably say the same shit how you're cracking down on the Cali cartel and shit. Fuck off. You know it doesn't help. It didn't do anything to make anything better. Like, when it comes to, you know, going after these cartel leaders, all it does is, you know, exacerbate and reciprocate the same fucking problem when it comes to this drug war that Nixon started, that the motherfuckers that you fucking worship and shit, you know, fucking enacted. Fuck you. You weird, stuff-suited, bald-headed motherfucker. Coiffed hair fuck.
And Bean was captured. Cooperation makes a difference. We cannot be successful going against the cartel unless we bring in Mexico as a partner. We have to use economic pressure to accomplish that. President Obrador is not.
Oh yeah, that's definitely how you make a Mexico a partner. Yeah, let's pressure them and, like, you know, make their life harder over there.
And we have to use economic pressure that this administration is not using. The rule of law has to matter on both sides of it.
Okay.
This is critical. I've done it. We know what needs to be done. The military has to be limited in its use. When after 9/11, we had the global war on terror, and guess what? We protected the border at the same time. You can do both.
Okay, let's go to Governor DeSantis.
Wow, what a blank-ass fucking lame response, dude.
So, as president, would you support sending U.S. Special Forces over the border into Mexico to take out fentanyl labs, to take out drug cartel operations?
Do you support invading Mexico? That's the question.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Do it on day one. Here's the thing.
On day one, I shall invade Mexico because fuck all of them. They are a bunch of Spaniards and they are brown and I am white and they are inferior to me, so fuck them all. They are criminals, they're rapists. I assume some are good Catholic white supremacist folk, but I will eradicate them all. I will invade them on day one, for I am Ron the Sanctimonious.
Invade Mexico. Amazing.
Are killing tens of thousands of our fellow citizens.
Yeah.
You want to talk about a country in decline? You have the cartels controlling a lot of part of your southern border. We have
well, no, that's not even true. What? Fuck off, you faggot fucking piece of shit. Fuck you, DeSantis. Oh my God.
Commander-in-Chief to protect our country and to protect the people. So when they're coming across, yes, we're going to use lethal force. Yes, we reserve the right to operate.
Okay, can we use lethal force on you? How about that, you fucking degenerate? Can we use lethal force on you, you worthless fucking sack of shit, you parasitical worm, you utter subhuman fuck? Destiny's YouTube working? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Hey, what's up, Venom? I'm just having I'm just having intrusive thoughts right about now.
How many more tens of thousands are we going to let to die? I am sick. I've met angel moms throughout this country. I met a lady.
Angel moms? Who the fuck are you, you weirdo? You goddamn psycho freak? Who the fuck are you?
Texas named Tracy, and her son took.
Is she an abortion survivor?
Percocet.
No, that's Penny.
Laced with fentanyl.
Oh, sorry, Penny. Poor Penny.
That is happening all across this country because of the poison that they are bringing in. So as president, would I use force? Would I treat them as foreign terrorist
I mean, I would treat you as a foreign terrorist organization. How about that, you fucking bitch? How about using lethal force on you, you fuck?
You're darn right I would.
You know, Vice President Pence.
Day one, invade Mexico. Hell of a promise.
You're darn right I would. Why don't you just say you're goddamn right? Be a fucking man, DeSantis. Don't be a fucking cuck. Don't be a little beta bitch. Don't be a coward. Don't be like, you're goddamn right. Be like, you're goddamn fucking right. I want to hear some swearing, dude. I want to hear some shit. Fuck that little pussyfooted, like, you're goddamn right. Little pussy.
Vice President Pence, why would you be better at this issue than Governor DeSantis? Governor DeSantis on the campaign trail refers to your administration as not finishing the wall.
Right. Look, we secured the southern border of the United States of America and reduced illegal immigration and asylum abuse by 90%. When Joe Biden took over, he threw open the southern border of the United States, and the wave of humanity, the wave of...
Oh my God, that's just fucking life. He's basically continued the policies. There's nothing much different at all. Like, that's not even true.
It's been eloquently described here is a wave of human tragedy across this country. But Martha, you began this evening talking about who is best prepared to be the next president of the United States. And I have to tell you, with all humility, I was there when we negotiated through the government shutdown and got the funding available to build the wall. I was negotiating on Capitol Hill around the clock. I negotiated the Remain in Mexico policy on behalf of the President of the United States. And they say, you're so right. It's because we used economic pressure to bring the Mexicans to the table, and they allowed us to have people wait in Mexico while they applied for asylum and ended asylum abuse overnight.
The way you fucking said I brought the Mexicans to the table. The way he fucking said that, dude. Like, honestly, my brain just immediately imagined, like, literally every Mexican in Mexico just at, like, you're just surrounding the fucking table. I just imagine every fucking Mexican in Mexico just surrounding this fucking table with this motherfucker right on the other side of it, dude. Oh my god. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, the way they make them sound, like, the way they make them like, they try to make them sound, like, oh my god, oh, Jesus Christ, oh my fucking god, this shit's making me insane, I can't even talk. Like, the way they make them sound so, like, more, like, profound and, like, more, like, dramatic, you know, than they really are, is just, oh my god, it's just cringy, like, beyond galore, dude. I mean, my god. Holy fuck. I don't know what it was about that, but that fucking just got my goat, dude. That fucking just sent me, man. I don't know what it was about that, but that fucking just sent me, dude.
We got the Mexicans to deploy their National Guard to their southern border and our southern border as never before. And I want to promise you, as President of the United States of America, I will engage Mexico the exact same way, and we will partner with the Mexican military, and we will hunt down and destroy the cartels that are claiming lives in the United States.
At least he said partner.
Another issue that is related to
I guess he ain't implying that he wants to invade the country, so I guess that's good.
Is that almost 7 million migrants have crossed this border, our southern border, during the Biden administration. So, Governor Christie, what would you do about the 7 million who are here? How would you handle them? What would you do?
What are you gonna do, my boy?
The first thing we need to do is to stop any more from coming. That's the first thing we need to do. Then the next thing we need.
Oh my god! Wow, so profound. Wow. I literally just not surprised.
With the folks that are here is to, again, as we talked about all night tonight, we have to have law and order in this country. We have to enforce the law. And what that means is to make sure that people who come here illegally are not rewarded for being here illegally. We have so many wonderful people from around the world who are waiting in line, following the law to try to come here and pursue the American dream. And those people are waiting and waiting and waiting because
our fucking immigration system is backwards and bureaucratic beyond recognition. And also, there's plenty of people, because of that, by the way, that decide to take the more illegal measures, you know, to come over to this country, and who are good, honest folk and shit, who make a decent, you know, fucking try to, or at least try to make a decent, honest living for themselves. So it's like, what, is there some sort of, like, you know, like, just exceptionary, like, wall between, like, all this bullshit? Because, no, there isn't.
Dealt with the problem of the folks who are here. We have to have them detained. We have to make sure that they are not rewarded for having broken the law. And one last thing on this fentanyl.
What, just because they moved on one plot of dirt over the other?
With China, we can't take our eye off of that ball. Yes, it's important.
Oh my god. Really? No, not this China shit again.
It's very important, as I just said. But China is sending these chemicals to these drug cartels for them to create the fentanyl that is killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens.
They make the fentanyl in China.
Are engaging in an act of war against us, killing our citizens. We better make that priority one in our.
The Chinese government doing
China
it,
and to try to straighten that relationship out.
It's fentanyl producers in China.
More and more of our citizens.
I just want to clarify. Would you send those people?
You know what? If that's the case, you know what? To a certain degree, I'll grant it, but. The reason why is because the pharmaceutical industries are the ones that, you know, produce a lot of this shit. And they also produce a lot of this type of stuff, you know, overseas. Including places like China. So it's just like, I mean, if anything, it's not really like China as a state that's really at fault for it. It's a lot of these pharmaceutical industries that, you know, continue to peddle this type of shit and create this fucking, you know, artificial bullshit. Yeah, that really is, you know, exacerbating and killing people, you know, more and more, and creating this weird idea that, like, oh, all, you know, like China or like all, you know, or the cartels and all this other shit's to blame. I mean, maybe they are to an extent, but who's fueling that shit and who's really enabling a lot of that? I don't know. A little hard to guess, isn't it?
You'd have to.
We have a lot of issues that Americans care about. Next up, we're going to talk about the crisis in education as millions of American children...
Oh, my fucking God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Holy fuck. Oh, God, this is about to get way worse, isn't it? Oh, no.
Not proficient in reading or math after this.
Ignore. Hey. Oh, you got news? Okay, hold on. Yeah, alright. Call me Spider-Man because he killed the big-ass spider. I'm assuming it might have been a brown recluse. And if that's the case, then okay. That's fine. But if it was any other spider, then what the fuck, bro? What's the other news? You say you got news for me? What is it? The trailer may have sold. Oh, really? Oh, shizzles. Oh, shizzle.
Oh, boy. Homeschooling. Yeah.
That's going to be a doozy. DeSantis is, that's his whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Dude, oh, man. This education thing is going to be interesting. Here, we'll skip ahead to the real estate agent herself. Huh. Here, Okay, there we go. We want to make sure we... Okay, we could probably go right there. We just want to make sure that we at least, get right back to the softs. Well, yeah, I'm going to take a break for a second, actually, from this bullshit, because, oh my god. Especially with this, like, education shit, I know this is going to be fucking bad. Oh, dude, all of them are going to say some horrible fucking shit that's just going to honestly get my fucking goat. My guy's like a lumberjack vibes. I wonder if he's the bottom. You know what? Yeah, hold on. Let's go. Yeah, let's go right here. Let's look at Mike Figueredo. I mean, let's actually analyze him. Is he a bottom, or is he a top, or is he a switch? And you know what? I'm going to say he's a switch. I'm going to say he's both. I'm just, because, considering my, proclivities, when it comes to my broader interests, I'm going to say that he's a switch. I feel like every now and then he likes his ussy, annihilated, you know what I mean? But at the same time, he likes to do the annihilation. Gives me that snuggle energy. Oh, dude, absolutely. Mad snuggle energy. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. He's got, like, that teddy bear snuggle energy, for sure. Like, he's definitely a snuggle bear. Like, I mean, whether he wants to annihilate that ussy or have his ussy annihilated, like, no matter what, he's gonna be a snuggle bear. Like, that's just, like, given no matter what. I mean, you can just, I mean, even when he looks like he's just defeated, like, just like I am, having to listen to his bullshit, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, even with that aside, like, you can tell he's a snuggle bear. I mean, you know what? I vibe with that. Too bad he's married. Because him and I live in the same city. We're both PDX boys. We're both out from PDX, dude. So, like... like, I mean, funny enough, there's the off chance I could meet him randomly. He doesn't just pound a run, like, I mean... Well, he's married, so why would he, like, just, like, do the one-night stand thing? I mean, he already got a partner. So, I mean, it's just kind of like, like SOL on out front, even for me. New Mexican houses. I'll have to see if Rip City knows the places that are pretty cool, because I don't know if any places in New Mexico that are pretty chill. I'm sure there are, to be honest, but I just don't know any myself. I'm sure honestly Albuquerque's okay. You know what? I kind of want to analyze, people's faces here. Mike Figueredo looks like he's just, like, legit just done with everything. He's just done with it all. What about David? Dude, he has the same look. He has this look of just like, I'm sick of it all. Fuck this shit. I'm done. He has the same fucking look, dude. Oh my god. Dude, they both have the same look. Oh my god, they're both almost identical. They both have the same fucking expression. Just as like, I'm dead inside look. I mean, Lance almost has kind of like this, like, I don't know what the fuck I'm even doing anymore. Why am I listening to this clown show? Like, he has like a more, you know, expressive sense of confusion. He's not really as dead inside. Matt just looks like he's just kind of enjoying himself. He's just kind of like, you know, content with his life. He's like, I enjoy what I have to deal with. This is okay. I can make amusement out of this. Benjamin Dixon looks like he's just also sick of it all. But just in a different way. He just also kind of looks like he's sick of it all. They all just kind of have like this sense outside of just like, you know, Matt. You know, they all have this sense of just like, fuck this. Matt's just kind of the one who's like, I'm content with this. I can enjoy this. I mean, I can make some amusement out of this and make some jokes and blah, blah, blah. Like, he seems like he's kind of the more lucky, you know, happy-go-lucky fellow over there. He's got like the little smirk going on and shit. Like, yeah, you know, yeah, he's the one who's like handling it the best. He's just like, whatever. I can handle this. This is typical Republican bullshit. Whatever. Ain't nothing I have handled before.
Spoken to.
Imagine a millennial saying that. Generation traitor. Wait, hold on, what? You don't hear about that record heat waves coming out there. Oh, well, for New Mexico, well, honestly, it's gonna happen. Give it time, it will. Watch some of the debate before I pass out. Did you react to Vivek saying climate change is a hoax? Yes. It was psychotic. That already happened, but yes, it was psychotic.
Going to appeal to the women on the right. Is that going to do anything for her?
Okay, here we go. Let's get back.
I got a different audio booster, so let's see if this works.
Whoa!
Oh, you're
Whoa, fuck! Jesus Christ, Stephen Dole. Yeah, you got a new audio booster. It boosted you the fuck up. Holy shit. Whoa. God damn. I was not ready for that.
Your mic was like, woo!
Woo!
I was like, I think it boosted your mic.
Spicy.
Governor DeSantis, you would eliminate, you said the department.
I like how it didn't boost the fucking audio of the stream that they were looking at, but it boosted his own audio. God damn it. Good job, David. You just ear raped everybody.
But as president, would you still have a responsibility to fix this crisis as we see it?
Absolutely. The decline in education is one of the major reasons why our country is in decline. We need education in this country, not indoctrination in this country. And in Florida,
that's ironic.
We stood up for what was first. We had
It's so ironic, dude.
A lot of the problems that we've seen are because these lockdowns.
We don't need this woke CRT indoctrination. We need Christo-fascist indoctrination. That's what we need.
Out of school for a year and a half. That was
slavery is actually cool, yo. Like, you know, let's just actually teach that, because that's totally not indoctrination.
Stood up. I took a lot of fire for that. I was pilloried by the media, but I stood for our kids. And as president, I'll stand for you and your kids as well. But we have to make sure,
unless they're gay
what
or
our
trans,
schools are doing is focusing on solid academics,
or you know, may or may not be into drag or anything like that. Yeah.
We eliminated critical race theory from our K through 12 schools. We eliminated
it was never a part of K through 12
ideology from our K through 12 schools, and we have elevated.
They said cut Social Security yet? No, they, as far as I'm aware, never talked about that. At least, you know, if they did, it was kind of like tangential to other topics, and it was just kind of lumped in with like tax cuts and cutting welfare programs, and like it was just kind of like more lumped in with stuff like that, but it was just kind of more vague, tied into other topics. They never really specifically talked about any of that.
Importance of American civics and teaching our kids about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights.
And how slavery is okay.
President, I'm going to lead an effort to increase civic understanding and knowledge of our Constitution. We cannot be graduating students that don't have any foundation.
You know, about how slavery is good. I mean, yeah, you're leaving some stuff out there, aren't you, DeSantis? You fucking piece of shit. Like, I mean, come on. Like, your education system in Florida is literally okay with, like, pro-slavery, like, PragerU propaganda being pushed in education. You fucking freak. Like, I mean, what do you... The things that I could do to this motherfucker, man. I mean, honestly, man. The things I could do.
It means to be an American.
Mr. Ramaswamy,
What it means to be an American, huh?
Senator Scott, you've said that the Department of Education, the FBI, the ATF, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the IRS, the Department of Commerce, many of these should not exist.
That's correct.
So, to the education...
Oh my God. It's like, all these things that are actually kind of good, you think they shouldn't exist, right? Pretending to be Mussolini. Si, that is correct. It's like, oh my God. Dude, this guy, oh my God, Ramaswamy is like literally trying to be like a wannabe Mussolini, dude. Dude, he really is. Dude, so much of his like expressions and mannerisms really feel like Mussolini-esque. Like, and if you feel like I'm like bullshitting a little bit, look at a Mussolini speech.
Yeah. So look, we have a crisis of achievement. Let's shut down the head of the snake, the Department of Education. Take that $80 billion, put it in the hands of... This has been a giant clown show. I don't know. I mean, from the little dose have you had so far, I mean, has it been in your, so far, observation? Because, yes, it most certainly has. Any of these guys could beat Trump? No! Dude, all of them are literally competing for VP. And honestly, you know what? Honestly, my expectations have been a little subverted a little bit. But here's where I think, where it has been for sure. Like, Nikki Haley and Ramaswamy understand that it's more about, a VP position. Like, because they're kind of, positioning themselves, to try to be a VP pick. Because Trump ain't there, and yet he's the biggest motherfucker and the top dog, when it comes to these whole Republican primaries, and yet he ain't in this debate. So at least some of these people recognize that they're trying to vie for a VP pick. I mean, that's really what the fuck is going on. DeSantis, I mean, his goose is cooked. He's been nothing but a fucking clown every step of the way. I mean, Vivek, possibly. I mean, honestly, he might be a Trump VP pick, but, I mean, I feel like he might go for Haley. This is more about, who's going to be, the heir to the, fucking, Trumpistic throne. And Ramaswamy is doing very well on trying to fucking, suck that cock. And so is fucking, Nikki Haley. March J. Green. Honestly, as it stands right now, I don't even think, anybody that is, outside of these debate stages is going to be a VP. I feel like somebody on this fucking primary debates, somebody in the, right here is going to be the fucking VP. I don't think it's going to be anybody who hasn't, tried to, make their claim, not just to the national American populace, but also to Trump. Marjorie hasn't done it. Carrie Lake ain't doing that. Ramaswamy, Haley, these people are. But not all those other people that, people think is going to be his VP. And I honestly think they're going to, Trump's going to be, looking at someone like him. Or someone like Nikki Haley. He's going to be looking at some other people. I mean, certainly not Pence, but he's going to be looking at some others. So, I mean, it's just kind of realistically, who's going to be the VP, for Trump. I mean, that's what really these debates are about. Imagine if Trump tapped Crispy for VP. Oh my God. I don't think that would happen, but if it did, I would eat a shoe. I would literally go buy a shoe at Ross and just rip it apart and slowly but surely try to consume it on stream. Across this country. This is the civil rights issue of our time. Allow any parent to choose where they send their kids to school. End the teachers' unions at the local level.
It's going to be, what, $14 a parent?
Oh, whoa. Hey, well, that's the first jab at the unions I've heard about. These motherfuckers, haven't, jabbed at unions or labor at all yet. But education is brought up, and now they're starting to jab at them a little bit, with teachers' unions specifically. Isn't that illegal? Yeah, kind of.
and then revive our national identity where every high school senior should have to pass the same civics test that, frankly, every immigrant, including my mother, had to pass in order to become a citizen of this country. And the fact of the matter is...
Everyone in that crowd would fail. They're cheering for something.
Yeah, they would fail that shit, including you, Ramaswamy.
Grow up in money. But you know the word privilege gets used a lot? Well, you know what? I did have the ultimate privilege of 2 parents in the house with a focus on educational achievement. And I want every kid to enjoy that. So part of the problem is we also have a federal government that pays single women more not to have a man in the house than to have a man in the house, contributing to an epidemic of fatherlessness. What? And I think that goes hand in glove with the education crisis.
What? Dude, what the fuck is he? Dude, he's like rambling. Dude, he just like is going on an unhinged rant. Like, he went on about, like, you know, how, like, the teachers' unions need to be busted from, like, how there needs to be, like, a standard in citizenship and, like, a standardized, like, testing. And, like, now he's going about, like, how there needs to be, like, fathership and, like, fatherhood in the household. And, so, dude, he's just going on a random fucking ramble, dude. He's just going on a random unhinged rant right now. He's going on like some weird internet conservative like commentator rant.
With the family, and the nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to man.
The nuclear family is the greatest form of governance. Get the fuck out of here, dude. That's a dog whistle here. Oh, dude, there is. Honestly, dude, there's been so many dog whistles. Okay, dude, if I, like, broke down every little dog whistle and every little fucking thing that they've been doing this entire debate, we would be here for, like, fucking 8 hours. Like, yeah, I mean, dude, there's probably, like, 4 dog whistles he fucking put in there. I mean, honestly, I mean, dude, he threw in a lot of shit.
Senator Haley has...
I mean, I'm only here really to make fun of it. Like, I'm putting some analysis here and there, but, like... I mean, honestly, like, if I try to really do, like, a full, true, analytical, like, breakdown of this shit, we'd literally be here for, honestly, for days on end. We'd be here for multiple days. Like, I mean, honestly, for at least, like, 2 or 3. Like, there ain't no way, so fuck that. So we're gonna, you know, poke fun, we're just having, like, we're joshing around. We'll have some analysis here and there, like we have been, but... we're just fucking with this shit because, like, that it's what it is. It's a clown show.
Governor Haley has said that biological boys playing in girls' sports...
Here we go.
Oh, fuck. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. We're talking about, like, trans people in sports. Let's do it.
Yep.
You said that even though you signed a ban on this in North Dakota, that there hadn't been one instance where it was actually needed. Are you saying that you think that too much is made of this issue?
No, I'm saying in North Dakota, we made a priority of protecting women's sports, and we've done that in our state.
Oh, like you gave a fuck about women's sports and like any other conservative give a shit about women's sports. Like, I mean, you know what? To be frank, I would argue that literally nobody gave a fuck about women's sports until trans people, you know, became a fucking problem in women's sports. Until that got astroturfed into existence. Like, no one gave a fuck. Like, honestly, nobody. Whether it was on the right or the left or anywhere. Like, honestly, the only time I actually hear about, like, actual grievances or problems about women's sports is due to the fact that this, like, issue has become a thing. And if anything, it's not because of trans people being in sports. It's because there's been a systemic, broader, like, misogynistic aspect to women's sports where they've been underfunded and kind of, like, you know, fucked over when it comes to their sports, you know, in comparison to their male counterparts. And when it comes to their, like, national/international teams and stuff like that. Like, they get fucked over way more in comparison. So, if anything, like... I mean, a lot of the problems with women's sports gets highlighted because of the fact that 1 or 2 trans women happen to be there. And, like, a lot of right-wing conservatives and a bunch of TERFs want to hyper-focus on the fact that the trans people are there versus the fucking problems, you know, that, you know, the women's sports has in the first place. And just totally derail the whole fucking problem. And it's like, and honestly, most people didn't even realize it was a fucking problem. And yeah, and you're saying you didn't even know women's sports existed. I mean, yeah, like, the idea that, like, you know, people gave a fuck about that shit, like, it ain't true. And this idea that, like, oh, like, I mean, you know, like, conservatives especially, you know, were like had their bleeding hearts, you know, like worrying about this shit. The only time that they ever looked at women's sports was to fucking jerk their fucking dick off on it. That was it. They didn't give a fuck. They were just looking at it for sexist ideas, you know, so they could fucking, you know, jerk their fucking bricked up horny dicks over it. That was it. Like, that was the only reason why they cared. Just abolish gender leagues and combine them into one giant league. I mean, I honestly agree with you. I think, you know, there should be one big mega league, you know, where there's, like, different tier sets, you know, based on your skill. And just let fucking, you know, people compete, you know, in that. And if they happen to be a woman or a man or trans or whatever, then, hey, it's a fair competitive league because everyone's, you know, fighting on the various, you know, skill sets, you know, when it comes to, you know, that type of, like, you know, like, tier level that they're in, you know. So it's like, hey, if you happen to feel like that you're not as good as the trans person or the woman as a man, then that's skill issue. Cope. So, I mean, you know, it's, or vice versa, you know, when it comes to any other issue, you know, when it comes to any other aspect, if like a woman happens to, you know, feel the same way, or any other aspects, like, cope. You know, when it comes to that point, it's based on if you're, you know, how good you are at the sport. And if it's based off of skill sets and, you know, the attributes of how good you are in the sport, then at that point, you know, if you just happen to be that bad and, oh, someone happens to be trans or a male and this and that or whatever the fuck, it's like, and you're not good as them, then get good. Sounds like a skill issue now, isn't it? You might want to, you know, bump up your XP points on those skills and get good. My genitals, they scream. Your cat just dick punched you? Now you know how I feel when Zukov dick punches me. So when you laugh at me when I get dick punched by Zukov, now I know how I feel, so I shall now laugh, you know, as that kitty is a good kitty. Oh, for my genitals, they have screamed before, and now they scream in agony, as mine have screamed. In fact, Zukov is over there being a lazy fuck. It's so cute. It's adorable. I can see that little tail poking out from the little door. Oh, it's just so cute. You're just a little cute little sweet boy. Come here, buddy. Yeah, why am I even trying that? I'm just gonna cancel that before I even attempt to go further, because he ain't even gonna attempt that. He ain't even gonna come over. He's a little asshole like that.
Absolutely do that, but I do think when we start talking about education and we think that we're going to have a
less time to get catnip before bed.
Government one size fits all, we're just completely losing track of the fact that education differs by state. Some school districts are doing a fantastic job, some less so. But the idea that every school district, state, and every teacher is somehow indoctrinating people is just false. You know, when I was building a company from scratch, you know, with small town kids.
Wait, so are the teacher unions and, like, you know, the standardized, you know, indoctrination, is that affecting, you know, the country, or is it not? And is it hyperbolic? Dude, this guy is literally flip-flopping like a fucking fish out of water, dude. This guy doesn't even know which position to take.
It's a town of 300, but we built a global company in 132 countries with over 100,000 customers. We listened to those customers. We spent time with them. We talked to them. We did that. And as governor, well, education is one of the biggest part of the state budget. So as a governor, I shadow a student. The night before I find out the student finds out, I'm going to go to every class with them. I don't sit and lecture school district how to do it. I go and see the experience. And
oh God, that really does sound creepy. Are they trying to outright each other on this? Weirdly enough, not entirely. Like, Nikki Haley, when it came to the abortion issue earlier in the debates, like, she actually was, like, almost talking like a moderate, like, conservative Democrat. Like, she was saying, yes, I'm pro-life, but, you know, can't we come to a consensus about, like, late-term abortions should probably be banned, but, like, you know, contraceptives and, like, you know, sex ed and blah, blah, blah. Like, can't we all agree on this? Like, she actually kind of, like, you know, at least in her intro, especially on the whole abortion rights thing, like, she kind of came out swinging a little bit. I mean, not, you know, in a way that I personally could agree with, but at least as, like, a Republican, I'm like, okay. You know, it's like, she's not, like, the most egregious. I'm not sure she got booed for that. Surprisingly, not really. I mean, she got some cheers over it, actually. I mean, not a lot, but she did get some cheers. I mean, she kind of came out swinging initially. She kind of surprised me. I mean, this is kind of one of my expectations that have been subverted over this Republican debate so far. Nikki Haley kind of came out swinging, and for the most part, I mean, at least 80% of the time so far, has been pretty consistent with that. I mean, like, I've been kind of surprised with her performance on this shit. Not that I like her or anything like that, but, like, my whole broader soft spot that I have for Chris Christie, it kind of shifted over to her now. I don't like her. Like, I mean, she's an egregious fuckwad, but, like, you know, just like I feel with Chris Christie, but, like, I mean, suddenly, she kind of came out swinging. I hope she doesn't, like, end up being like Kamala Harris, and, like, the next debate she ends up being, like, a fucking, like, cucked, fucking, like, neutered bitch, where she's like, you know, but, you know, I don't know. I kind of have a hunch about that a little bit. I mean, you know, like, but so far, I mean, she seems like a little bit of a force to be reckoned with on, you know, in these debates. I mean, she seems like she's really swinging to try to be that VP pick for Trump. Because at the end of the day, I don't think anyone here on this stage is going to be able to win, you know, the nominee. But I think they're going to be trying to fucking vie for that VP pick. And Haley and Ramaswamy, I'm going to take a gut hunch and say that they're going to be the ones that might be his pick. One of those two. I feel like it's going to be Haley, but I mean, it could be one or the other. And I feel like, you know, they're going to be the ones who might honestly be kind of like the surprising, like, you know, popular, you know, candidates, you know, on these debate stages. I mean, that's just my hunch. I mean, so far. But, I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, but that's just how I feel like how it is so far with just what I've seen, you know, with all this type of shit right now. Because, like, Ramaswamy is certainly trying to, like, play this idea of, like, being pro-Trump, but at the same time, like, you know, like, pro-law and order. He's trying to, like, play this weird tightrope. I mean, Nikki Haley is also doing the same thing, but I feel like, honestly, in my opinion, way better. Like, she's honestly doing it in a more calculative way that, you know, where she honestly knows what she's doing. It's 420 smoke. I mean, I gotta fucking, like, load some more weed and grind that shit. It's gonna take him... Dude, by the time that happens, it's gonna be, you know, a little late. Besides, I did that for 420 earlier on my stream. Like, when it was 420 specifically on the stream time, but whatever. You know, whatever. Trump has tiny hands, and you know what to say about tiny hands. Well, hey, I do. I don't disagree with that. Taking it straight for us who don't have weed. Yeah, I will. And I'll take a piss real quick, though, because it'd be a good time to at least take a respite, and hey, nature calls. Hey, little butt. Look at you. Oh, stretch a little thing. Oh my goodness, look at you, big stretch. Oh, you stretch. You stretch. Oh, you stretch. Oh, you big stretch. Oh, look at you. We gotta stretch up. Alright, now get the fuck out of my way. Hey, goober. Come on. Need a warm drink. A sense of trade brewing. No.
Things that have to change, but what needs to change in education is it's innovation. We're doing it the same way we did it 50 years ago with innovation, not regulation. I would get rid of the Department of Education. I would give block grants to schools, but I'd give them on merit based on who's doing the most innovative. I just got done holding the 7th.
Like $5 in gas so I can head down to the pawn shop. Not now, but tomorrow.
A pawn shop?
Yeah, I gotta get some money. Or actually, well, don't tell Krista I'm gonna get my Social Security check.
Okay, well, okay.
Hopefully before Monday, so if you can bum me like $20, I can pay you back as soon as that comes.
Oh my god, why does everyone want to borrow money from me? I don't have all... I'm not a piggy bank. Can we wait till tomorrow when I get paid? Like, I mean, thank fuck!
It's not like I'm going anywhere right now.
Yeah, well, because, okay, like, because Mom already told me that, you know, I think she already said she was going to give you $5 for gas anyway, so I think I'm, should be cleared for that. But, hopefully. But, you and I are, like, we're supposed to go to her place on tomorrow at 1 anyway, so, like, before we do that, I could just go to my work, cash her my check-in, and deal with that bullshit then, okay? Like, well, just wake me up at, like, 11 or noon if I'm not awake yet, which I might be anyway. I mean, I usually am.
Alright.
So, just remind me. And we'll figure out that shit later.
Well, give it back. It's not like...
I know, but Mom mentioned already that she's gonna, you know, borrow some from me and she's gonna get me back on Sunday, and it's like, oh my lord. And I had, like, a homie earlier ask me about, like, hey, can I borrow some? And I'm just like, I mean, it's like, it's like, fuck, I mean, it's like, I guess, so, but I guess everyone's treating me like a pig and bake right now.
I'd rather not have to deal with Carol.
Well, I don't necessarily blame you. I mean, she can't really... Is she really that bad? I have to deal with her at work, okay? Like, I mean, there's been some times where I've had...
So you know how she is.
Yes, I know. So, I mean, as long as you, like... Really, the key is just the patience. Like, as long as you can at least, like... Well, like Zukov did, just, like... You know, take a quick breath and just be like, okay, you know, because honestly... I understand why. A lot of it's just because she used to, you know, kind of be, you know, she used to tweak a lot, right? Like, so a lot of that is done permanent, you know, damage, you know, shit. And now she has a stroke and shit, too, that happens. So it's like, I mean, it's obviously very hard for her to communicate and shit. So, and I'm also just kind of generally a patient person, so I can at least, you know, sit there and be like, okay, make sure I hear what you're saying right and getting what you know, what you want, even if you're getting a little uproary and stuff, but let's, like, just try to be chill.
Yeah, she's the world's worst backseat driver, too.
And I'm aware of that.
There's a stop sign. I'm just like, yes. If I didn't know what a stop sign was, I don't think I'd have my license right now. Which is it true? You choke sometime, doubtfully tomorrow, but sometime like between Friday and Monday, that check should be coming. I just don't want Mom to know, otherwise it'll be gone before I even get it. She's good at smelling out money.
Okay, I don't think that would necessarily be the case, but, I mean, okay. Go to Pawn Stars Pawn Shop. That's in Vegas, and honestly, if the DFF Las Vegas meetup was not such a short notice, I would definitely go to Vegas. Just like go to meetup, go to Pawn Stars, and go gamble, dude. What?
I'm going to a pawn shop here in Milwaukee.
I'm talking about like another, well, the one, you know, the Pawn Stars. If Rick,
$100 for a plane ticket, I could go to the one in Vegas.
Well, I mean, I know the podcasts I listen to, they're doing a meetup in Las Vegas on October 6th, but it's such short notice that, I mean, honestly, it's like if I had extra money and, like, just and not just to go there, but also to kind of gamble a little bit and have a little fun and have a hotel, obviously, because it's going to be way fucking expensive in comparison to just like, $50 a night, some small town or whatever the fuck.
Is it like a convention or?
It's a meetup of a podcast. They're doing it at this venue called The Space. That's like outside the Strip. That's near like the Luxor. It's like a couple blocks away from like the Luxor and the other casinos near that. So it's outside of the Strip, and so it's like a whole little meetup, and they're gonna have like a band called the God Somethings or something like that. I forgot exactly what they were called. I listened to some of their music. They're actually pretty good, but it's a podcast to listen to. So but but on their live shows, when it comes to at least like their meetups, they kind of have like this, a lot of different little like game show things / kind of like random like stories or little skits that they do and stuff. So they kind of have a little different thing going on at the meetups, but the whole idea is basically meeting the podcast crew just like has like an hour or so of like skits and things that they do, and then they just hang out with like the fans at the venue for like the rest of the time, and maybe go to a bar and or maybe go to like a casino or something like that, or whatever the fuck, depending on where they were doing a meetup at. I never go to meetup. Well, I mean, as far as it stands now, I won't be able to either.
Take Alex out to play pool because he always takes me out to play pool. I'm just like, Alex, your ass is coming out to play pool.
Dude, if I had like at least like $1,000, I would easily just like save money for myself and take in a buddy, to go to that Las Vegas meetup. Because then I can at least have some money to gamble and see if I can win something.
Should I be happy with $10 right now? At least my mom will be happy when she finds out. I just kind of want to surprise her.
At least they can have cash on semi-regular. True. It's just paycheck to paycheck, and I wish it wasn't like that. Sick off! Oh my god, your butt! Ugh. You big stretchy leg boy. Oh man. Oh. Oh my. Oh. Oh. Oh my. Oh. Oh my balls. Oh, my balls took some damage. Oh, it just took like a 50 XP fucking hit point on that one. Oh, that was critical damage. Oh, that was a critical hit. Oh. Ow. And we're getting back into this at the same time. Wow, I took some critical damage. Fuck me, oh god.
Governor's Conference on Innovation Education. You should see what the people are doing when you cut loose the red tape, get the burden off their back. They care. Teachers in this country, the vast majority of them care about those kids. They're working in low-paying jobs, and they're fighting for those kids and their families.
Yeah, if they're working in low-paying jobs, that's probably why they're in teachers' unions, you fuck.
You said that this is the women's issue of our time. First, I'll tell you, as a parent, the one thing you want is for your child to have a better life than you did. And we can talk about all of these things, and there's a lot of crazy woke things happening in schools, but we've got to...
Okay, there's like one thing. There's a lot of crazy woke things happening in schools, but like, look, there's gonna be like one thing here, which is gonna be a bunch of bullshit, but I'm gonna put one thing out here just for y'all.
If a child can't read by 3rd grade, they're 4 times less likely to graduate high school. So we need to make sure we bring in reading remediation
which has nothing to do with wokeism.
This country. We need transparency in the classroom because parents should never have to wonder what's being said or taught to their children in the classroom. Parents need to be deciding which schools their kids go to because they know best. And let's put vocational classes back into the high schools. Let's teach our kids to build things again. When we do that, we allow that innovation.
Not woke things, just gotta build things. Just not woke things. Just things, though.
We'll get back. And yes, I will always say I'm going to fight for girls all day long because strong girls become strong women. Strong women become strong leaders. And biological boys don't belong in the locker rooms of any of them.
We're gonna be conservative, feminist girl bosses, I tell you what. Oh my god, dude. It's just, this is what happens when, like, you get, like, conservatism and feminism and blend it together, dude. Like, you get, like, this weird girl boss feminism, like, woke scoldism and shit, blended with this weird, like, conservatism bullshit and make like some weird hybrid bullshit, this is like what you get. Like, we saw a lot of this, you know, with like Hillary back in 2016, and like, oh my god, and now so many of these conservatives are starting to like adopt it themselves. Like this whole, like, you know, realistically back in 2015, 2016, they would call this woke, or I guess back then SJW. But like, I mean, this would be considered woke back then. Like, you know, oh, you want like girl bosses to run everything? What are you, an SJW? Like, they would call, I mean, this is what they would think this shit would be back then. Like, they didn't, like, oh my god. Oh my god. This shit, dude. It gets my goat so much, man. Like, the fact that, like, not even, like, 6 years ago, they would literally consider shit like this woke. And nowadays, they're just like, eh. It's like, hey, as long as this conservative feminist girl bossing, it's all good. It's good woke. It's our woke. Aye.
We're going to start the lightning round, and the first question is going to go to you, Vice President.
Oh, she said lightning round. That means we're near the end. Oh, thank God. Yay. Fuck, thank God.
Questions, 30-second answers, please. President Biden will be 82 years
Did she
old
just beg?
on Inauguration Day. Nearly 70% of Americans say that he is too old to serve. Should presidents have to pass a mental and physical test in order to serve, Vice President Pence?
Yes.
Well, it might be a good idea to have everybody in Washington, D.C. pass a mental and
yeah. I actually kind of agree with that. Okay. All right.
Yeah, Bender, you're not wrong. He's somehow doing really well.
The American people can make those judgments, but let me say,
dude, yeah, dude, Matt, not Matt, like Mike Pence is honestly like legit. He's been doing okay. Like, he's holding his own in this shit.
We need a president who's too old.
Honestly,
and we don't need a
way more so than I thought it would.
We need a president who's been there. We need a president who knows how Congress works.
Right.
How the porridge president. Works.
Porridge president. We don't want one that's too old. We don't want one that's too young. We need one that's just right. We need the good, proper, just right porridge president. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude. He's like the fucking, like, you know, the Goldilocks with the three bears and shit, or whatever the fuck. Dude, he's that just right porridge in the just right bed. You know, you had one that was like a little too soft, and the one that was too firm. But then you had the one that was just right. And then you had the porridges. One was too cold, one was a little too hot, but one was just right. It's like, dude, oh my god. Oh, he's that guy. Oh no, he's gonna be that dude. He's gonna try to be that motherfucker. I didn't realize it was gonna take me this long to realize that, but I mean, oh my god, dude. I mean, it really does literally look like the embodiment of like that just right porridge. Like, I mean, he just, oh my god, he really does.
Fighting against No Child Left Behind when Republicans were doubling the Department of Education. I'll also shut down the Federal Department of Education. And when I was governor, we doubled the size of the largest school choice program in America, and we'll give school choice to every family in America.
So,
cringe and gay.
White House.
This is a lightning round, Mr. Ramaswamy. I think you were mentioned there. You're 38. You're the youngest on the stage. You just said you want a civics test for public service for those under 25 to be able to vote. So the question is, do you want a mental acuity test for presidents over 75?
I believe in the people of this country to tell the difference between somebody who's an automaton and somebody who's actually a thinking agent in the White House, which we don't have in there today. And I will tell you, I want to address Vice President Pence this topic. I think we do need somebody of a different generation to lead this nation forward. Look at the way
yeah, and it ain't gonna be you.
This campaign, going to the south side of Chicago, to Kensington, in the middle of Philadelphia, where traditional Republican candidates don't go. We have an opportunity to build a multi-ethnic, working-class majority to deliver a landslide, and I think I'm the only candidate in this race, young or old.
Weren't you earlier bashing teacher unions, and now you're trying to, like, you know, do this whole, like, working-class solidarity pitch? I mean, What the fuck? Test for national born citizen. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, I heard that too. I mean, dude, like I said from earlier, dude, if I, like, try to break down every fucking point that they made, we'd literally be here all day. Like, I just have to grab the ones that, like, you know, pique my mind the most. Like, where my little husky ears go, like, huh? You know, like how my little, like, you know, Zukov will have his little flop ears, you know, and then all of a sudden they kind of, like, bloop. Like, you know, like, it's like with me. It's just like, you know, it's, at this point, it's like, I have to take the ones that kind of make my little ears go, like, huh? You know, having a little flip up for a second, be like, what? I mean, because, honestly, like I said, if I did that for every little point, like I said, I'd be here all day. Hey, it's like, hey, come on, I'll be here all day. You know, it's like, I mean, yeah, we literally would be here all night and all day, for at least, like, in another night, probably. Like, and certainly I'm not doing that. So it's like, I mean, I at least have to hit the ones that I'm just like, can at least just kind of hit with, you know, pretty quick. Because, I mean, honestly, they repeat, like, a lot of the shit that they are saying is kind of repeating themselves in a way, you know, just in different ways. So it's like, I mean, even if I don't necessarily get to something they say now, I probably already did earlier or will later. Like, I mean, because they always kind of say the same shit, just in different phrasings, depending on the topic. I mean, they can't really, like, they're very collectivistic when it comes to their ideology. Like, they can't really drift that far away from each other. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, most of them, well, realistically, all of them have been saying the same shit, just in, fundamentally, just in way different ways, you know, that are kind of on the broader conservative spectrum. Like, some more fascistically, like this fuckwad right here, you know, and some a lot more like middle ground capitalistic libertarian style, like Asa Hutchinson or fucking, you know, Doug Birmingham or whatever the fuck his name was. You know, it's just like, I mean, you know, you got like, you know, you got different spectrums of, like, really broadly the same ideology going on here.
White to bring all of those voters along to deliver a Reagan 1980 revolution. We're going to do it in 2024.
Wait a minute, wait, hold on. Like, he was just initially earlier saying about, like, you know, trying to, like, bring up the working class and shit, and then talk about a Reagan revolution. Yo, hey, fucker, Reagan was the one who busted a lot of the working class. You fuck. Like, when it came to a lot of his, like, corporate, you know, like, bailouts and, like, a lot of his corporate, like, handouts and, you know, expansion of their power and busting unions and, like, you know, gutting their power and shit. And, dude, again, he's doing a Mussolini, like, fucking look. He's like, he's doing, like, this Mussolini fucking, like, looking shit, dude. Like, I honestly swear to fuck, dude. He's, like, you know, Mussolini reincarnated. Like, at least that's what he's trying to be. He's, like, he's trying to be, like, America's Mussolini. Like, I mean, so much about his mannerisms, so much about what he's talking about, like, so much of it just seems like this, like Americana Mussolini fucking hybrid thing going on, dude. What? Hold on. Hold on. We got one more time. Hold on. I gotta pause on it. Oh my god, look at him. Dude, what the fuck? What? Dude, did you have a stroke? Dude, did Brett have a stroke on this fucking shit? Like, oh my god, is this debate actually making people have a stroke? Oh my god, what the fuck was that? What was that? Oh my god, he just like, dude, he looked like he was about to fucking have an aneurysm or something. He was like, dude, he looked like he was about to die, dude. It's like, what was that? Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Oh, what? This is too much. Holy shit. This is a... Wow, this is too much. Oh my god.
I will answer that. I will answer that.
30 seconds.
I feel dumber for watching this debate. Dude, I think Brett Brasher, or whatever the fuck his name was, dude, like, I'm pretty sure he felt pretty, like, stupid about it. I mean, look at this. I mean, look at him. Dude, I'm pretty sure this motherfucker lost some brain cells. I mean, look at him. Dude, I'm pretty sure everybody lost brain cells watching this shit, dude.
Not Rolling Thunder. Governor Hutchinson, you have to...
What? Dad joke. That's a dad joke.
30 seconds
So
on the
cringe.
same question.
On education, first of all, look at Arkansas. We have to compete with China. I built computer science education.
What? Arkansas directly has to compete with China on education? Old man, go back into your retirement home. What are you talking about?
Nation in computer science education, going from 1,100 students to 23,000 students taking it. This is how you
47th in education.
As President of the United States, I will make sure we go from 51% of our schools offering computer science to every school in rural areas and urban areas offering computer science for the benefit of our kids, and we can...
Computer science. I used to teach that. I used to be, partaking in the innovation of such. I was a part of that. Computer science. 1990s computer science. Remember that, guys? How do you do, fellow kids? Computer science. Like, that's what... Like, dude, take a shot every time he said computer science, in this entire thing he just said, dude. You'd probably die of alcohol poisoning. I mean, my God.
With China in terms of technology.
That in China. It's like take a shot every time you said China and computer science that entire time, you would probably get at least a 9.0 alcohol intoxication number or some shit, whatever the fuck.
Computer science.
We're going to do a quick round of different topics here. So, Senator Scott, faith is on decline in this country. You talked about it a little bit before.
Good. Faith in decline. Awesome. Good shit. Based.
So is there a role for a president of the United States in changing that? What would you do to change that?
Oh, no, don't. Fuck you. Did they really just ask questions like, how would you make more people obedient to Christianity and more indoctrinated into religion and make this place less secular? It's like, what? Did you really just ask that question in a nutshell, you fucking cunt?
Founded upon the Judeo-Christian values that has made this the greatest nation on God's green earth. I'm a big believer in Ephesians 3:20 that God is able to do exceedingly abundantly.
Wait, hold on. Every time I hear a fucking Bible verse, I like to do a quick Bible study. Wait, hold on. I heard a verse. What was it? We'll look at it.
I'm a big believer in Ephesians 3:20 that God is...
Ephesians. All right, hold on. We're doing it. We do this, okay? We do this on here. This is what we do on the podcast, okay? We're gonna find it. All right, all right. So Ephesians. All right, this is in alphabetical. Okay. Wait, where the fuck would it be? They say Philippians? There's no way. I thought I said physicians. Are they not in here for some reason? Hey, get back here. There we go. There we go. Oh, he's saying, would it be Thessalonians? Or Thessalonians? No. Yeah, I want to hear it one more time.
Exceedingly abundantly above all earth. I'm a big believer in Ephesians 3:20 that God is...
Ephesians 3:20. So that would be... Oh, I think it might be Ecclesiastes. Which is gonna be in the Old Testament. 5:22. Fuck me, dude. Okay, I heard kind of what he was saying, so now I have to fucking find it. 5:15, 19. Said 3:22. Oh my God! It's a poem or something. Oh, fuck me. Hold on.
Greatest nation on God's green earth. I'm a big believer in Ephesians 3:20 that God is able...
Glizzy's 320. Okay, so 3. Okay, so it's not that part. Okay, so here it is. All go to one place. The dust from which they came into which they must shall return. Wait. This would be more like arguably like a pro-life argument or something. What does this have to do with what you're talking about, you weirdo?
Exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or imagine. Our responsibility should be to model the behavior we want others to follow. On education. The only way we change education...
Does he even know his own fucking Bible?
...is to break the backs of the teachers' unions. They are standing...
Oh my god.
Oh my god, what the fuck? What? Break the backs of the teachers' unions? Excuse me? Beg your McFucking pardon, bitch? I mean, what the... Dude... This is like the third time they've actually like directly hit teachers unions. Dude, they are like got a bloodthirst over this shit, dude. They got a bloodlust over the teachers unions. Like they're actually got like a fucking like vendetta against them. Like they actually think they meaning the teachers unions like internationally and all the locals, like they generally think that they're like at least in large part are, you know, influencing this whole like woke CRT fucking shit, the fucking, you know, groomer shit and all this other bullshit. Like they generally believe this. They legit think that the unions, at least in this case the teachers unions, are directly involved in this shit, and thus in order to, you know, stop this, you have to break their backs and fucking, you know, curb the heel of wokeism and all this other bullshit. Dude, Tim Scott is like literally dog whistling the same fucking shit that DeSantis talks about, or all these far-right extremist Republicans talk about. Like, because he happens to be the token black Republican on the fucking, you know, candidacy and shit, he's just dog whistling it, but he's saying the same shit. I mean, that's just what he's doing. In fact, that, if anything, at least when it comes to, quote, breaking the back of the teachers unions and shit, like, I mean, that's just fucking brazen. He's not dog whistling that, that's a foghorn. So it's like, I mean, at least when it comes to certain issues, I mean, he ain't gonna dog whistle it, he'll foghorn it.
Back at teachers. Locking them out of the greatest future they could have.
As President Governor DeSantis, would you support some mandatory military service for all Americans?
I think it should be voluntary. I'm somebody that volunteered to serve, inspired by
Fuck. I mean, at least that's good.
September 11th, and I deployed to Iraq.
Yeah, bullshit. No, you were deployed to Gitmo where you were fucking masturbating of the idea of people being tortured. So go fuck yourself.
Navy SEALs,
torture fetish.
Like Fallujah, Ramadi, and it's something that I think has taught me, you know, when you go into that type of environment, anything you have, your personal agenda, you check it at the door. You go there, and it's about focus.
Yeah, you kept it at the door, so you kept your more personal fetish with your torture patient. So you could be, you know, seeing them tortured, and then you can have your personal fetish there, as long as your personal politics didn't get in the way.
On the mission above all else, and guys come together and they get
the mission of satisfying my sexual fetishistic pleasures of watching people be tortured.
You being the president of the United States.
Fucking psychopath.
It's not about all these other side issues. My sole focus will be on your future and reversing this country's decline.
Stronger together. We shall move forward stronger together. For I am a male conservative fascist Hillary Clinton that runs Florida. I mean, look, dude, I mean, does he not look like a weird little gay sassy bitch right here that looks like he needs his pussy annihilated? Like, I mean, like, good lord, dude. He really thinks he's owning shit. You got the charisma of an anteater, you fucking little worm. You pudding figures eating fuck. We'll never forget you fucking eating pudding with your fingers. Only people who are preteens do that.
Spike in UFO encounters.
Oh my god.
Whoa! Whoa! Did I just hear that? Wait. Are they talking about UFOs? What? They're talking about UFOs and aliens. Whoa! Whoa! I need to stand up. Like, whoa! They're talking about fucking UFOs. I need to walk around for a second. No way. No way they're fucking doing that. No way. They're talking about fucking UFOs on a Republican primary debate stage. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God, I just heard that. Oh my Lord. I just lost like 5 IQ points. I just lost 5 IQ points. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh no. Dude, let's fucking go. Like, let's do it.
Nice.
Oh my God. They're really going to do this. Oh my God. I cannot believe, like, they're going to do this.
Get to the issues that matter.
To confirm it's real? No, they haven't. Like what? Some fucking psycho that was like, oh, the government could kill me, talking about this, and they have before, and yet I'm the weird exception that can literally talk to fucking Congress and shit and not be killed or some shit. Dude, he's bullshitting you. That weird farce, that happened like less than a month ago is all fucking bullshit, dude. Like, that guy is just like, just making random claims of no fucking evidence. It means nothing. Like, it literally means nothing as far as I'm concerned. Like, because it's all about extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and that motherfucker had no evidence. He had a bunch of claims and had fucking nothing. Because, yeah, the idea of, like, UFOs potentially being a thing and this and that, blah, 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 like, yeah, guess what? That ain't new news, bucko. Like, give us some real fucking evidence about the claims about, like, the U.S. having, like, legitimate, like, contracts with with aliens and, like, killing people and, like, harvesting them and shit and, like, and all this other weird shit. Like, all these other weird claims that were made. It's like, get some fucking evidence of that, and if not, then fuck off of it. Like, no one cares. And in fact, most people didn't. Because, I mean, really, like, most people, like, got too much other bullshit to worry about. Not sure I care. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, like, unless, like, people's general, like, day-to-day lives are better off and shit, I generally don't at this point. Like, if anything, in a weird way, I bet aliens would be a benefit for humanity at this point. Regardless if they're a little bit more hostile or not. I just building up, with, like, just, like, building up, like, more of a unification of an idea of, like, getting people together over something. Like, because nothing seems to do that now. But, like, I mean, even you will advocate it. Like, the idea of aliens potentially being a unifier for humanity. So it's just like, I mean, I can get with that. Whether they're positive or negative or whatever, I'll grant that. If there's anything that grants, your humanity first, little meme and stuff like that.
Okay, we've been hearing a lot of testimony in Congress, and people are taking this a lot more seriously. And we're hearing that, there are things going on.
Are they going to Chris Christie first? Could unify humanity after saying all these years? That's unlikely. You're really trying to do it again. Hold on. Are you trying to do a gotcha on me? Wait, hold up. Okay, hold on. Before you feel like you just got yourself an own, like, I'll grant, like, I don't think I've ever really, like, disavowed the idea that could never happen. I just think that, like, it's potentially unlikely, but, like, I mean, if, like, this idea, especially with the claims that, like, were given to Congress, stuff like that, when it comes to, like, having secret, humanity, or at least, certain governments having dealings with other aliens and having, like, human bodies and people being killed for potentially trying to leak this information and blah, 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 like, I mean, it's like, it's one of those things where that person should have been killed before that even happened in the first place. And two, like, I mean, it's one of those things where, I mean, you know, if you are spilling the beans, then you would probably be whacked pretty shortly after anyway. Because, I mean, of how extraordinary the claims are. But nothing's happened. In fact, pretty much everyone mostly forgot about it. You know, so it's just like, I mean, it's like I said, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And if there's evidence of these things that person was claiming about, then let's fucking see it. But it ain't there, because it ain't real. I mean, it's not like, UFOs when it comes to unidentified flying objects, because that's what UFOs are. That doesn't inherently mean they're alien. I mean, the fact that those exist, of course they do. I mean, they're just unidentified flying objects. I mean, they're objects that are, flying that we are unable to identify. Duh. They don't inherently have to be alien. I mean, they could be various different technology that, other governments might be researching when it comes to, like, drone tech, when it comes to, like, super, like flight capability, VTOL type of tech and stuff like that. I mean, it could be various different things like that, but it also doesn't necessarily have to be man-made either. But, like, until we actually have fucking evidence of, like, some material of, like, one of these craft or some shit, then we ain't gonna fucking know now, are we? It's all speculative. But, as far as I'm concerned, it's more likely some sort of a man-made type of object, more so than not, but either way, it could be something interesting and, probably, damning either way. I mean, it could definitely be some secret technology that, some nation might have an upper hand on, and that could either be the U.S., China, Russia, or some other country, but we ain't gonna know unless we are able to gather it. But, like, again, it's, like I said, it's an extraordinary claim, requires extraordinary evidence, and if we don't have evidence of these type of things, then, like, I mean, it's all just left to the speculation of the mind. And at that point, we're not really going to know what the fuck it is. It's a wishy-washy approach to UFOs. I mean, to be fair, I kind of do too, but that's why I want evidence. That's why I, kind of refer to that. Because, like, I just want some concrete fucking shit. Like, I want, like, some real, like, I want some of this shit. Like, I mean, if we are gonna, make these claims, show us some fucking evidence. I don't want this wishy-washy, like, oh, well, some guy told me in a, program that was secret, that was classified, and this and that, and blah, 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 It's like, I mean, it's all this other bullshit. It's basically like hearsay for the most part. Like, I mean, it's basically like, word of mouth. It's like, I mean, I want, like, some legit shit. There is evidence no one ever takes seriously. I think that's kind of bullshit. I mean, because there is, like, some evidence out there, but it's not, concrete. And, because of the extraordinary claim of it potentially being one thing or the other. I mean, certainly evidence of something questionable, for sure, when it comes to especially things being a UFO, potentially. But that doesn't necessarily mean it being, like, alien or something like that. But, I mean, if we were able to have, like, more of concrete evidence about what the fuck it was, then there could be more of an answer to that. I mean, it's just like, it's one of those things where, unless we actually have, like, some sort of official documentation and actual physical evidence that has been passed around and, like, has been researched on and, like, looked at by multiple scientists and different, like, universities and stuff like it's something that has been concrete and, like, research and studied on and stuff like that, and we can actually kind of analyze a little bit. Unless we have some form of a thing of that type, to look at when it comes to something like this, then, we really got nothing right now. Besides just claims. I mean, when it comes to just, like, those claims, I mean, they can mean nothing as far as I'm concerned, or they can mean something, but, I mean, unless there's actually, something to help back that shit up, then at the end of the day, it really doesn't mean much to me. And there has to at least be something to help back it up. To at least give me something to, give me some sort of thought to be like, alright. I mean, because like you're saying, even if like 8% of shit's fake, there's definitely some stuff that is like, genuine or explainable, stuff like that. But the thing is, just because it happens to be unexplainable, isn't that just the case that sometimes some people are so good at faking shit that, they can make it seem genuine. Because there's a, production value can, be done in that type of way. But at the same time, there are aspects where people, do have genuine stories, when it comes to these type of things. And just honestly, realistically, are just misinterpreting of what happened. But yet they nonetheless, feel and think and give like some sort of like, evidence to say like, no, this is what I saw, this is what I think. But they just, like the mind, doesn't always, have the complete, like consensus about what the fuck the reality is. We only, perceive it based on what our, like observations are and shit. And if sometimes we can't totally explain, what we are observing in our world, and when some crazy shit happens, and we sometimes, have some interesting ways, to, justify what we saw. Assume everything is fake, and that's so dull. I don't assume everything is fake. I assume a lot of people probably misinterpret, what they, see when it comes to what is real, but they assume it's something else. Like, I mean, a lot of things, especially when it comes to UFOs, that generally, more likely than not, tends to be kind of the case. Like, they kind of misidentify something that is already, for more or less, probably explainable and real, that's in the real world already. But, because, at least, just on the perception of how they're looking at it, at the given time, they can't really explain it because it just was perceived, in a way that looks odd. Which happens all the time. There's plenty of stuff, that is out there in the world where, like, you can look at it and be like, it looks a little weird. But, I mean, sometimes it could be a thing that you've seen multiple times, or sometimes it could be, like, just a different perspective or a different angle of something you've seen before, and recognize that, like, oh, it's just something else. But for, for other people, I mean, they generally think it might be something different. I mean, it's not like, it's some discredit of their, like, intelligence or this, that, or whatever the fuck. It's just like, they just, really, if anything, are just kind of misinterpreting of really what they saw. I mean, and like I said, it happens all the time. I mean, it happens with cryptozoology and shit. Like, some people will mistake, the idea of Bigfoot being around for bears that, exists out in the same environments that they happen to see, Bigfoot in. Like in the Pacific Northwest, there's like, brown and black bears, they're pretty frequent. And bears, can stand on their own 2 feet and actually walk on their own 2 feet, short distances. And like it, if you've seen videos of those bears, walking on 2 feet, like, I mean, it wouldn't put past somebody to think it's a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch or some shit, from like 50 feet away, and they're looking off in the distance and seeing this bear walk on 2 feet or some shit. I mean, I wouldn't put it past someone to think that's like a Sam Squatch or something like that. I mean, because the thing is, the mind, will fill in what we can't totally 100% perceive, or 100% like really break down and analyze and stuff. Like, our mind will fill in the void of what we're really focused on. Like, I mean, that is just honestly just a fact. Like, I mean, when it comes to our, eyeballs and, like, how we perceive things, like, we'll focus on a lot of shit, but everything, especially around our peripheral vision, is kind of filled in by our brain to tell what's a bear and what's not. Well, yeah, because some people are doing it in Bigfoot costumes or ape costumes and stuff like that. And certain things, can legit be kind of unexplainable, but, I mean, at least when it comes to Bigfoot, I'm a little bit more prone to being believable for something like that, but I more think that they existed once. I don't think they do anymore. I think they did before, but, at this point, I feel like, considering everything, we would probably have discovered them by this point.
Here. If you were president,
let's get out of luck.
Would you level with the American people about what the government knows about these possible?
Look, Martha, and especially coming from a woman from New Jersey, I think it's horrible that just because I'm from New Jersey, you asked me about unidentified flying objects and Martians. We're different, but we're not that different. Look.
Huh? What the fuck is he talking about?
Of course, the job of the President of the United States is to level...
Is he trying to make a jab at himself, saying like, hey, look, we from Jersey, us big boys from Jersey, we might look like aliens because we're big boys, but like, I mean, we're not actually aliens. I mean, come on now.
People about everything. The job of the President of the United States is to stand for truth. The job of the President of the United States is to be a role model for our children and our grandchildren. And so
he's not even talking about UFOs or anything. He's just like, like, dude, she asked you if like they were real or not and stuff like that, and you're just like, oh my god.
UFOs or this problem of education, and Tim's right, by the way. And I started this in 2010 by going right after the teachers' unions in New Jersey and drove them to an all-time low.
Dude, what the fuck are with these motherfuckers? Dude, every single one of them are been like sticking their fucking dildo up the teacher unions' asses tonight. Dude, every single one of them, ever since education got brought up, they've been making jabs at the teachers' unions. Dude, like Christie, Ramaswamy, DeSantis, Haley, like, dude, every single one of them so far have been doing that. Dude, they are really gung-ho about that shit. Like, because they know they can't necessarily hit the broader working class apparatus when it comes to, like, you know, people struggling and shit like that. Because they know that even conservatives, you know, tend to be kind of pro-union to an extent. But like, they do recognize, though, that even those type of, you know, people in that broader blue class, working, you know, like, you know, blue-collar working class apparatus and shit, they recognize that those people feel like that, you know, teachers and, like, teachers unions and stuff like that are, like, some sort of, like, malicious force. You know, that's doing, like, this whole grooming narrative and all this other bullshit and stuff like that. I mean, I guess, you know, you could say it's kind of like the same way how, like, a lot of lefties and progressives, at least in this case, genuinely and rightfully so, and with genuine merit and earnest, you know, being critical of police unions. But, like, you know, for the Republicans, I guess their version of that, you know, while facetious, is the teachers' unions. Like, I mean, it's like, fuck, dude. Like, at least the police unions, that's a legit scapegoat and actually worth fucking, you know, breaking up and busting. But, like, teachers' unions need to be invested in and expanded. And yet these motherfuckers want to break it apart and expand police unions and shit. Like, I think I see where, like, some of this, like, you know, union labor efforts are, you know, going to be kind of, like, you know, a major impact. It's like, you know, at least when it comes to, like, on a national front, it's whether, like, you know, on the national level, whether, like, you know, teachers or police unions tend to be, like, you know, more favorable. And honestly, let the fucking teachers unions be. Because, yeah, the police unions don't need a fucking union. They're government, you know, representatives, and honestly, as far as I'm concerned, like, they don't need it. Their union should be the people. Us. That's their union.
Because they're putting themselves before...
And if we decide to say otherwise, you know, when it comes to their job and them fucking up, then guess what? We decide to say, fuck out of there. So as far as I'm concerned, like, when it comes to their concept of that bullshit, we are your fucking, like, you know, union representatives and shit. So if you decide to fuck up, you're coming to us as the people, the ones who you serve. So if you fuck up, better make sure that that guy fucked up more than you.
That is the biggest threat to our country, not UFOs.
Okay. Well, coming up, we've got closing arguments.
I mean, I guess I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Plus, right after the debate, Hannity is live from the spin room right here.
They got Sean Hannity in here. Oh my god.
The candidates, as soon as they step up. Look at
a picture of him.
Dude, oh my god, hold on. Dude, look at him. He's just like... I mean, oh my god. Like, worth investigating? Not really. like, until my fucking, until, like, the average, standard of living for, the American people is uplifted, I'm, like, as far as I'm concerned, a lot of other fucking shit is pretty secondary.
It was a pan.
Let's fly in our skies. And guess what? Other countries are probably doing that shit. And as far as I'm concerned, that could be interwoven into just, like, the general national defense. Or potentially flying spying drones. They don't have drones, they have balloons. Like, and you know what? Like, it's like I said, like, what are they gonna be spying on? Like, our infrastructure rotting away? Like, half of the American people, like, slowly but surely going homeless? Like, as far as I'm concerned, there's a lot more other fucking issues at hand besides, like, some spy satellite or some spy drone. Like, I mean, legit. It's not really, like, I mean, because the America, fucking does that, to Russia and then fucking China all the fucking time. Like, that's just par for the course. Like, what, I'm supposed to be like, oh god, oh no, better fucking focus my priorities outside of the ones I have now. Just for, fuck, all that shit. Fuck the, a lot of the fucking domestic priorities and shit that we need. Because, oh no, a balloon, happened to be over America once.
70% of American.
Trump might go up in the polls after this crap show that we're watching tonight.
Yeah,
really ridiculous.
Honestly, yeah, I agree.
It looks pretty nice.
Nobody can outtalk those
70% of Americans said they were extremely proud to be an American. That number has now plummeted to just 39%.
That lower third is crazy.
In his pitch to get to the Oval Office, President Reagan called America the shining city on a hill, a beacon of hope.
Okay, shoot down our drones. I mean, I'm not in the sense that we shouldn't be having them there in the first place. But, like, I mean, the fact that we do that type of shit is the reason why, it happens to us as well. So it's like, it's just, part of the same fucking reciprocal, cycle. I mean, like, it's why, at least trying to be, like, a fucking linchpin and, like, like, some sort of, like, breaking that type of cog, is, more, like, as far as I'm concerned, beneficial in comparison to fucking just, like, being, like, hyper fixated on this whole, like, fucking war game that happens to be between, these superpowers and shit.
So in your closing statement tonight, please tell...
Part nation state game, and I'm fundamentally against that. I mean, I'm against the, ideas of borders and nations and stuff like that, right? Like,
why you are the person who can inspire this nation to a better day. These are 45 seconds, and we begin with Governor Burgum.
I understand why America's hurting. Biden's...
The only way to end that game is to win it. No, it's not. Sometimes the only way to win a game is to not fucking play it at all. We're not... did you not learn anything from the stream that we did earlier?
Is choking us. I grew up in a small town. My dad died when I was freshman in high school. My mom, widow of 3, went back to work. In
1700.
Every job I had growing up was one where I took a shower at the end of the day.
Let me tell you my backstory of my biography here as my final statement to the world. Even though I said things at maximum, like, for 30 seconds the entire time of this debate.
Ending of the day.
Hey, my dad's dead, guys.
Our cities are less safe because of the fentanyl pouring into this country. Our economy is being crushed by Biden's energy policies, which are raising the cost of every product you buy, not just the gasoline at the pump. One thing that I'll do as president, I'll secure the border. I'll get this economy sprinting, not crawling like it is right now. And I would say that other thing is for sure, wow. When I'm on a horseback in the Badlands of North Dakota, it looks like the horizon is just limitless. And
are you trying to be like a cowboy with this weird symbology, dude? Dude, get the fuck out of here. You're not some weird, like, North Dakotan cowboy, Western rancho, fucking, with his big old 10-galloner, fucking out there on a horse, bro. That, give me a break. Dude, I guarantee you this weird mob boss looking motherfucker has never seen a horse in his life.
Country, our future is unlimited, but we've got to focus on innovation, not
back to not knowing who you are.
Yeah, once you're done talking, we're going to forget who you are. We're going to forget you even existed.
It's by growing our economy and through innovation and president bring out the best of America and improve every American.
It keeps talking even though the fucking bell keeps going off. Dude, no one gives a fuck about that bell, dude.
Well, we hope you're back on your horse soon, Governor.
You see?
He looks like a great horned owl.
It's an objective fact that things are better than they were in Trump. Literally, no, the fuck it isn't. Like, things have, been pretty much relatively the same, if not in some aspects legit worse. That's just not true. Like, the idea the economy is fine, that's retarded bullshit, dude. That's just insane. Like, no, it's not.
I don't even know what that looks like.
A lot of it's been exacerbated due to, Trump's policies, but Biden has literally done fuck one, to actually address any of it for the most part. Besides little, like, breadcrumbs here and there, but that doesn't do anything to actually, like, fix the fundamental issues at all. So it's just continuing to get worse under his administration. So the economy ain't fine. Like, it's not under control. And it's not a fucking fact things are better under Trump. In fact, plenty of things, have gotten worse under fucking Trump. Like, the border has gotten worse. Like, the kids in cages, and shit has gotten worse. This whole, idea of, like, groomers and this whole culture war and this exacerbation of fascism and, queer rights and trans rights have gotten worse under Biden versus Trump. Like, there are various different issues that have gotten worse in various different states on the border in various different elements, in people's livelihoods. Like, I mean, it's not a fucking objective fact. I mean, there's plenty of, every trans person will literally look at you as a joke saying, like, what the fuck are you talking about? None of these are Biden's fault. Absolutely it is. There's a supremacy clause. Like, these ideas that, like, all these states can just, like, fucking fundamentally just, like, push all these laws that that is, against, fundamentally federal law when it comes to hate speech, discrimination, and all this shit, and Biden does fuck one? Retarded bullshit. That's just insane. It's retardedly bullshit. Like, yeah, Biden absolutely has fucking power to fucking, quell some of this shit, and he does nothing. Because he doesn't give a fuck. He uses it as advertisement, for the voter base, so he can galvanize more votes. It's like rainbow capitalism. It's virtue signaling to, these people be like, oh, I'm on your side, Jack. But everywhere in all sorts of states, including in Oregon and all these other fucking places, and especially in red states, like, these people get backstabbed in the fucking, neck. They get their throats slit by the same fucking party that, pretends to say, oh, we're on your side. And lets these fucking fascists and lets these, culture war Republicans to exacerbate and continue these fucking problems all over the country. The Democrats and Biden does not give fuck one about any of this. Because you want to know how they see it? They see it as, a way to gain more votes for a political campaign. They see it as an ability to, galvanize, more advertisement, videos and shit to push out, so people can feel more galvanized to vote for him potentially. Despite, the fact that, he hasn't done anything to help trans people, and has not done anything to help queer folk, has not done anything to help unions and help labor and shit, besides stab him in the fucking back. Hasn't done anything to help the immigrant. Hasn't done anything to help the migrant, when it comes to them and their children and their families. Continues those fucking policies. Don't want my country to balkanize. What's that have to do with anything? What's that have to do with this? Like, criticizing Biden and his administration and shit is, fundamentally, a part of this whole reciprocal problem. He's the one who continues to, reciprocate this issue. The status quo in this, in the fundamental paradigm as it is what reciprocates that issue. And that's what it leads up to that fucking problem. And fascists and the neo-Nazis are the ones who fucking, take advantage of that shit. And leftists want to worry about decorum and civility politics. To admit Biden's done some good, because he hasn't. Unwilling? Where? Where has he? He hasn't done fucking anything. All he's done is maintain the status quo as a corporate, do-nothing, dementia-addled fucking piece of shit that stabbed unions in the back, done nothing to trans people to help them. $1,400 checks. Oh, fuck. Yeah, give me a break. Yeah, I never got any of that. Most Americans never got any of that. Most people did not get any of that. I didn't. Most people never did. Inflation Reduction Act. Where's the inflation reduction? There's no inflation reduction. Prices are still fucking through the roof. You know, a lot of prices are still fucking through the roof up here. You know, wages have never increased, you know, into, you know, like, you know, with the problems with inflation and shit. Like, when it comes to unions, you know, like I said, he's stabbed in the back. He's fundamentally, you know, done nothing more than, you know, like, you know, bust their, you know, attempts, you know, to try to get better contracts and better wages and better working conditions. He's done nothing more than fucking, you know, basically throw Pinkertons at them or fucking, you know, throw, like, corporate handouts, you know, to the corporations to make sure that they, you know, can get a little bit of a better fair share when it comes to these contracts. He doesn't care. Guess half what it is under Trump. Do you think a lot of that is because that you live near the Gulf? Because guess what? The Gulf of Mexico has a lot of oil. And guess what? BP and a lot of the fossil fuel industry has a lot of fucking profit, you know, making a bunch of fucking oil rigs, you know, go out in the Gulf of Mexico. That's probably why. Yeah, gas is going to be cheaper over there because, you know, the fucking fossil fuel industry has a grip in the South when it comes to the oil reserves in the Gulf. Which is why they're so fucking gun-ho about being, you know, fundamentally against, you know, Venezuela. When it comes to, you know, like the oil reserves that hide under Venezuela, because that's America's and the fossil fuel industries and the corporations, you know, oil reserves. And Venezuela is now part of the big bad enemies because of such, and they've always have been because of such. You can't say that's bad. Oh, well, yeah, I won't. But guess what? He didn't really get us out of Afghanistan because Biden's, you know, is what, yeah, like what he really did was continue Trump's policy, you know, to get out of Afghanistan. And guess what Biden decided to do after he got out of Afghanistan? Starve the Afghani people. He embargoed and did a bunch of sanctions against Afghanistan after he left. So, not only is the Taliban making, you know, Afghani people, you know, suffer and shit, he's fundamentally, you know, like, you know, starving them and making their lives even worse, you know, on top of that. So, yeah, I mean, he's doing such a great job. Trump would have never left. Are you insane? Like, no, he's not. Like he literally, he started the process to fucking leave. Biden literally continued the same exact fucking policy that Trump was doing when it came to leaving Afghanistan. That's a literal fucking fact. Like, I mean, fundamentally. Like, Trump literally was continuing that shit. Like, I mean, if Trump was, you know, won the second term legitimately or some shit, it would have happened in the same time frame, and probably would have happened in the same fucking way. Like, I mean, like, he literally was continuing the same fucking policy. We listen to generals who was saying in the end, you don't fucking know that. You don't know that. And I guarantee you that's bullshit. Like, I mean, Trump has always, you know, mentioned that he's never really liked the idea of being in Afghanistan because it was meaningless. He didn't give a fuck. I mean, throughout the entire administration, from 2016, off and on, the entire time, he's never really been fond of being out there. Of Iraq and, you know, in the Middle East and everywhere else, you know, a little different. But Afghanistan, he's never really been fond of being there. And that's why he, you know, especially near the end of the administration, was pulling out. And if he was going to listen to the generals, then what the fuck do you think, you know, like, why did he even, you know, allow that to happen in the first place? If he was just going to listen to the generals. Because he's the same dude who, you know, literally dropped the Moab on Afghanistan. So it's like, I mean, if he's the same dude who dropped the Moab, you know, on Afghanistan, but yet is the same dude who started the pullout in Afghanistan, and Biden literally was the same, you know, just continued the exact same fucking framework to a fucking T of what he was doing, and somehow it makes him exceptional. Fucking ridiculous. Trump is a kibble doing good. Like, I'm implying that he did. Take a breath. Dude, fucking, like you're literally so, like, you know, like, devolved in this, like, DNC fucking weird propaganda shit of the idea that Trump, like, or not Trump, like fucking Biden somehow could literally do no wrong? Did the DNC fucking, like, you know, psyop you or something? Like, seriously. Like, I mean, like, what the fuck? I mean, like, it's insane, the idea that, like, oh, Biden's done good, he's great. Like, I mean, there's no way that, like, you know, he's done bad. Like, there's nothing good, like, there's been barely anything that has been positive about his administration, outside of literally continuing the neoliberal corporate status quo, or continuing Trump's policies. Like, I mean, that's literally all that's ever happened. Admitting Biden's done good. Literally fucking name some, because the ones you've named so far never happened. It's like literally negligible. Yes, Biden did remain in Mexico. Oh, so those are just excuses? Oh, yeah, okay, it's just excuses, you know, yeah, sure, he kept doing Trump's policies and continued doing neoconservative fascistic policies, but, you know, he did a thing here and there. He gave me a moldy breadcrumb. I guess he hallucinated getting 1,400. I guess I did, because I literally never did. Because he stabbed most Americans in the back, you know, when it came to the fucking stimulus checks. Yeah, guess what? He lied about that. He lied over the idea that, you know, all Americans were going to get that stimulus check. And guess what? Most of us never did. I never saw a fucking penny over that shit. And what, you want to fucking rub that in on me and say that, oh, Biden's great, so vote blue no matter who, because you got 1,400 and he stabbed everybody else in the back, stabs union workers in the back, stabs immigrants in the back, stabbed the Afghani people in the back by sanctioning them and starving them? Assurances that provide proper banking info? Oh, get out of here, dude. Give me a break, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, the very first stimulus check, the very first one that came, like, honestly, I can at least name one good thing Trump did. When he came to the stimulus checks that Trump gave out, I got those. I got those ones. I got the first one and the last one that he got, that he sent out before the end of his fucking term. But when it came to the stimulus checks that Biden supposedly was supposed to send out, I never got a fucking penny of any of that shit. That never happened. I mean, seriously, that literally never fucking happened. This idea that, like, oh, Biden done good in fucking uplifting the American people. Where's my fucking upliftment? I never got any of that. Well, again, neither with Trump. And those stimulus checks, honestly, didn't do really fuck all for me anyway. It literally did not do anything for me. It helped me for, like, literally 2 weeks, and that was it. That was literally it. It didn't do anything. And it's like that 1,400, like, I was supposed to get, but never did. Even when it came to, like, doing my tax returns to get my fucking, and getting all that back, never got any of that. Not, like, I got, like, a couple $100, from all that shit. That was it. Like, I got fucking nothing, pretty much, out of these fucking tax returns. And that was literally from 2020, 2021, and from this past year. And it's just like, I barely got anything. No stimulus checks, no fucking nothing. And this is all under Biden's administration. And yeah, guess what? Trump would literally probably honestly be no different and probably fucking worse. And at the end of the day, like, it's because of the fucking paradigm. Because we have all been conditioned, and you especially have been conditioned the idea that, oh, the lesser of two evils is, what uplifts us the most. No, it doesn't. It stabs you in the back the first chance you can fucking get. As soon as you're able to be exploitable and be expendable to the system, it will fuck you over 8 ways till Sunday. Because those breadcrumbs at the end of the day, like, are just, an exacerbation and enabulation and, and a normalization of the fascistic fucking exacerbation that these Republicans on this fucking debate stage, are fucking doing. They're taking advantage of the neoliberal status quo that Biden is perpetuating. Like, this is, like, they're taking advantage of this fucking mentality. Like, you gotta break away from that. Because these fuckers take advantage of it. And they, you know, and the normalization of that is, you know, gonna be the literal death of us. Fundamentally. I voted green since 2016. Well, you're applying it. You're applying that, like, oh, there's no, you know, better good than Biden. You know, gotta vote him no matter what because, you know, he's done good. He's been positive. He's, you know, done fundamental reduction. You know, he's objectively good. You're applying it.
And the solution is not 4 more years of Joseph Biden.
I mean, that's why.
The solution is...
Like, I mean, like, if you're not, then say otherwise. Because everything you've been saying so far is literally implying this.
4 more years of Donald Trump. The solution is new leaders.
Sound like somebody who's like kowtowing the DNC every step till Sunday at this point.
Yep. That can bring bold ideas to America and to bring out...
It's more good than Trump would have. Neither of them have done good. I'm arguing that none of them have done good at all. Biden's not done good. Trump has never done good ever in his life, period. And he was, you know, like, none of them have. That's my argument. Like, neither of them have. Like, I mean, if, like, that doesn't mean that, like, you know, somehow that, like, you know, one's better than the other just because, you know, like, one might be more shit.
Of America. A president's number one responsibility
is solution because one of them is just maintaining that shittery.
Issue with computers.
Of our people.
Gonna put computers in the classroom.
And he did it with optimism and hope for our country with consistent conservatism. That's exactly what I bring. As president, I'll bring out the best of America in terms of individual responsibility, building our economy, in terms of security.
So inflation reduction did nothing. All the sense regression did nothing. Yeah, I'm willing to argue that, honestly. Yeah, like, because honestly, worse than Inflation Reduction Act, you know, done, you know, anything to help, you know, people like me or anyone else besides. And when it comes to, you know, the green energy, that's literally been a handout to the fossil fuel industry. So when it comes to, like, EV, electric car technology, and them, you know, like, like, giving, like, a slight little fucking breadcrumb, you know, to that. You know, when it comes to, you know, like, you know, Ford or, like, you know, GM, you know, like making a lot of these new electric vehicles. Like, it's more of a handout to those fucking corporations. Like, it's not fundamentally, you know, based on, like, reducing, you know, the, you know, disaster, you know, that, you know, comes with climate change. It's not, you know, to try to, like, you know, push, you know, fundamentally this whole, like, idea of green energy and shit. Better than info Republicans give. I mean... Like, if the breadcrumb is basically, like, you know, still a middle finger and a fuck you, but just, like, with a bunch of fucking whipped cream on all over that middle finger and a cherry on top of it, it's not really that much better. It just makes it more tasty to fucking fillet that.
Our border, enforcing the rule of law. I'll bring out the best of America in terms of our national character, our faith, and our hope for the future. Join in this fight, ACE2024.com.
Thank you. Senator Scott.
Thank you. I was a disillusioned young man growing up in a single-parent household, mired in poverty. I wonder if the American dream was real.
To rip cream off their finger, Jesus fucking Christ. You know what? I should have expected that. I really should have expected that.
For a kid like me, I can stand before you today and say the dream is alive, it is well, and it is healthy. I have the good fortune.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, did he just say the American dream is alive, but yet is healthy and well and good? Wait, what? Did he just literally contradict himself, like, within words of each other? Wait, what the fuck? Did he just do that?
To work 16-hour days, making sure we have food on our tables.
Who's even speaking? This is Tim Scott.
She taught me that if you're able-bodied in America, you work. If you take out a loan, you pay it back. If you commit a violent crime, you go to jail. And if God made you a man, you play sports against men.
What?
What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, if God made you a man, you play sports? Wait, what? What the fuck? What does that even mean? I don't even know what that means. my god, dude! What? Oh my god! I'm going insane now, aren't I? If God made you a man, you play sports. If God made you a woman, you're a housewife. Like, I mean, what the fuck was that about?
Yes, men. You can go to votetimscott.com for more information or to make a comment. I want to wrestle.
Governor Christie.
Thank you, Brett. Thank you, Martha. Look, everybody on this stage wants to be the next president of the United States. And the only way that's...
I don't think that's going to happen.
...is if we beat Joe Biden. I'm the only one on this stage who's ever beaten the Democratic incumbent in an election. I did it in a deep blue state, being outspent 3-1. Beating a Democratic incumbent is not easy. The last Democratic incumbent president who was defeated was Jimmy Carter. And he was defeated by a conservative governor from a blue state who knew how to get results, who stood for the truth, who cared about accountability, and stood strong and hard against waste. Those are the very things that I did in my 8 years.
Waste? Yeah, I'm sure you know a lot about, like dealing with a lot of waste in government, don't you there, buddy? Because you're probably somebody that loves to treat it like a good old buffet, I tell you what.
Jersey, and it's exactly
Lord have mercy.
The United States. Believe me, the Democrats want some other nominee who's never beaten a Democratic incumbent. I'm the one who can win this race, and if you give me the chance, I will restore our country by winning it.
Governor Haley. Several weeks ago, I dropped my husband, Michael, a combat veteran from Afghanistan, off at 4 a.m. for another year-long deployment. I watched him and 200...
Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Your husband's going on another deployment in Afghanistan? I thought we pulled out of that. Huh?
30 soldiers pick up their 2 duffel bags of belongings to go to a country they've never been, all in the name of protecting America. If they are willing to protect us from there, we should be willing to fight for America here. I will beat Joe Biden, and he knows that. I will.
Oh my God! Get the fuck out of here! Come on.
Flexing about an invasion.
We will put transparency in the class.
How old is she?
Secure our borders.
Yeah, why is he still serving?
But I need to know if she got a young man.
National security. And once again, we will make sure we have an America that is strong and proud.
She dropped him off.
Yeah, dropped him off. I'll go in school, honey.
Thank you, Brad and Martha, this evening. It's an honor to be here. Joe Biden has weakened America at home and abroad. The disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, their war on energy, runaway spending that launched the worst inflation in 40 years, a crisis at our southern border, an assault on our values and liberties, and the American people have had.
Biden student loan forgiveness that the Supreme Court literally blocked.
But I know we can bring it back. But different times call for different leadership. The Republican Party owes the American people a choice. Proven leadership at the national level that knows how to move a conservative agenda forward. We proved in the Trump-Pence years you can turn this country around faster than you can imagine. And I have faith we will again. Because I have faith in the American people. The good, decent, hardworking, faith-filled, idealistic people of this country. And I have faith that God is not done.
He doesn't care about that
yet. And if we will renew our faith in one another and renew our faith in Him who has ever guided this nation since we arrived on these wilderness shores.
So God has guided like America because of the white man that decided to colonize America. Like, seriously? Really? You're gonna make that pitch?
For the greatest nation on earth.
Well, you're a conservative and you're a white Christo nationalistic fucking weirdo. So I mean, I'm not really honestly that surprised.
Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy.
He's so OG political. That's gonna help him a lot.
And I grew up into a generation where we were taught to celebrate our diversity and our differences so much.
You're being a little woke there, buddy. Don't be woke. Don't be woke there. Don't be talking about diversity, buddy. What are you? Have you been indoctrinated by that CRT transgrumeristic woke there, brother?
All of the ways we are really just the same as Americans, bound by a common set of ideals that set this nation into motion in 1776. And this is a moment to revive those common ideals. God is real. There are 2 genders.
Oh my God! Fuck you! Go away!
Requirement for human prosperity. Reverse racism is racism. An open border is not.
Reverse racism is racism. Oh my god, I can't handle this motherfucker, dude. Dude, this fucker right here, dude. Oh my, I cannot handle him.
The education of their children.
Alex Jones called him Alex Jones 2.0.
Governance
Right.
known to man. Capitalism lifts us up from poverty. There are.
Oh my god, I cannot do. Oh my god. I'm about to have an aneurysm. I'm about to have a fucking aneurysm. Oh my god.
Of government, not for. And the U.S. Constitution, it is the strongest guarantor of freedom in human history. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what will win us the revolution of 2024. Thanks for letting me know.
Slogans.
I was waiting for it.
Dude, there was like 8 quadrillion slogans in that fucking speech. Oh my god. Dude, he like drop packed that shit with so many fucking random talking points in to make your head spin. Oh my god. Oh, I almost had an aneurysm. Oh.
Scenes killed millions of Americans.
Right. Yeah.
This type.
Oh god.
Oh god, what is he doing?
Yeah.
What the fuck is he doing? Like, oh god! Dude, what the fuck? I just paused on him in the worst way possible. Oh my god, look at oh, look at him. Oh my god, look at that fucking face. Oh my god. He looks like a fucking drunk, like stroked out deer in headlights, bro. Oh my god. Oh man. This motherfucker is cooked, bro. Holy shit.
This is our time for
No, y'all.
This is our time. Oh my god. Joel, shut up, you fucking weird mug.
And we will reverse
you
the
mook.
decline of this country. I'm a blue-collar kid. I work minimum wage.
A blue-collar kid? Oh my god, get out of here.
To make ends meet. I understand the importance of the American
Did they all
dream,
come from poverty?
and I know how
Everyone?
that slipped away.
Yeah, they do. Every single one of them.
I'm a veteran who served in Iraq. I know what it means to put service above self. I'm also a dad and a husband. No
shit, I can do better than these clowns. I mean, I'm a fucking trade unionist, like anarcho-syndicalist. Of course I would do better than these fucks. I mean, no shit.
And the well-being of our children in Florida.
I'm not like a weird right-wing extremist Christian fascist, like track-on conservative Christian weirdo. Like, I mean, no shit, I do better than these fucking troglodytes.
Done.
I mean, duh.
And I delivered on all of those promises. 2024 is make or break. We're not getting a mulligan. No excuses. I will get the job done. And as your president, I will not let you down. God bless you all.
No, what is presidential? We had Donald Trump as president, so I don't even know.
All the candidates on the stage tonight, and thank you to Milwaukee.
Thank you, everybody.
Oh my god.
On the campaign
Wow.
trail, from debates to primaries to the general election and the conventions before that. Thanks for joining us, Sean Hannity from the Spin Rooms.
Was that it?
So,
take it away, Sean.
So funny. They
Oh my god, we made it. Woo!
Let's go last, and he was the.
Woo! We made it!
Yeah.
Yes!
There's no carbonation there.
We did it!
Yeah, no
there's
shit.
pop.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
No
It's
riz.
boring.
It took like forever, but we did it.
think that.
Yeah, negative riz. Negative riz.
Negative riz.
Yeah.
Dude, DeSantis got that negative riz. That's for sure. But oh my god, we did it. Oh. Oh my god. I don't even know what else to say about it. Guess you're about to sleep. No, I'm gonna be here for a little longer. I mean, not for that long, but you know, I'll stick around for a bit. I'll stick around for a minute and dude, I need to like decompress, dude. Like, I'm not gonna just sleep off of that, dude. I need to decompress, okay? Like, I need to like decompress from the fucking insanity that we just dealt with. Like, we just went for a fucking gauntlet, basically. Like, that was 6 hours of hell. Like, I mean, that was like 2 hours of like debate, but we made it 6 hours somehow. Okay? Like, I mean, that was hell. Like, we need to decompress for like at least a little bit, alright? Like, we're gonna be here for like a little bit. I mean, goddamn, like we're finishing this fucker right here at least. Like, cause watch my stream. Cause when you do them, I'm like out doing other shit. And in fact, I decided to clock on earlier today because like literally everybody was just like freaking the fuck out because they didn't know what to do with the fryers. And I went back there. I was like, God damn it. I was walking my dog too, so I was like, you know what? If I'm going to do anything about this type of shit and like deal with these fires, I'm going to clock on. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Grabbed my pooch and I was like, clocked on real quick, walked him home. He was not happy about that. He was very upset that I cut his walking, journey a little short. But went back up there with like, 40 minutes and 45 minutes, or give or take, and dealt with the bullshit because no one else knew what to do. So I was like, all right, we'll set up a game plan and got that shit going and got that out of the way, and at least I get a little bit of a overtime pay, so at least that's good. I'm clocked on in the off. If you clocked in off the clock here, you're fired. That's bullshit. They can fire for anything they want. Probably because it's a right to work state. Which makes it more easy to do shit like that, which is fucking bullshit. It shouldn't not happen, honestly. Dr. Pepper brownies?
Try Dr.
Pepper brownies? Dude, this is Jordan Hallett. This is my boy. The president of the Fast Food Seekers Club. This is our boy. This is our fucking boy right here, dude.
Brownies. Everybody's baking cakes with fizzy pop.
It is 3 o'clock in the morning. Come here, and I'm gonna try.
Come here. Come here. It is about 3:50 in the morning. It is also about 3 a.m. This is way too accurate for my status right now. Jordan Hallett, fuck you for targeting me. You have targeted me, sir.
I'm gonna try Dr. Pepper brownies and see if they're any good. I will let you know. First, get a box of brownie mix. Make sure it's all in there.
Okay.
Then we're gonna add the important ingredients. Next, you're gonna need 2 eggs.
Oh, he's doing the fucking, tactic that he taught us. You just drop it. Drop that egg, and it'll smash right on, whatever surface you do, just like that, at any height. And it won't make a big mess. I've done this, and honestly, with my egg sandwiches, when I do this, dude, the cleanup is so fucking easier. Oh my god, that information has enlightened me. That one little bit he just did right there, that has enlightened me so much, that has made my nights so much better.
Then we're gonna add the important ingredients. Next, you're gonna need 2 eggs.
Right there. Bump. That right there was such enlightenment that I did not know I needed in my life. But once I started doing that, dude, honestly, you would think, like, why? But honestly, like, if you do it, like, within, like, a certain height, like, about, like, kind of right here, within, like, a, when it comes to, like, a table, like, no more than a foot. But if, if you're within that metric, like, kind of like what he did, dude, perfect egg crack every time. You won't have a mess, and you can just, like, open that fucker right in whatever you're about to cook when it comes to, like, scrambled eggs, like a sunny side up, or when it comes, like, anything. It legit works. It's insane. It was enlightenment, dude. I felt like I just, like, discovered, like, the book of God, when it came to that.
That's the first one.
Because look at that, dude. Boom. Perfect. Just drop. You had a bunch of that, like, white egg, like, kind of the whites, like, before it becomes, like, the whites, kind of dripping there for a minute. But that yolk was still intact. I mean, dude, I'm telling you, bro.
Now you're gonna need the second one.
Boom. See? Oh, fuck, perfectly executed. Oh, see, dude, when I learned that technique, when he taught me the technique of the Fast Food Seekers Club, for our boy right here is the president of the Fast Food Seekers Club. Like, when he taught me that technique, and taught all of us that technique, it was enlightenment. It just was.
Add our liquids.
Dude, I bet this is going to be enlightenment too. Dr. Pepper Brown, I guarantee you this is going to be enlightenment.
Just add a half cup of vegetable oil. You're gonna add chocolate chips, and then a 4th cup of Dr. Pepper.
4th cup.
That should work.
Yeah.
Next, you're gonna rub the tray with softened butter. Then we're gonna dump the batter inside. Put a little more extra Dr. Pepper in here. So now we're gonna dump it in.
Ooh, yeah, look at that bad boy.
Preheat the oven for 350 degrees and then cook it for about 20 minutes. This is the finished product. Now we're gonna...
Dude, those look like some pretty dank brownies. I mean, honestly, that looks like a, you know, kind of like a regular brownie, honestly. If I had to work, it'd be Monsters House because working is over 8 IMO. I agree with that. You're preaching to the choir. Anyway, but like, dude, these are pretty dank brownies. Just for, you know, even if, you know, if I never knew there was Dr. Pepper in that, I would smack on those brownies. And if I found out there were Dr. Pepper in those brownies, and I was like, oh goddamn, that's fucking dank, I don't want that whole fucking, you know, whole plate of brownies right there.
Okay. Here we go. We're gonna give it a try, see how it is.
Oh! Yo! Dude, yeah, dude, his eyes roll back in his cranium, dude. Dude, his eyes rolled into his cranium, bro. Dude, he had an orgasmic bliss eating that. Oh, you know it's gonna be good. Oh, you know it's good if, you know, when you eat that shit. Oh my god, what, dude? His eyes just like, ugh. Dude, he just had like a literal euphoric orgasmic bliss eating that. Like, you cannot deny that.
Oh my god. I don't think you guys understand.
You guys don't even understand, dude. He's like straight up flexing. It's like, y'all don't even understand.
With milk this late at night, this is the best thing I've ever tasted in my life. Please try it. It's so good.
Oh, you know what? I might honestly fucking try that shit. Because, oh my god. Dude, just the way he reacted to eating that. That looked too good. Oh, dude. My boy Jordan Howlett, dude, he's a G when it comes to, like, you know, these little food secrets. I mean, legit. Like, oh, dude, I could tell. That looks scrumptious and amazing. I mean, that just looked delicious. Beautiful. I mean, what other little secrets do we have here? What else do we have? McDonald's sweet and sour sauce recipe. I think that'll be. It's revealed. Yes. This is revealed Szechuan sauce at some point.
That's in your world that no one else probably ever thinks of.
As president of the Fast Food Secrets Club, come here.
Come here, because he truly is the president of the Fast Food Secrets Club. And he is our Lord and Savior when it comes to all the secrets, because he will reveal them all. He's the prophet when it comes to fast food secrets.
I already have a mental note about the recipes for a lot of the things that restaurants have, right? And here's the thing. If the restaurants are rude to me or other customers, I'll share the recipes out. If they're not rude and if they're not mean, I'll leave it alone. However, at McDonald's today, there was a young lady that wanted an extra sweet and sour sauce, right? You had to ask them for extra sauce. McDonald's would not give her an extra sauce, right? And she was very kind to them, but they're being very rude. So if the person's watching this right now who wanted the sweet and sour sauce and you want to know how to make it, 1/4 cup of apricot preserve, 1/4 cup of peach preserve as well, 2 tablespoons of corn syrup, 5 teaspoons of white vinegar, 1/2 teaspoon of soy sauce, 1/2 teaspoon of mustard, 1/4 teaspoon of salt, 1/8 teaspoon of garlic, and 1 1/2 teaspoon of cornstarch. And then you're going to put it in a saucepan, add 2 tablespoons of water, let it simmer for 5 minutes. You got sweet and sour sauce. Now,
Oh my god, he just unleashed the fucking secrets, dude. Oh, this is why I love this guy. I mean, he's done this for multiple fast food companies for multiple recipes. Like, he don't give a fuck. Like, I mean, his principle is true to the core. Like, I mean, he will actually have an explanation as to why he will release a, you know, recipe, you know, when it comes to how to make it. And, you know, and then he'll just, like, drop that Sar Bomba, dude. He'll drop the Casa Bravo of, like, you know, when it comes to that shit. He's dropping the nukes, man. He don't give a fuck. Like, anybody could be a victim of his fucking, you know, like, you know, nuclear tests. You know what I'm saying?
Is that you enjoy some extra sauce out. So enjoy, okay?
I will. You know what? I'm definitely going to keep that in mind. Dude, I love this guy. Dude, Jordan is awesome, dude. I'm so glad he just, like, popped up in my algorithm, yeah, out of nowhere. Because, dude, he's fucking, dude, he's, like, top G, dude. I mean, he's just great. I just, like, every time I watch a short of him, like, it's always, like, legitimately good. Like, no matter what. It's always, like, yeah, there's something, you know, at least a little informative that you can always take from his, you know, little, like, shorts and stuff like that. Like, I mean, like, I'm not even kidding. Like, he legit, like, is just great like that. I mean, Jordan Hallett, I mean, if there's at least, you know, any, like, TikTok / like, YouTube short guy that I generally would recommend to just, like, binge watch on, like, an endless basis, he's the guy. Because, at least, you know, he's generally informative, and you can find some pretty cool stuff about, you know, like, different things. Go to bed. Lamau working Ignarnius' beauty sleep. I mean, to be fair, my Monday is tomorrow, but think I fuck. Yeah, I probably should, but like I said, you know, I'm just gonna finish this bad boy up. So, I mean, gotta let me finish that up. I'm just kidding. I'll have this nice little toke. Have a nice little gulp. Get myself some food. Which I actually do have some pizza, you know, to consume. This thing I hate Mondays. Well, as long as my work Mondays are on Thursdays, they're not that bad because that's payday. If Thursday is my Monday, then my Mondays actually kind of have a nice little, like, hey, get paid. Nice. You know, so, like, my Mondays are Thursdays. And my Mondays sometimes tend to be Fridays for me, technically. So, I don't necessarily hate Mondays because, like, yay, one more day until my weekend. And then, you know, my, like, Fridays are, like, my second day into work. So, it's like, so, I mean, I don't know. At least for me, at least, like, when it comes to, like, the Monday through Friday shtick, I mean, I don't really hate Mondays, but I like Thursdays. At least that's a technical Monday. And I like Mondays as a technical Friday. But I hate Mondays when it comes to work because we have, like, special sales that day that just honestly annoy the fuck out of me because everybody wants to grab, like, as much as possible when it comes to those sales. And that includes our department. Because we have, like, this, like, you know, limit of 2, but it's like an AP Stark that's, like, $5.99 on an app. Like, it's called the Just For You app. And it's basically like the Club Card Safeway membership app. You know, it's where you can get, like, digital coupons. Whatever the fuck. Like, who cares? I mean, it's basically like, you know, the Safeway membership thing. But you know, but on app. But, like, you know, so many people will, like, grab, like, because the limit is 2 of them. So many people, like, there's so many fucking people that'll grab 16. And it would be like, oh, I don't want just 1 of those where it's just 8. I want 2, so 16. And, like, every fucking Monday, dude, like, I always am, like, you know, cooking, like, endless bags of that fucking dark meat, dude. Because it's not just, like, you know, mixed meat or anything where it's, like, the breast wings, you know, involved. It's just only dark meat. where that sale happens to be. So, like, every motherfucker, is, trying to, like, grab, like, thighs and legs and stuff when it comes to shit. It drives me up the fucking wall. It's on a Monday. Like, I mean, seriously, it's like, I mean, out of any time of the week, a fucking Monday? I mean, seriously? I mean, come on. Couldn't it be any other time of the week? Like a Tuesday, a Wednesday? I mean, even a Thursday, for fuck's sake. I mean, come on. A Sunday? A Saturday? I mean, it's like, come on. Maybe turn that frown upside down. Oh, hey, I can. But in the corporate world, I don't want to do that. Because that just might go against the plan. Everyone's just used to a plan and a system of order. And if you're going against that order, they're all just losing their minds. Smile for the cameras. Gotta put a smile on the face. Aye. I'm not gonna lie. That RNC debate made me a little, genuinely probably cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Just a little bit. You're not Heath Ledger. I don't give a fuck. I care. Do you really think that I give a shit? I know I'm not. I'm doing an interpretation. God. What, you just can't accept the fact that sometimes, people might just, like, do a fun little, like, interpretation of, like, one of their favorite characters or something like that? What, is that a problem to you, sir? Is that a problem? Hmm? I know what that was, buddy. Well, I mean, like I said from earlier, I'm pretty sure that that Republican primary debate made me a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. It probably did kill some IQ points, even though I was joking about it earlier. But, that's the price you have to pay for being like somebody that likes delve into politics and shit. So, go to bed and dream Republican dreams. You know what? The sad fact is, I might have to. I like to have something in the background when I go to sleep. So, fuck. Oh no. I'm gonna have to, like, you know what? At least it's gonna be fun. It'll be amusing. So, whatever. But, anyway. Here. I'll catch the last little bit of this bowl. All that fun stuff. Call good for the rest of the evening. Finish up my little delicious pizzas. Go watch my late night stream. I mean, yeah, I could. But chances are I might, like, fall asleep to that. So, who knows? Because, like I said, things they can pull up is definitely going to be background stuff. But, anywho, at least call it good for now. because that debate shit was fucking a clown show. I mean, I'm kind of surprised I honestly like went on for at least like 5.5 hours, you know, considering it was only like a 2-hour debate. Like, I mean, goddamn. I did not think I was going to be going on as long as I would with that shit. But whatever. Anyway, call good. So peace out. I'm cool. See y'all in that next one. So, doodaloo, bitches.